And welcome back, everyone, to round 4 of the Oceanic Pro League, or the OPL. I am Julian Page-Timecard. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And it's going to be another great week of OPL action.
Yep, 3 weeks down into the 4th week. A lot of these teams have already met up. We're going to see a couple more matchups repeat. And it's going to be very interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's the last of our new matchups, like you mentioned. So we've got a couple for today, but we're starting to get almost halfway through the season now where teams are going to start playing each other again. And that's the really interesting part. Yeah, you only play best of ones against these teams, but you get to play them in 2 different occasions.
Absolutely. And the top team so far in the standings, Chiefs, will be in action twice. One of those will be a rematch against the Direwolves a bit later on. But it's going to be an interesting day's competition, whatever there is to say.
Yeah, let's actually have a look at the standings server just to catch you up on the last few weeks of the OPL. So we'll see the Chiefs still ahead, undefeated with 6 points here at 6-0. Direwolves are up in clear second at 5-1. Legacy and Immunity, they're pulling up 3rd and 4th with their respectable records of their own.
Yeah, and the Rich Gang, Sudden Fear, Avant-Garde, and Team 4 not in those top spots, but working their way towards them.
Yeah, pretty interesting as well to see that kind of towards the bottom. I guess it's tied for 5th, I believe, down the bottom of the standings. So there's a lot of room there still for teams to really get up. But it seems like the top 4 at least kind of separated themselves.
Absolutely. The top teams are definitely separating themselves, at least in terms of points. Down the bottom, 4-Not's obviously struggling without a win. But everyone else has just a pair of wins. So they are in contention to start pushing their way to the safe spots, to that 5th spot especially.
Yeah, and with some strong standings for some of these teams, that comes with strong players as well. Let's take a look at the MVP standings currently moving into round 4. You can see King right on top actually with Choo Choo, Swiffer, and Cheese all tied for that spot as well. So some very strong players and a lot of mid laners there.
Yeah, a 4-way draw, as you mentioned, 3 mid laners from some of our top teams. King has definitely been the one to stick it out for me, though. His individual performance, he could arguably be an MVP in 4 or 5 of those Direwolves games, if not for the strong performances of his teammates. Still, right up the top and playing amazingly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I have to pick, maybe it's Swiffer from the Chiefs as well. And luckily for you guys, they'll be playing today very soon, so you get to see him in action. And for me, I'm not sure the Chiefs can keep going. I mean, 6-0 is a great record, but can you really do that continually through a relatively long season for these players?
I mean, you look back at some of the famous performances in splits. Cloud9, of course, when they joined the NALCS, ran it close, but we've never really seen those clean sweeps, the no defeats. It's hard to say where on the calendar you're going to mark down Chiefs' first loss, but against Immunity and Direwolves today, 2 tough matchups for them for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it could be today. So let's take a look at today's schedule as well. We've got some really great matches lined up here as well. We're going to kick things off with Immunity versus Chiefs, and then the big one, like you mentioned, Papa Smithy, it is the Chiefs versus Direwolves.
Yeah, that top of the table clash coming in second. Following that, Immunity will take on Sudden Fear, who of course did grab a win last time we saw them, and finally Sudden Fear will face the Direwolves to finish off the day.
Yeah, and again, it's just been such a great few weeks of OPL. Really starting to see the teams open up. I mean, best of one's kind of an interesting format. You don't get that many chances realistically when you play against this team, so you have to make every game count. But a lot of the teams have just been really innovative, looked very comfortable, and just played very strong League of Legends.
Absolutely. The Chiefs none more so than anyone else, but at the end of the day, the Direwolves, you know they've been marking this day down on the calendar. We've seen their performances since that loss against the Chiefs. You know they've been really waiting for this day. This is their last chance before potentially the playoffs to show the Chiefs that they mean business.
Yeah, you know, they'll have some other games. Apart from that one loss to the Chiefs, they've looked great so far, but they'd love to continue form and, of course, love to topple the Chiefs there as well. And you know what? Your thoughts at home there as well. What are you looking forward to in the OPL? Which teams are you cheering for? Get on Twitter, use the hashtag #IamOPL, and give us your thoughts, whether it's the teams you're cheering for, the players you're looking out for, or just some big players that you liked.
Yeah, any shout-outs at all to the action that we see tonight are going to be wonderful. And if you want to review the schedule, any of the information we've presented to you, and, of course, articles and all sorts of other media, oce.lolesports.com is your OPL hub. So please jump on there and check out anything you need to know about the OPL.
Yeah, there's a lot of great pieces there as well, keeping you informed with the standings and schedules. And of course, if you missed any of the games, go check out the VODs as well. So a great site there. I know I use it a lot in preparation here for the OPL, but today's matchup, what can we say? This is going to be a very nice one to start things off. It's Immunity versus Chiefs.
And you look at their standings, you might think, all right, the Chiefs are at the top. They haven't lost yet. This is their last of their first round meetings, you could say almost, with these teams before they jump into that rematch against the Direwolves. This is still a very tricky game for the Chiefs. Given the history, given the fact that Immunity is actually the only team apart from Legacy to take a map away from the Chiefs in 2014, they shouldn't be looking past this fixture to that big second game. There's actually a real chance that Immunity could upset the so far undefeated Chiefs.
Yeah, Immunity tend to show up in big matches as well. They've, I think, seen themselves as the Chiefs' rival for quite a while. All through 2014, they were looking to threaten that spot and really get themselves above it, and just couldn't quite, for whatever reason, just couldn't get past maybe mental blocks for themselves and really push their way up. But, it's kind of a new team here. Cheese has joined the roster, had some very solid performances. In fact, all of Immunity played really well, apart maybe from their first week, which is a little shaky getting their early roster together. But for now, they've looked great. Their record's not stellar, I guess, 3-3 currently, so a good win rate, but not insane. But they're definitely threatening here. Chiefs do have to be prepared.
And it's always the one-to-one splits. That's almost been the typification. There hasn't been those big 2-0, two-loss momentum shifts for Immunity. They're always picking up a win, and then for whatever reason on their next map, struggling a little bit. So they always have that potential to take down a top team. When they get the comps they look for, when they get to the late game, they can look very impressive. It doesn't always come together on the day, but they want to leave their best foot forward against really top opposition like the Chiefs.
Yeah, important to note as well that these guys haven't played yet. I mean, they would have seen each other's OPL games, they would have studied them, maybe they've been scrimming as well, but other than that, they've got plenty of time to prepare for this match, and it's going to be a big one here. Immunity will kick off their first meeting ever on the blue side. Chiefs are going to be over on the red, and Scion and Malphite, two massive tanks, are going to hit the bans here.
Yeah, the really reliable top lane tanks are getting targeted with the first set of bans, and to remind everyone, we're still on patch 5.3. We jumped there in our last game series, and we're continuing there today. Sion's been banned against Swiper, 3-4 games in a row? So they're really respecting that top lane tank. Last time we saw him break out the cannon, I know that was super excited to see the Lightning Chipmunk used to really good effect in the top lane. Still available so far, but the bans keep coming through.
Yeah, Callista actually banned out there as well by Immunity, and Rek'Sai going to be a jungle ban there from the Chiefs. So kind of interesting to see what's coming through. And Callista, we saw it, I believe, once from Radiant, and no more after that performance.
Absolutely. It's one of those champions where, people know the potential of Callista, whether it's in solo queue, whether it's in competitive. Callista can really go off and hard carry games. So given that potential, smart to ban it away if you don't have a specific strategic plan to get rid of it.
Yeah, and Jarvan, they're going to be the next ban from IM as well. And we're going to have Chiefs look for their last now as well. So 2 jungle bans already. Xerath will actually complete the pull for a mid lane ban. So some respect to IM Cheese.
There is the potential for that blind pick Xerath. It does come out, especially in the LCK. There are counters to it. There are risks, especially if Jarvan's banned. But with the Jarvan ban, I guess maybe it's a reaction there, given that Jarvan's perhaps one of the best choices to deal with the Xerath. Just the ability to lock him down with Cataclysm in the late game when his flash is down. Maybe just blind ban the Xerath to stop it being a safe first pick.
Certainly Spooks' last few performances on that champion in the last OPL week for the Chiefs, it's a smart ban there, as he's played quite a lot of it, I believe, in the OPL. It's one of his most played junglers, but we'll have to see here in Immunity. Got up quite a few picks to consider. Lysandra still open, Nas available here as well, and of course the hobby for themselves as well, it's Kassadin.
Yeah, it's actually the champions we've seen against Kassadin that Immunity have been the most unique. Of course, they do love that Swain counter pick against Kassadin. Not sure if we'd ever see that matchup in this, just given how much Swiffer is respected as a Kassadin player. Swiffer's Kassadin versus Cheese's Swain would be quite the matchup to see. But so far, Immunity's stolen that champion away.
Yeah, so they are going to pick up the Kassadin. For me, the question, Papa, is which player's going to play it? Because Cheese, I'm sure, is a Kassadin player, but I don't know if we've ever seen it in the top lane for JK Smithy.
It doesn't really fit JK Smithy's prototypical champion pool. He's normally about those super tanks or maybe even the Rumble. So, Kassadin's kind of in the Rumble flavor, but it has never been the high mobility champions for JK Smithy. So my first guess is mid lane, but I'm ready to be surprised.
Yeah, we'll have to see here as well. The Chiefs have selected their champions already. Sivir there for the AD carry position, and Lee Sin, their jungler. So very comfortable stuff here for the Chiefs, you have to feel.
Yeah, Spooks has been so streaky with his picks. In those 6 wins, we saw 2 Lee Sin wins in the first week. He swapped around, I believe, Jarvan and Rek'Sai second week. Full Jarvan last week. Now with Jarvan ban, goes back to that comfort Lee Sin. Spooks Lee Sin, the last time we saw it in the Rift, it was those amazing moves against, I believe, Sudden Fear, those John Woo kicks across the map. So he can really provide some carry pressure from the jungle.
Yeah, and I like the Sivir takeaway here as well, blocking it away from Uber Giants Pro, but he's going to go to somewhere he's gone a lot now. Jinx actually the pick up for his AD carry, and we've gone with Morgana as well, so really securing the hyper carry bottom lane.
Yeah, really locking in the hyper carry early. Of course, we don't know for sure that it's going to be a Morgana bottom lane. It'll be an interesting double AP, Kassadin and Morgana. I'm not sure if I would really see that as being successful, but it's a lot of potential peel for the Jinx wherever that hyper carry goes.
Yeah, and that's one of the nice things about Morgana is that the Black Shield's so good at protecting your otherwise very squishy and mobile AD carry. So Uberbro is going to be happy. He's got the Jinx against the Sivir, a matchup I know he likes. We'll have to see how it plays out. Rated, not too bad on Sivir.
Yeah, Sivir Jinx in the lane, it's actually a very strong laning matchup for Jinx. We've seen that quite a few times. I have to feel like the Sivir's been picked for comp. If you're going to pick Sivir so early, you're not picking for the lane, you're picking for that movement speed, that on the hunt in team fights.
We'll have to see. We've actually got Maokai there, a good compliment, and Jana, so really going in for a lot of mobility. And I guess the big question with Swiffer getting his counter pick now, what's he going to play? Because unfortunately, he doesn't play Swain.
One thing I'm going to expect is high damage, though, coming from this mid lane. You look at down this Chiefs lineup, it's one carry so far, and it's Sivir. She's not a prototypical tank buster. So even though there isn't a big tank picked up on Immunity just yet, I need to see that big second threat come out. I'd be surprised to see if it was, say, an Orianna of the world. They'd be really committing on trying to control the dragon. I think whatever they pick, it's going to be a mid-game focused mid-game focused comp from the Chiefs just to try and control Dragon, because it will be a two-threat at best from the Chiefs.
Yeah, and they might be considering a few things here, trying to beef up that front line. Via champion, we've seen quite a bit more, but I like that J.K. Smith is entertaining the idea of playing a tank, which would give Cheese the Cassidy. So if that happens, Swiffer's going to get his counter pick here if he wants it, and it seems like J.K. Smith will go back to an old favorite via the jungle there for Zahi, but Renekton in the top lane for J.K. Smithy.
Return of the immovable top lane tanks. Renekton against Maokai, as prototypical a tank matchup as we could expect from perhaps the early days of Season 3 is the best time to recall a matchup like that. So the big question mark is the Chiefs' last pick. You look down Immunity's lineup, a lot of options here. 2 hyper carries between Jinx and Kassadin. You have both the Morgana disengage for any sort of hard engage assassin like LeBlanc, and then you have the Vi for your own hard engage. So a lot of offensive and balanced defensive options, a strong tank line and a hyper carry, or a pair of hyper carries even. It's very exciting for Immunity. And you can see Chiefs, they don't have an idea locked in just yet. It's clear they're just discussing strategies. They need damage, but Swift is LeBlanc. How many times have we spoken about it? How many MVPs has he already picked up on that champion? They lock it in.
I mean, that was actually something that we almost have to apologize for not noticing in the bans there. LeBlanc was not banned here against Swiffer, which is very rare. Most teams really respect it, and Chiefs got to last pick it here, I guess confident that Chiefs wasn't going to take it because he's had a game here in the OPL, but it maybe wasn't his favorite outing. So LeBlanc's a very good champion for Swiffer. I'm very surprised it's not a higher damage AP carry, but it'll do just fine.
Well, the last time we saw Chiefs on the red side, of course, was Avant selecting that counter pick Vladimir against Swiffer's LeBlanc, and they paid for it. That was a complete dismantling of Avant and Kensti in the mid lane in particular. So it's always a gamble to leave up that LeBlanc, and another team's done it on the next game day.
And I guess if we want to maybe think about how the early stages of this draft work out. Okay, Swiffer's got LeBlanc. He's great at the champion. Cool. How does that work against the Kassadin matchup here for Cheese?
I mean, it's surprising, really, but Kassadin's a pretty safe laning matchup against LeBlanc. You can't really afford to put in multiple points into your E, your force pulse for late wave clears. What a lot of people want to do is they want to max E as soon as possible to have that AoE slow and the AoE burst damage. You have to max Q, but you can actually pressure LeBlanc in lane. You have a point and click ability with a shield, so you can trade very well with her. In the early levels, you can do fine. You just don't quite have the same wave clear. You're maxing your harassment spell, so you don't have wave clear available. So it's going to be a lot about as prototypical a roam combination as LeBlanc and Lee Sin. The double L's there are going to try and get so much work done in the mid lane, in the mid lane and the mid game, and that's where Chiefs are all about. So often we've said Chiefs have the proactive mid game comp. They've picked it again, but if it goes to the late game, they're going to have issues with damage. So if we ever see Immunity get a monopoly on the dragons, could be difficult for Chiefs just to push over that damage threshold in the late game.
I mean, for me, just looking at IM's comp here, it seems so well set up towards the later stages of the game. We already talked about Jinx being an awesome hyper carry, but just in general, they've got a good setup for her as well, it feels like.
Yeah, and you kind of worry about who's going to kill that Jinx. Obviously, if they get the ward advantage, it's going to be a LeBlanc and all her pick potential from very long range, closing distance. But if that plan doesn't work, you feel like if they ever lose ward pressure, it's going to be a struggle for them to kill that LeBlanc. They don't have that much gap close, barring the miracle twisted advance, but Black Shield's there for that. And of course, they have the go button. They have the engage with the assault and battery. Balanced engage, a tanky front line, and 2 hyper carries. Can you really draft any better than that?
No, I mean, I think Immunity not only have a comp that's very suitable for what's happening, but something they're very comfortable with. So I like what's here on this side. Again, really surprised. I mean, I guess there's no Swain player on the Chiefs side, so it makes sense. It's hilarious to me that Chiefs basically have the classic Immunity comp that we've seen in a few weeks of the OPL already, that is kind of missing that really high damage mid laner element.
And you have to remember, I believe Swiffer to this point has played 6 different champions, so he's definitely been showing kind of the deeper cuts of his champion. But this is his first repeat champion, probably his strongest champion. It's definitely his most played champion in solo queue. This is the champion he's definitely known for. He had the option of anything here. I mean, Kassadin in lane he does decently, but he opens up a lot of potential counter picks. They went for the skill matchup, basically. They went for the LeBlanc, one of the actual more comfortable laning matchups for Cassian. Of course, LeBlanc can snowball any lane. If she gets an experience advantage, an item advantage, it can be crazy. But it's definitely a gambit being thrown here, and I do favor the IM comp if they can weather out the incredible mid game of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and there's so much pressure there as well. I mean, Spooks here on Lee Sin, if that's the case, if this is how the Chiefs want to set up this game, there's going to be a lot riding on his shoulders to really push his team through in the early mid stages.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got a balanced tank matchup in the top wave, so unless there's a lot of gank pressure, it's going to be very, very safe. In the mid lane, probably going to need some help to hold down that Cassian early. If he is able to keep up farm cheese with LeBlanc, it's not a good situation for IM. In the bottom lane, they don't have a lot of setup CC, so it's not that easy to gank the Morgana Jinx lane. You, of course, want to punish that hyper carry. Jinx can trade so effectively in early levels with the Sivir. You kind of want to get in there, get in her face, and keep her down. But Lee Sin doesn't have the tools in bottom lane to do that, so I have to think it's going to be all about the Spooks and Swiffer show.
I mean, are we maybe expecting a lane swap there as well, just to isolate their mid lane even a bit more?
I mean, it's a possibility. There hasn't been a lot of lane swaps in the OPL so far. In terms of if it's a top lane snowball, then of course Renekton and Maokai about the same in a 2v1. We could go for the mid swap, but I mean LeBlanc in a 1v2 wouldn't really work. We haven't seen mid swaps in such a long time. We're really going for deep cuts there. So I'm going to guess standard lanes. And it's going to kind of be the gambit to Spooks and Swiffer. Can they really get this game going in the mid game? Because that's what their team needs.
Yeah, it's a very classic, not even a classic Chiefs thing at this point. It's a classic Spooks and Swiffer thing. They've been playing together for so long. They were a famous duo queue and still are actually on the Oceanic servers. So nice to see them kind of back in that pairing. But it's a big question. There's a lot here on both of them actually to make sure they can pull through this game. Because Immunity, they are no strangers to fighting late game team fights.
And we have to give them credit. Because remember the last time we kind of criticized Chiefs to some degree for picking a mid-game comp and getting outscaled, they were able to pull it back against the Rich Gang and take that in a really titanic game. If you haven't seen it, please go to that oce.loesports.com website. Check out that VOD because it was a wonderful display of late-game team fighting, even when they were basically out-comped. This time, late game, it's not looking good for Chiefs, but if they can control the mid-game, you can win any game in League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can do it, it's probably the Chiefs. So let's get into game here. Immunity over on the blue side for their first match in the OPL against the Chiefs. And the Chiefs over on the right here, looking to continue their undefeated streak so far. 6-0 in games. Are Immunity the team that finally stops the train?
So far, we're seeing very defensive fanning coming out from both teams. Actually, it's Jinx in the mid lane, trying to scout out and see what happens, but no sign of an invade just yet.
Yeah, we can see the Chiefs sort of grouping up a little bit here. 3-man strong in towards their own blue buff. Now got a ward down, just kind of scouting out and seeing what they can see. Swiffer hiding out with his dual lane there as well. We've got Swiper in the top side there as well. He's kind of guarding the top entrance, and Spooks is kind of doing the same. So very defensive setup here for the Chiefs, and kind of the same thing for IAM. They're using Uber Road to anchor vision in the mid lane, and they're actually very heavily grouped in towards their own red buff.
And they seem to really be suspecting an invade into the red buff. You look down both lineups, there's no real terror matchups that really want to force a lane swap. You could argue Sivir versus Jinx, but sort of lane where if you understand the limits of both champions, you can play it defensively and do just fine. There's no really bad matchups, so it just might be a scouting report, but so far it's not going to punish anything.
One of the things I do like about the formation is that you basically ensure that your opponents can't get deep vision into your jungle, because if someone walks through this way, they're going to get killed, and if someone walks the other way, you're probably going to see them. So it'd be a really long path around the bottom through the tri-bush to actually get the vision you wanted.
So you're splitting the interest for the potential of a really decisive first pick. I understand your logic, but so far in this game, not necessary.
Yeah, and we've seen quite a few defensive spreads in the OPL. We'll continue here safe and strong here in this particular game, and Zahi and Tegan going to group up for Krog. Zahi moving into red, and Lee Sin going to do the same there on the top side. Spooks getting a bit of help there from Swiper.
So no need for any jungle follows, no lane swaps. Very, very simple, standard competitive League of Legends.
Yep, going to break out into standard lanes here. Just kind of looking through. Nothing super surprising here as far as starting items go. I guess maybe the one thing to highlight is the mid lane matchup here. Chee's going to go for a very safe Crystalline Flask, and Swiffer a bit more aggressive with his Doran's Ring.
It was actually added, I believe, IEM earlier this year that we saw a LeBlanc, I believe it was Link on LeBlanc, being punished for going Doran Ring against Cassian, just because if you don't pick up the flask and the 3 potions, Cassian's Q does quite a lot of damage. MR runes in general have moved out of the meta. Swiffer's not running any MR. He's just sitting on the 30 MR, as you can see on your screen. It is a risk, because early levels, if you can keep up an experience, you can get out harassed by the Cassian. And even though it's just level 2, 1 point in the queue, we're seeing that already.
Yeah, Swiffer just missing his W, actually, so Cheese did not take the extra damage from the Sigil. And again, every time the Q comes in, he's happily trading with his own. I mean, Swiffer can trade back and forth, but right now, Cassidy looking very strong, and all this sustain just gets him what he wants. Get to level 6 safely.
Absolutely. If they just throw Qs at each other, one of them has 3 potions, actually biscuits on top of the potions, and the flask, and the other person has already popped through one of those biscuits. So it's a significant regen advantage for Cheese. He'll love this this back and forth so far.
Yeah, Swiffer, though, is actually aggressively pushing the wave. That's one thing I've noticed when we see him play. He actually takes a tower hit as well, so very aggressive there in the mid lane, but Swiffer is so good at keeping his wave aggressively pushed up.
But look at Spooks actually hanging back. You can see exactly what they want to do here. They've got the Doran Ring. They know there's no potions available. Spooks wants to snowball this lane early and justify the early selfish purchase from Swiffer.
He was hiding out a little bit, but has gone off to do the scuttle crab towards the dragon now as well. So we'll give that up for now. Swiffer, the level 4 now, slight experience edge from his aggressive pushing, and he's going to keep applying pressure. Spooks will be back in towards his jungle and actually aggressive pushing down the bottom as well. So everything going well here for the Chiefs early on.
Yeah, they're pushing in all the lanes. Of course, that opens up so much movement potential for Spooks. They're basically enabling Spooks, pushing our waves, allowing him to invade the enemy jungle, steal away buffs, maybe even contest Zahi in the early levels. Not a lot of CC coming out of Vi in the early levels. So, of course, if the rotation does come in from the LeBlanc, who's now pushing in the Kassadin, if he gets there first, could be the first blood coming through for Chiefs.
And that's one of the things I love about how the Chiefs are playing their early state is they know that Vi really just wants to power farm to 6, so why not take advantage and push your lanes early on?
I mean, it's the complete unknowledge of how the game flow is supposed to go. They understand that given the matchups, given Vi's penchant for farming, if they have the pressure advantage, push it to the limit in the early levels. Understand that Vi's probably not going to be ganking these overextended lanes. You have implied safety just from that Vi pick, and try and contest the buffs and keep that Vi behind. Because at level 6, Lee Sin can do a lot of miraculous things, but Vi is so reliable. Right-click on someone, go in.
Yeah, and I think we can see that a bit here in the jungle item choices as well early on. Trailblazer is done there for Zai for a bit more farming, and we do actually have the Chilling Smite coming through for Spooks now.
It's very early. Of course, we're still on 5.3, so you can freely change between those enchants. So we often see the Trailblazer into the late Chilling Smite, perhaps when the Warrior enchantment is finished. This tells me that Spooks, it's that lane pressure he wants to go for, which makes sense. If the first dragon is going to come from a pick, it's going to come from Spooks.
It does walk past a ward there, but he'll be okay for now. Actually, still fishing potentially in towards the middle lane as well, but she's not too far forward yet. Still has his flash, almost level 6, currently sitting at 5, so pretty safe so far for the Kassadin.
Yeah, he's still sitting on, I believe, at least 2 potions, and he's chugged through some of his flask, but such a big regen advantage. You can see Spooks, he's trying to push this lane, because Swiffer just can't sit in lane and trade with this Kassadin.
Yeah, so I like that there. Spooks moving in, we'll clear it out. Swiffer's actually going to go back now, so a decent CS lead. That will drop now, of course, as Kassadin picks up minions, but Cheese has to be very happy with how the first 6 minutes of this game has gone.
Yeah, even or better in CS, you know, with just regen start, feeling great as Kassadin. And whenever you can say that about Kassadin, even or better, things are looking good.
Yeah, and up towards the top now, so I haven't checked in here for a while, but just a lot of farming, it seems like, going back and forth. Swiper, a little low on mana right now, but he should be fine. And J.K. Smith actually started with a J.K. Smithy special here. It's Doran's Shield.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make too much sense compared with the Maokai's ability set. It's just going to be the auto attacks that you're going to see a reduction from, but of course just the regen and health. It does help a lot. I guess it's kind of an interesting situation where if we see a Lee Sin gank, actually you'll get a lot of purchase out of the Doran Shield. So it's just a balanced defensive item. There was no real need to start anything else. You don't really need a Ruby Crystal as a starting item because you don't really go into that Kindle Gem as much early. So with all the options available to him, Boots perhaps too aggressive or you know, just too much regen. So go for that Doran Shield.
Yeah, very solid, very safe here. And J.K. Smith, you will push things in. Swiper's actually gone back, got a Catalyst, not going to opt for the second Dorans this time, and will teleport back to his wave to start pushing it out again.
Yeah, probably a gold value related there. Just was so close to the Catalyst, the completed item. Gets him towards the Rod of Ages if he wants to go for the more offensive of the 2 Maokai items we see. But, you know, given the mid-game potential, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Righteous Glory just to complement Sivir.
Yeah, I mean, that would be actually a very strong pickup here. We've seen that quite a lot in these Sivir-based comps as well. We've even seen Rosie pick it up a few times as well on sports like Annie, so that's an option here. But the Chiefs have rotated in for this Dragon, but Immunity do want to stop them here. Zahi does have level 6, so does Cheese, but this Dragon might just be long. Swiffer actually going to get very aggressive. Swiper has dived in, and first blood, the Vi just gets exploded. Dragon goes to Chiefs. J.K. Smithy comes down, but Rosie covers him perfectly, and what a play!
Look at that ward that they managed to get to spot out Zahi, and they got the assassination coming from Swiffer, instantly killing the jungler, confirmed the dragon for Chiefs. Very nice pick, and who to get first blood but Swiffer. We're going to see the replay. It's the ward that's the real MVP. They see Zahi's on low health, and this instantly burst him down. He's almost deleted off the map. Smart pick. It saves the dragon. It's a good spot.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. And Swiper didn't even TP, by the way. My mistake there. It was just in the area, had rotated down after using it earlier, and just flash W'd onto him for the easiest kill of Swiffer's life. So a good start there. Kassadin slightly up in CS. Got his catalyst now, does Cheese, but Athene's done here for Swiffer, and he's getting much more aggressive. That was a very well played chain.
He weaved the chain in there. Almost looked like he curled it around a minion. But again, the best LeBlanc players make those sort of mechanics look easy.
That one was really clever. He actually W'd on top of the wave and threw the chain up midair, so that because he knew that when he landed, the minions were going to clear out, and he'd land the chain perfectly.
So he's saying Swiffer knows a little bit about those LeBlanc mechanics.
He may have played this champion a few times here. As we are going to settle in. Chiefs with the first blood and the first dragon. Only 300 gold up, but they'll take the lead. This is what their team needs to be doing.
Yeah, but you can see Cheese is farming just fine. He's 5 CS ahead in the bot lane. There's been some heavy trading. I don't think anyone's quite going to fall.
No, T-Gun does flash out there, so he's going to be okay for now. But Uberbro's starting to fall a bit behind now. BF Sword versus BF Sword. Normally a place where you think Jinx might be favored, but so far Rosie and Radier looking very strong in the bottom side.
And although both people lived, look at the summoners used. You can see all summoners used for immunity, and actually, I say it just as the assassination comes through.
Yeah, Spooks will get traded for there. That's a really good binding, and the Chompers as well to get the trade kill. But T-Gun just got sniped there by Spooks.
But it's important. The trade kill goes straight to Jinx. Jinx, who was behind, who had no summoners. This lane would have had to be denied to some degree anyway. No regen, no summoners available compared to all summoners available on Radier. He picks up the red buff. It's actually probably an advantage to the immunity with that gank.
Yeah, you have to think so. I mean, we talk about immunity having a comfortable late game comp here, so this Jinx actually getting a little bit of freedom there. Getting that trade kill is probably quite happy. I mean, going to clear out some waves out under the turret. Sivir does push very aggressively, but as long as Uberbro stays competitive in this lane, that's all he wants.
It's 300 bonus gold. They're not being zoned off the turret. Of course, if Lee Sin had come in and basically harassed them off the turret, they could get a lot of turret damage, maybe even denied a whole wave given there was no summoners up on immunity's side. A little bit over-aggressive, and the dying binding coming out from T-Gun. It worked a treat.
Yeah, nice play. Swiffer going to get his blue buff now as well, so we'll collect that off of Spooks, who graciously donates it over to his mid lane. A warrior enchant is done now for Spooks, but not quite yet for Zahi. So that early aggression that Spooks showed there actually got him enough gold for that enchant.
Yes, all the regen, all the warding, available, and also the warrior. He's going to look to aggressively invade soon.
Down the bottom, though, it seems like we have some trouble. Rosie off screen, kind of blinking red there. Swiffer going to move and actually goes past the wall, but he's roaming down. He really wants to go in, so an all-in there seems to try and line up some kills for LeBlanc, and Swiffer, he's in a good spot to go get it, but they might have backed off just far enough. Swiffer going to dive in. Uberbro in trouble. The chain will miss, though. Swiffer in so much trouble, does get off just in time. No, Zahi will collect the kill. Then has his ulti. Spooks has to be careful. Cheese down here as well. Spooks kicks him back, gets one kill. Can he make it two? Just needs to land another Q, but Cheese going to clean it up instead. He actually got the double, but Cheese gets the trade.
The double kill was really important for Lee Sin to pick up. It would have been a significant disadvantage for immunity. But Spooks, he pushes those limits on Lee Sin like nobody else.
Yeah, an aggressive roam there for Swiffer. Maybe a little too deep on that tower dive. He has now finished his Athenes, but let's see that again.
So he goes for the turret dive here. Doesn't think that Moore can hit a bind, so he thinks it's going to be easy. Doesn't expect the black shield. And actually overstays. The Ignite probably would have got the kill. Then Zahi goes in, of course, has Kassadin in his pocket. The first pickup comes up from Spooks. Wait to see how low he falls. How does he get that last bit of damage? It must have been the end of the second part of the red buff proc. Not necessarily calculated, but so clutch in the end.
Yeah, really good that he got it there, and he does now have a Sightstone as well, so can continue playing aggressively, get some deep vision down, and keep trying to fight. But Warrior done now for Zahi as well. Chiefs have to be a little careful. They're playing very aggressively this game.
And all the action in mid and bot, we actually look up to top lane. Quite a big CS advantage for JK Smithy, but he's been caught by Lee Sin.
Really nice slow there as well. Lands the Q as well. JK Smithy going to turn it on, has popped his ulti. Swiper going to try and follow in. There's not that much damage, but there's just going to be enough. Spooks nails the second Q and collects the kill.
Spooks and Swiffer, that's who we were discussing in the pregame. Both of them hitting their line skill shots perfectly in the early game. 6-3 is the advantage. It could so easily have been an even kill score if they hadn't been so on form with their champions.
Good pressure here from Cheese as well. Swiffer will move in to actually clean the minions out, so we'll do so there with LeBlanc. Zahe around there as well. Doesn't quite have his ulti back, so can't go in. And Dragon back up in a minute. Zahe might start things off by clearing out the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, we look at the warding coming through. It's actually excellent defensive warding for immunity around the Dragon, and no sort of wards coming through for Chiefs. So even though they picked up the first one, not really in a position to contest the second one, at least on the warding front. They have the Sightstone Lee Sin, in fact, double Sightstone available. And speaking of Lee Sin, he wants to pick up a kill on Cheese before this dragon spawns.
Yeah, pretty tricky kill to try and force here, but Swiffer is going to go and does get aggressive. Can't quite land the chain. Spooks will try himself. Swiffer goes back in. Spooks tries to find the Warthog, but not quite enough, and Swiffer maybe misses the first chain of this game, so a bit of pressure there, but Swiffer has to be careful. This Caston is not messing around. Rod of Age is already done for Cheese.
It's a very fast Rod of Age. It's actually already a minute on the timer. It's only 9 minutes away from completion. 22 minutes is a very early power spike for the Caston to complete that item. As we see the Chiefs, they're looking for a gank rush, but they're going to eat some pain.
Yes, Swiffer got caught by a binding, actually does manage to flash over the wall. That's the Mimic there, so Cheese chasing him, and Tegan actually does have the ulti out onto Spooks. He will complete the snare, going to line up an easy binding, but Tegan now going to get caught out of position. Q rides back in, Spooks there, could be in trouble. Tree's looking for it, but a good reset ulti there by Rosie. Now Swiper coming in as well there on that teleport. That's the one kill. That's all Chiefs get, but they'll take the dragon as well.
Yeah, the rotation when you're talking about on the hunt is always going to be swift coming through from Chiefs, so it was definitely an overextension from Tegan for damage. He had the ignite, probably thought he could pick up the solo kill, but falls down, and even though they don't have the vision, they have no business really taking this dragon based on vision. With the Spear numbers, so easy.
Yeah, really strong pick there to set that up. JK Smithy will get a tower, and the mid tower may go down here as well. There's the mid one, so 2 turrets there traded for that second dragon. Immunity probably pretty happy with that.
Yeah, on 5.3, you have to say 2 turrets. I mean, 1 turret for one of the first 2 dragons, probably a decent trade. 2 turrets is definitely an equalizing trade. In terms of gold, they're actually 1,300 gold ahead. It's not till the 3rd dragon that, say, the march towards the 5th dragon or the really critical stats from the dragon comes through. So they'll take this as long as they can set up and defend that 3rd dragon from Chiefs in 5 minutes' time.
And I think that's the interesting thing about dragon versus towers here. That, back in the day, that was basically just a gold trade. Now, though, you're trading, stats for later in the game or for right now that scale up for flat gold. And you'd think Chiefs are the ones that probably prefer the flat gold in this situation.
You say that, but again, it's a fairly low damage comp. We're talking about LeBlanc hitting all her skill shots and a Sivir in the late game. Sivir can hit a decent item threshold and be a tank buster very late, but in the mid game her damage does fall off quite significantly. I feel like Dragon is their easiest way to victory. Rich Games games have been quite similar in terms of picking these low damage but high CC comps, high pick pressure in the mid game comps, and taking games out before we get super late. I think the Dragon's very important to Chiefs' cause, but two turrets, definitely not an ideal trade.
Yeah, so Immunity will take it, but Chiefs' game plan going pretty much as well as they could hope for so far. Blue buff does get picked up by Swiffer as well. Hasn't quite picked up his next item, but does have his boots, some double Dorans, and his Athenes. Rod of Ader's Sork Shoes now done for Cheese there as well, and Infinity Edge is on the way for both carriers. They've actually basically both got the same components right now.
But they're both sitting on, just about sub 2,000 gold, so both of them can go pick up their Infinity Edges very soon. The one item power spike I think is significantly higher for Uberbro just because of the potential of that AoE crit coming out from the Infinity Edge, so you definitely favor him in terms of those pickups that we can see him go back, pick up right now. But again, this 3rd Dragon is going to be the critical factor. Finally, Chiefs have pretty good wards set up around Dragon. No real reason for Morgana to face check anything just now, but in a few minutes, definitely going to start seeing that Dragon warding come through.
Yeah, Raider actually did get his Ions done, his Berserker Greaves as well. Not so much like there for Ubero, but does have his Infinity Edge ready to go, so that's good news there. And maybe the surprise is actually the top side of the map. Swiffer actually might be looking for a kill. He's going to find Tegan. Tegan face checks the brush, and that's not what he wanted to do. Spooks kicks him in the face for a kill.
Actually, checking to see if he used back shield. He did, but you wouldn't tell from just how much burst damage is coming through from the LeBlanc. It's only Athene's Unholy Grail. We haven't seen the nearest large rod pickup come yet, but the damage has already started.
Yeah, and good rotation from Chiefs as well. Going to take out the bottom turret for themselves as well. So they'll take that turret. Raider going to continue to grow his CS lead a little more, but up towards the top as well. J.K. Smithy actually winning quite well in this match. We're about 20 CS ahead, even with a Brutalizer a bit more aggressive from him.
It is the consistent advantage we see in the top lane. You're right. I don't believe we saw a Brutalizer the last time we saw Renekton come out. I believe that was against Lissandra, so there might have been a Hex Drinker involved. Brutalizer, 1 damage item. Renekton's been the standard for a long time, ever since it was Wicked, I believe, pioneering that. It's not the Tiamat choice, but does give him some good stats, and Cheese is here to help him try and take out Swiper.
Yeah, Swiper in trouble, does pop his ulti. It's going to take a lot of damage here between Caston and Renekton. Nowhere really to go, can't run from Caston, and JK Smithy gets the kill.
Yeah, and you can see Chiefs have rotated into the mid lane. They really want to start picking up this global gold. If they take down this turret, they will be ahead in gold. So this is a big pickup for them. but Cassidy's going to start to rotate, and they have to back off.
Yeah, plenty of AoE there between Zahi and Uberbro there. Excessive force plus the rockets teaming up nicely to clear those waves out. So Immunity will hold on to their gold lead for now and hold on to the turret advantage as well. Chiefs, we keep talking about it. They've got a good mid-game comp, and we are fast approaching that mid-game.
I mean, Immunity, the one thing they have to watch is that their wave clear is actually quite poor. You mentioned excessive force and perhaps the force pulse. You have to get in fairly short range to be able to wave clear with those abilities. Jinx's AoE crits will be quite good in the late game, but again, auto attack layer, not reliable. They're definitely not Sivir. They don't have a Sivir wave clear option. Maokai actually does a lot of wave clear himself. They need to be careful with these picks. They need to be careful with using the Kassadin to get side wave control or getting ganks in the side waves, because we can see a lot of quick rotations coming from the Underhunt and quick turret pushing coming out of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and the next Dragon will be up in a minute 35 as well, so you have to think that the Chiefs are going to want to move in for their third. That's a critical one for them in this team comp. They can get another pick, great, but they might just have to fight 5v5 for it.
I don't think I've actually seen this from Maokai, but look at the item build here. He's actually just kept the Catalyst. This has not been a trend. We've seen either Righteous Glory or Rod of Ages completed. You have to guess from this it's going to be the Righteous Glory just because the Rod of Ages time will be so late. But the Frozen Heart completed super, super fast. You look down this lineup, there are 3 big auto attackers, and Kassadin loves to get in there with his W as well. So it's a very, very fast Frozen Heart. It could actually be the unsung hero of the next team fight, potentially in a minute's time at Dragon.
Yeah, and big utility pickup there for Swiper as well, really pushing the support tank role that Maokai likes to play here. And actually, a Ghost Blade's been completed by JK Smithy, so he has gone aggressive there with that Brutalizer, actually converting that quite early.
Shades of PDD with the Ghost Blade. You don't often see a completed 2,500, 3,000 gold offensive item. It's usually Tiamat, that 1,900 gold Tiamat into tanking. So he's actually committed a lot to split pushing, you'd have to say. I only really see the power of the Ghost Blade coming out in the split push sense. It gives him a lot of turret damage pressure if he pops that active. I don't know, just to me it's surprised just because so much gold spent on combat stats and not a lot of defensive options.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, this big tank, especially against someone like Sivir that can have trouble, you want to burst through, but Spooks actually might have been caught here. Cheese going over the top, but Swiper, another well-placed teleport. Swiffer does land the chain, but Riftwalk will get Cheese out of it. JK Smithy, though, going to come straight in there, and Radiant just going to move around the back. JK Smithy taking way too much damage, and Swiffer will get the first kill. Rosie now in a lot of trouble, actually going to get ultied there as well, and Cheese will get that next kill. Now Swiper getting chased down. The Rockets doing so much work. Swiper going to look to go down here as well. Radiant has to cut away from T-Gun and forced to use his ulti. Gets hit by the W, gets crit away there as well, and T-Gun gets the kill 4-2 Immunity.
Genius bait, unwittingly coming out from JK Smithy. He teleported into the middle of the fight, instantly died because of his offensive build coming through, but who was happily free hitting at the back? You see he's actually picked up a crit cloak that has quite a surprising amount of crit, as we see Swiffer. He's doing some interesting juking. That Q went multiple directions, but I think he's going to die.
Yeah, just got away, actually. He's still alive. He's actually juked all the way back to his other W. Now T-Gun going to try and find him, and Swiffer, a miraculous escape, and the Dragon does go to Immunity.
I pronounced his death too early. Even I was juked as to who was the real LeBlanc there. The Swiffer, the LeBlanc master, does it again.
Really strong play, but unfortunately not enough there to kill that carry. And you talked about one-item drinks and critting rockets. That was a perfect example of that in the last team
See,
fight.
it wasn't one item, Pesham. It was the crit cloak on top. I was actually just I was just watching it and going, wow, that's a lot of crits in a row. That was almost the gold tier 20% RNG coming through, but it wasn't 20%. It was the 35% crit, and it did massive things in that fight.
Yeah, just so much AoE. The Chiefs clumped up to kill JK Smithy. He died very quickly with just the Ghost Blade, but Immunity will take it. Those are the sorts of fights they can win, and crucially, they denied Chiefs their third Dragon.
But both teams made a significant mistake in that fight. Firstly, JK Smithy, he teleported in as if he had a Randuin's, but of course he had the Ghost Blade, so he died instantly to focus fire. Surprisingly fast for a Renekton with ultimate. But on the other side of the coin, free hitting was Jinx. They didn't have the defensive warding to be able to spot her to try and take her down. And Swiffer doing some assassination things, but not getting the kill.
Yeah, she's actually in trouble. Though Spook's going to move in, but does Rift walk away. Will Kassadin and Uberbro gets low. Swiffer actually low there as well. His Mimic bleeding low on health, so Swiffer's going to be forced back here. A good attempt at a pick, but can't quite convert.
I might, this is not something that Swiffer's known for, but I'd actually like to see a Zhonya's second coming out, just because he's trying to overextend in fights to kill Jinx. That's his only job, basically, is to assassinate Jinx. That's the thing that Swiffer needs to do in these fights, especially after the big amount of gold that Jinx was able to pick up in the last fight. But he's taking so much trade damage, he probably needs that stasis option just to run down his cooldowns. He already has quite a lot of CDR. But killing Jinx, that's the priority #1 for the Chiefs.
Yeah, good binding there for Tegan. Will land onto Spooks there as well, so he will be denied any extra pressure. You mentioned Zonya's. Cheese almost done with his now as well, and I love that option on the Kassadin.
Absolutely, you can Rift Walk in. You can even get your W damage and confirm it, as Uberbro takes a lot of damage, but so far is alive.
Swiffer making some pretty big plays here. Tegan, though, actually going to use his ulti. Rosie blocks the W there, and Swiffer really wants these kills. Just missed the chain. Zahi now going to go in. Swiffer will dodge the next binding. Good movement there, but Zahi really wants it. Swiffer going to distort back, and he's trying so hard to kill this Jinx.
The amount of map pressure Swiffer is able to cause on that LeBlanc is unbelievable. It feels like pre-nerf Kassadin almost, the amount of different gap closes he's done to try and assassinate Uberbro. He's close, but again, no cigar. Even with someone is down for Uberbro, he needs to pick up those big kills in team fights.
Yeah, just a quick check as well. Yeah, Tegan is maxing that Black Shield second on Morgana, so he knows that he has one job. He has to protect his AD carry here as well. And the Phantom Dancer just got completed by Uberbro. So Raider keeping up on items, but it's a pretty big difference in AD carries.
Swiper will actually feel relieved that he's gone for the early Frozen Heart, just because Jinx is overtuned for items at this point. When you pick up that Phantom Dancer, especially after all the changes to how crit is distributed among those items, you do so much single target damage as Jinx to one target. And it's going to be the Maokai in the front line. At least he has quite a bevy of armor to at least try and hold off that massive Jinx damage.
We'll have to see here. Immunity actually pushing their map pressure a little further forward. Tegan and Zahi both getting pretty aggressive to try and get wards done. They've almost gotten themselves killed a few times, but managed to stay alive and keep the pressure up. Looks at the top side of the maps where they're looking, so maybe their first Baron is what they want, as Rosie going to get chased down here by Chiefs, caught a little out of position. Cheese will go back in. Rosie, a good juke there using the brush. Now Swiffer going to rotate in as well. He really wants it, but Zahi finds him immediately. The ulti goes in. Swiffer pops out there, but Uberbro is going to find him. Swiffer going to have to use the clone very well to block it up. He actually does juke them there, gets a second distortion, and can he get out of it? Well, the ult goes through. Uberbro, though, claims the kill.
Yeah, the assassination mission for Swiffer finally leads to his own death. Rosie was just trying to open up some ward coverage to allow those easy picks to come through. But it's a very linear strategy. It's going all in on trying to cause shenanigans in the enemy base. 2 minutes to Dragon. At least they haven't given away the window for a 4th Dragon. But they can't be too cute here, Chiefs, because again, we're talking about an Immunity team that should outscale them in the late game.
Yeah, and Immunity getting that last Dragon as well, delaying the Chiefs' 3rd, and obviously the eventual 4th and 5th that they could threaten. Just such a big deal that they were able to win the last team fight and contest the 3rd Dragon. We always talk about it. The first 2 are pretty good, but the 3rd is crucial.
Absolutely. So they don't have that 5% move speed. Who knows if they manage to get those previous picks if Swiffer had that extra 5% move speed. And now they're almost overextending to get single kills. And Immunity, they're farming up. We already see 10 stacks on that Rod of Age has been completed for a couple of minutes now. I guess the only puzzling thing to me is the damage choice from JK Smithy, just because he's delaying grouping when his team are building Aegis, they're building Zonias, they're looking for team fight items. He's gone the more selfish route. Of course, maybe it'll help him to hold down Maokai. He's still that big 35 CS up against Maokai, but Maokai's definitely already doing his job in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Swiper's still looking for a few items though. Righteous Glory not quite done, but does have good armor between the Frozen Heart and the Ninja Tabe. Maybe JK Smithy thinks that the likely side lane pushes are either Swiper or Swiffer, which would make the Spirit Visage early make a lot more sense, but I sort of agree. He does now have the Warden's Mail, but still kind of squishy on this Renekton. Really needs that 3rd item.
Yeah, you just have to think, what is that 2,800 gold doing for him? If it was split pushing, if he was taking turrets in the top lane, if he was forcing Maokai out of lane, absolutely excellent pickup. If it had been a 3-1-1 game where we had 2 split pushes, so much split push pressure coming out of the Yoma's Ghostblade. But it feels like he needs to be the big tank for his team, and right now at least, he's deceptively squishy.
Yes, but they are going to face check a couple of saplings there as well. Immunity going to look for their 2nd Dragon now as well, and the Chiefs just starved out of vision around the pit, haven't been able to secure it. There are plenty of pink wards in the area from Immunity as well. They're going to clear out the Scuttlecrab. Dragon respawns, and Chiefs looking maybe to counter push instead.
Yeah, Chiefs have position here if they want to push down mid, but they're reacting to the Dragon. They have to walk through JK Smithy, but this Dragon's falling low quickly.
Yeah, they need to try and kill Uberbro as well, and they just can't get it done. So 2nd Dragon will go to Immunity, and Chiefs going to just move in towards the red side of Immunity's jungle. They're setting up a gank rush here, but they should not face check. JK Smithy going to run in first. Does pop his ulti. Rady goes around the side. Zahi dives in the back. Tegon looks for an ulti, but can't find it. But Uberbro still safe in the back. JK Smithy, though, getting melted, and Swiffer will rejoin the fight. Cheese goes in and goes down. A Swiper gets that killer. Great ult resets for Rosie, and now JK Smithy going to get chased out as well. So many flashes. charges over the top. Uber Bro is going to try and cut it out. He's not going to get it done, though. And a 5-0 ace for the Chiefs.
Immunity bought the bait, hook, line, and sinker. They needed to double down on what they had vision of. They knew where the minions were pushing into the mid lane. They had their pink walls down defensively. The one area that was top risk for them to walk through was next to the Raptors, and they paid for it desperately. After looking so great, getting so many advantages for themselves, this Baron is going to change this game.
Yeah, gold lead now back in Chiefs' favor, and let's see that fight again.
Again, they've got vision around this. They know where the minion wave is. Why are they walking through this brush? There was no need to do so, but of course, we've already mentioned the front line of Immunity isn't tanky at this point, and JK Smithy and Zahi's already dead, but JK Smithy's chunked out. They shoot through the ult, but Chiefs, they're fighting around their frontline tank. All the damage so far has been absorbed by Maokai, and even though he's stunned in the back, it doesn't matter. All their damage dealers healthy, they pick up a free Baron.
Yeah, and that was without the Rabadons, I believe, for Swiffer as well, which is now completed, plus an extra blasting one for what is soon to be a Void Staff. Last Whisper done for Radiant now as well. Righteous Glory completed there for Swiper. The Chiefs just finished a lot of major items. Even Randuin's for their jungler has been done as well. Immunity had a lead now, and Chiefs just flipped the gold lead on its head.
You know, I have to wonder if Immunity, much like Rich Gang, will watch this VOD and wonder if that was the moment where they kind of undid their own hard work. It was their own mistakes that were made. And Swiffer, he wants to pick up the kill.
He really wants it, going in so much damage, and just 3 hits him to... Jeez, that is 100-0.
That's what you get with the Death Cap base time. You get instant killing. And that Jinx is done. So's this mid turret. And Chiefs, you know, a moment ago, they were looking like they were behind it. They had to go for something desperate. That sort of a gank rush was desperate. But oh, did it pay off.
Yeah, there's no looking about it, Papa Smithy. They were behind it now after a really smart gank, death brush and a Baron there as well to kind of sew things up. Looking strong, and this is what the Chiefs wanted. They basically begged Immunity to give them vision, and now Swiper going to dive in there. Zai just gets exploded there as Swiper dives all the way in. The Chiefs will back off, take a turret instead, and Immunity just cannot defend this mid inhibitor. Zai is still dead. Swiffer going in, almost gets a kill into T-Gun. Just basically 1v4. The Chiefs, though, take the minute hit and walk straight out.
And they handed over mid-game comp so much gold. 5 kills after being behind in the last few fights. Then the 300 gold to each member from the Baron. So many items are now being completed by the Chiefs. And they're actually overtuned after being significantly far behind. They were behind about 1,000 to 200 to 3,000 gold not 5 minutes ago. Suddenly 6,000 gold ahead, getting all the global objectives. It's going to be the 6th turret falling instantly here. And suddenly, Immunity, they're not even in touching distance of the Chiefs anymore. No,
I mean, we saw that Uber was keeping pace very well with Radiant for a while. I think ahead at one point as well. Chiefs are going to clear some vision out, but has to be careful. JK Smithy gets massively chunked there as well, despite the Black Shield and the Baron minion still there as well. Swiffer going in. Zai actually going to go in, but Swiffer just sort of baiting him out, but doesn't use his ulti. Goes back in onto Radiant. A good ulti there from Rosie will keep him out, but Cheese dives in and Renekton gets the first kill. Uber Bro, though, does get knocked up. Swiper's forced to back off. Cheese are going to go in trying to get another kill, and it's still not quite dead. Cheese, good Zony's there, but Spook's just going to kick him out of the way, you have to think, but no. Rosie does go down. A good Black Shield there for T-Gun. 2 for 2 actually. Immunity defend their base.
Yeah, Chiefs have to respect the damage coming out from Uber. He's full health. For once, he's got his tanks fighting in front of him, even though they've both fallen down, chunked out the members of Chiefs. They need to back away. They can reset, they can farm up these waves, get a bit more gold, but the map belongs to the Chiefs now.
It really does, and even just going back to that fight, and even just the last few as well, I mean, obviously Chiefs had a big injection of gold that helped them there, but you can't help but thinking JK Smithy here, 31 minutes in, still hasn't completed his roundy ones, and he just feels so squishy in these fights.
Yeah, we talk about the lack of tank busting coming out from Sivir. I mean, Renekton, he's tanky, but I wouldn't call him a frontline tank, especially compared to Maokai, who skipped over that selfish option, didn't even go for the mid-game power spike, just went for the teamfight option in Frozen Heart. And so we've got a top laner, a tanky top laner who's building for team fights from the start, basically ignoring the lane matchup and building for team fights. And then the selfish choices coming out from JK Smithy, they just haven't paid off. He hasn't got the split push going. I mean, if that face check never happened, would he have just outscaled, picked up the Randuins and been okay? Maybe. But it did, and now his build is kind of in disarray.
Yeah, and you can see the upgraded trinkets on all sides here as well. Chiefs have so many sweepers, so going to clear out some vision here in the bottom side as well, and just open up more space for this LeBlanc mostly as well. Raider also 3.5 damage items with an extra BF sword in inventory now as well. 6 turrets down, Chiefs going to make it 7.
Yeah, on patch 5.3 with the changes to the trinkets, so cheap, so easy to pick them up, but the fight might be on.
They're going to dive in. Cheezer already popped his on here. Spookso very tanky with the Warmocks, and Swiper in the middle of it all, just tanking so much damage, just keeping under it. Tiga down low as well. Pop the locket will immunity, and then Chiefs will back up out from the tower dive. Little awkward, no one dies, but Chiefs will take the pressure.
The important thing for immunity there wasn't actually Swiper tanking turret. After the twisted advance, the turret aggro changed to Radier, so they had to disengage. They couldn't just have the super tank going on, but he's been caught by Dark Bunny. He's dead.
Swiffer going in, gets bound and immediately killed. Now Zai going to turn around. Radier blocks it with his ulti, though. Rosie, a great ulti to reset the fight, but he's taking too much damage. She's going to dive back in, and Chiefs just have no good damage. So Swiper, though, actually does get the kill on Azahi. Still pretty tanky, but will eventually go down. And a 1-for-2 trade in there in favor of immunity. Swiffer, way too deep.
Yeah, none of the frontline is strong enough for Ubro to continue with the recess. They both teams back away. It was a miraculous Dark Binding coming onto LeBlanc. That's what won them that little engage. But it's only a small advantage, and of course the super minions are pushing aggressively. You can see on the minimap, the pings are coming through. They need to defend their mid turrets.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the Chiefs were staying in the lane, continuing to push it, and now they're going to rotate in for their third dragon. A little late on this dragon. You have to think that this is probably what Chiefs wanted to be their fifth, but better late than never. They'll take it.
Absolutely. It gives them that extra movement speed, more options. Again, the map is still realistically theirs to run away with, but there is a decent pink lineup. They at least have ideas of what's happening around their red and blue buff. Baron's a minute away. That's going to be a push for the immunity team to contest.
Yeah, Chiefs should have just enough time to spend their newly gotten gold and then go into the Baron and see if immunity want to contest for them. Swiffer actually going very aggressive, by the way. Not going to opt for the Zonies that we thought he might look at some point. Even going Abyssal Scepter fourth after Void Stuff.
Absolutely. Just getting a bit of magic resist to respect the damage coming through from Cheese, and to some extent the AoE magic damage coming down from JK Smithy. Of course, if you look at the per second values, not much AoE magic damage coming from the Dominus, but over 15 seconds, then the damage adds up. That Renekton, it's not going to be instantly deleted, so just respecting the magic damage potential and even amping up Maokai's damage.
Could be wrong, by the way. Swiffer actually just got a Negatron Cloak and now has the need to see that rod, so maybe is going to go for the Zonies. Just wanted some cost-efficient MR, but both items will be good. In fact, if he finishes his build that way, just be fine there as well. But immunity, respectable damage on their side. Chiefs do have to be careful.
I mean, you look at Swiper and Spooks, they've literally built to stop Jinx from getting a reset. You've got the Warmogs Randuins coming out from Spooks. He started with Warrior, got the early pressure, and we were calling his name so often early. His score is very respectable, but now he's all about disengage, peel, and stopping Jinx from getting that first kill. Because the first kill can lead to so many more with the hyper mobility of both Uberbro and Cheese, but they're going in.
Yeah, Spook's actually going to get ulti there, and the rest of them are going to catch in Tegan with a good binding, and Uberbro going to get the kill. Rosie's ultimate not enough to save him there, so Chiefs jungler down that will give immunity room on this Baron.
He's tanky, but Jinx is an excellent tank buster, and he was just left to the wolves. There was no even safeguard option coming through for Spook, so he dies. Immunity, I'm not sure what they can get done. Swiffer wants to get a pick.
Oh my god, kills Tegon through the black shield over the ridge. That's what he can get done.
Yeah, he does so much. It's still 30 magic resist for Tegon, so even though it's a little bit of magic damage negated, maybe 200 by the black shield, it's nothing compared to the, let's have a look, 640 AP Chief Swiffer on LeBlanc.
Yeah, not a joke on the LeBlanc right now with the AP. And unfortunately for Uberbro, we've got the Zombies coming through for Tegan. I think that's the right choice for support Morgana, but no Michaela's forthcoming right now. No Banshee's Valkyrie on Uberbro. If the Squishies get caught, they die very quickly to this LeBlanc.
And kind of the big item I want to talk about that's missing for me at 35 minutes is Thornmail on JK Smithy. That's the item I think that he could really start to shrug away whatever the bevy of damage items coming through on Radiant. He doesn't have that item. He's nowhere near it. He's going for a bit more magic resist, but he needs to be focusing on holding down Radiant. If he can get in Radiant's face and hold down the Sivir, there's only Swiffer for damage, but they're trying for Baron. There's a lot happening here.
Yeah, the Chief's going to peel off there. Swiper going to go in. She's actually so low already, and he's going to die there. Spooks will get that kill. Now Swiffer going to move around the back. JK Smithy in trouble, and Radiant already gets the kill onto that Jinx. That's the two carries from immunity down. She's going to keep going in. Kick back there from Tegan, just gets mashed back into the team, and that might just be game, Bubba Smithy.
Big picks come through. They don't have a minion wave to potentially finish the game, but they've got a Swiper. He's got a lot of armor. They should be able to finish it out.
Yeah, he's going to go in there. Spooks just kills JK Smithy. So much damage on this Chiefs team. Radiant coming in. Plenty of tanks here for Chiefs in immunity. Just going to wonder where the game went. Swiper going to tank a little bit of the Fountain Laser for fun. But Chiefs take it out, continuing their undefeated run.
Pastry time, sorry for the colloquialism, but it feels like immunity had their lunch stolen by the Chiefs. They were in such a wonderful spot, setting up for their second dragon, negating the third potential coming from Chiefs. But just face-checking one bush completely changed this game. Actually, shades of the Challenger series where we watched the 4-0 immunity games, which were doing fine. We saw a pause, and then a few moments later, we were wondering how immunity had lost that game. Feels almost the same here.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Chiefs, a fantastic performance there towards the end of it and a solid early game. But Immunity, I agree with you. The lunch has been very much stolen away.
So we're going to watch a replay perhaps to see one of the big highlights. And of course, this is the game brush. So let's not roll the clip. Let's watch what's happening here. Because we're looking in terms of wards. Where could Immunity have gone is the question. They know where the minion wave's at. They could have, of course, gone past the Raptors and just gone through the lane, tanked a few minions. Would have been just fine. They have defensive wards aggressively towards Chiefs jungle. They saw the Chiefs a moment before, so they had some idea that they were in the area. There's nowhere else they could be but this brush. So we roll the tape, and the face check comes through. J.K. Smithy's first in, so at least the tank's leading the charge, but he's not that tanky, and Zahe as well. He's a jungler, so he's not going to be the frontline tank. They needed J.K. Smithy to shrug off whatever damage was coming out of that brush if they'd committed to face checking it. But look, they paid for it. They didn't have the tanky members. And ace at 27 minutes, when the last 8 minutes we've been saying, wow, we were really praising Immunity's play. It was needless. They didn't need to go in there. The Garen brush is something we bring up time and time again. Are they in the brush or are they not? If they are, you might lose the game. So why not just respect it? Why not just go the safest way possible and lose nothing?
Well, unfortunately for Immunity, they lost everything there in that game, and the Chiefs continue an undefeated run, and we have one hell of a game coming next. The two Titans here, 1 and 2 of the OPL. The Chiefs, can they stay undefeated? Because they have to play the Direwolves.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. We're here for our second game, but first, let's have a look back at that MVP for our last one. And despite maybe distorting under a tower a little bit prematurely, it has to go to Swiffer. What a performance.
Yeah, Swiffer, again, leaving up that Swiffer LeBlanc, you can't afford to do it. It's two teams that have kind of thrown the gambit over to Swiffer and say, okay, we're going to leave the LeBlanc up. We have a plan. It didn't work out in that game, Atlas. It really made me scratch my head because Immunity were looking so good, like Rich Gang before them, in a winning position against the Chiefs. We'll see them playing again, but the Chiefs, they are opening up little weaknesses at the start of their games. And Direwolves, they're one team that might be able to capitalize on those.
Yeah, but the Chiefs, they just look to be able to team fight so incredibly effectively. It doesn't even matter whether they're behind. If they manage to get the team fight that they want and coordinate it the way they want it, man, we saw it against Rich Gang, we saw it here today.
Their adaptations are wonderful. They're able to recognize weaknesses or maybe recognize when teams are at their powerful points and come up with an on-the-fly strategy to combat them. Because again, their compositions have regularly been a step behind the enemies. They've regularly been going all in on the mid-game, getting to late, but then out team fighting. Just showing little adaptations that show why they're such a respected top team.
Oh, yeah, and why they're now 7-0. But speaking of which, on the other side of the rift in our next match, it is going to be the Direwolves. And they've been on a tear just recently. Of course, the only game that they have dropped was their previous bout against the Chiefs here. And this is going to be the rematch of the big one, these top two teams here in the OPL. And we'll see whether Perfections gets the same kind of camping that he got last time.
Yeah, they came into this 5-1. Of course, they haven't played all the games, but look at this clip. So again, 4 minutes 11. This is the first time we saw Direwolves and Chiefs a few weeks ago. What's the first thing we can say? Perfection, the top laner, the person who's really been carrying the Direwolves forward. A big gank comes through. He dies at level 4, I believe. 4 minutes in, very early in the game. So that's not too irregular, an early top lane gank. It happens. Yep. But that's not. It didn't stop there. We're looking, look at the clock now. 7 minutes. Swiper's gone back, picked up a Phage. Perfection doesn't respect that power spike. Solo kill. And you think, all right, that's Perfection in a lot of trouble. It's going to be finished at this point, 7 minutes in this top lane. But they don't stop there. The third gank comes in at 9 minutes. They absolutely singled out Perfection as the man to hold down. This top laner, this mechanical beast in Perfection, was repeatedly ganked and targeted by the Chiefs. And that's, again, Direwolves' only loss was on the back of Perfection, just not having the items or even the levels to really combat the Chiefs, what the Chiefs threw at him.
Yeah, and we have to mention that he then picked up Rumble into Aurelia yet again, the very same day, and the complete opposite happened. We highlighted it last time on the OPL here, and it doesn't even matter. You have to camp this guy, otherwise he can take over a game. And we saw his Hecarim, and man, I'm still getting nightmares. I mean, I know he's from the Shadow Isles, it's just generally a scary dude, but man, I'm frightened of the Perfections Hecarim, and I would be unsurprised if he's on the ban list because I don't know how you deal with that.
I think his laning phase as a player commands respect, whether it's the Aurelia, whether it's the Hecarim, even the Rumble, aside from that one performance. You mentioned that he picked it again. He dominated, I believe it was Christmas trees in the top lane that game as the Rumble. So he has so much carry potential. You can understand why the Chiefs put a lot of work, a lot of prep in trying to hold him down. And the respect doesn't stop with all this talk. The first ban is the Hecarim.
Oh yeah, and then the top lane respect continues with Sion being taken away as well, of course. Direwolves not wanting to see the immortal top laner in the hands of Swiper, who is arguably himself a very formidable top lane opponent. And it's actually just one of my favorite matchups in the whole of the OPL is Perfections versus Swiper because they're so clearly the best in their craft.
The king of the meta versus kind of the perfectionist. That's terrible. I don't think these things through. I just say them, and sometimes everyone's shaking their heads. I'm sorry, guys, but he's so on
my
form.
Head with respect.
It's the mechanics. It's the mechanics that really separate him from other people. It's not to say Swiper isn't a great mechanical player, but it's what Perfection's all about. Even in normal games, I've played with this guy. He's always taking it seriously. He's always trying to make himself a better player, whatever the venue. And it shows his CS values, his average CS, about 40 to 50 above the opponent. He's really on form. I thought the tank matchups were gone last series when we saw the Malphite and Sion bans. But we still saw the double tank. It still was the Maokai matchup in the top lane. But as the bans come through, some of these other top lane champions being banned away.
Oh my goodness, and I wasn't expecting this. Word on the street after Raidier's first Kalista match was that he probably wasn't going to play that champion again. Of course, they still did win, and things went great, but just wasn't a thing that they wanted to gamble with another time. But it is going to be locked in here for first pick, and that could actually just be aimed here at King, because King has shown a whole lot of prowess on basically anything he's been on. His farming is incredible, and his teamfight control, and especially his mechanical play in these 1v2, 1v3 situations that we saw in the OPL power plays, man, he's just very, very strong.
I mean, Kallista's definitely a gamble. We've seen Kallista's lose in the OPL. We've seen Kallista's held down in lane or a super tank being able to deal with it, because you have to remember, a lot of the super tanks are banned out this game. And the thing about Kallista is there's some champions who have a high upside, right? That's just the natural state of League of Legends. There'll be some champions who have a tough laning phase, and they can potentially do things in the late game. The things Kallista can do in the late game, those Ren sets, they can win games. So you can see the amount of upside there justifies the risk in the pick. And even if Radia, maybe you think of him as a Corki player, not a Kallista player, why not go for something that has that upside to win them a game against top opposition like the Direwolves?
Yeah, and speaking of top opposition, they have made a very intelligent next pickup in their first round of picks here. Of course, Jarvan being taken away, and Spooks, he's got a lot of his victories on that Jarvan. Of course, was banned away in the last game, but 3-0 on that guy. And Soulstrike's going to take that one away, but Morgana being picked up. No Black Shield available for this Kallista, and that is a big deal.
And you have to think the Morgana probably would have been taken away by the Chiefs just to combine with the Kallista, as you say. So it's a smart adaptation. Of course, they have the flexibility of playing it in another lane. If I'm not mistaken, the last time these two teams met, was it the mid Morgana that came out against the Chiefs? So there is flexibility, but you throw your hands up because you see a certain Swiffer champion come through.
Yeah, how? What? People...
Calm down, okay. Use your words. Use your words. Come on. Slowly.
I just don't know how you leave Ari up when Swiffer is in the game.
Okay, just remember, 5.3. So it's not superpower, let's win every lane, Ari. It's still very strong blind pick, Ari. So they've committed to what? Ostensibly, their jungler, their AD carry, and their mid laner. So they will potentially be able to perhaps counter pick the top laner, which makes a lot of sense. But Direwolves, especially after the last situation, you can see the top lane counter pick coming to Perfection.
Yeah, well, Perfection can do whatever he likes now because he's seen the Maokai, and even Sharp, I mean, he's in, no way inhibited from his choice. I mean, he gets to decide what he takes against Ari. Skill matchup, most likely. They're in that mid lane, and they've decided to leave it. And King, he's going to lock away the Cogmore.
Wow. Actually, have we seen a Cogmore this season? Maybe one in the OPL? None?
None in the OPL.
Got the control room is saying one. So Cogmore hasn't been a big pick. You can see they got Janna Morgana, so definitely the peel is happening already for the Direwolves. They do have the makings of a Protect the Cogmore comp. You just have to wonder, well, I mean, the Morgana's definitely going to a lane, and we've just seen Perfection absolutely run over a top Morgana as Hecarim. So will it be the repeat of the Morgana mid for the Direwolves? Will they leave that counter pick up for the top laner? I'm not sure right now, but I guess probably the biggest surprise to me, we didn't even mention some of these bans, the Xerath ban by Chiefs and then locking in Ahri. Given that they know Swift is an Ahri player, you don't want to pick Xerath with Ahri open and an Ahri main on the enemy team. So interesting to me that they banned that Xerath and then went with the Ahri. Why not just leave it up, ban away something else, maybe the Morgana, for example, and profit?
Yeah, or maybe they were just sort of hoping to be able to pick up that Morgana, but only 2 seconds remaining. Chiefs taking their time making their decision. It is going to be Lee Sin and Leona locked away. Of course, Rosie's seen a lot of success. One of the champions that he's played more than once already, which is exciting. Going to be the 3rd time on that Leona, of course, with a 100% win rate, but every single game they have a 100% win rate, so it doesn't even really matter that much. And Spook's back on a very comfortable Lee Sin. And this guy has been sitting on Jarvan, Lee Sin, and Rek'Sai just this whole time. He's like, yep, okay, top meta, we're fine.
I actually said this last time. It was Lee Sin twice in the first week, then it was Rek'Sai Jarvan, then it was all Jarvan, now all Lee Sin. So he's a streaky player with these picks. He does wonderful things with the Lee Sin. He bossed around that early game. We're waiting for this last lock to come in. This would open up a top Morgana. Morgana versus Maokai, decent matchup, would be a farm matchup for both of them, and maybe the utility coming out from the Black Shield for that Cogmore will be enough. So I wouldn't mind seeing a hyper carry in the mid lane. It's a skill matchup to go Cassio. It's an aggressive choice to go Cassio. This is literally saying, King, please carry us to the promised land. Carry us to this big victory. And they're going to lock it in.
This is some CLG type team comp making, ladies and gentlemen. The Lulu for the Wild Growth and the Whimsy Shield. You've got Janna for Shields for days. You've got the Black Shield coming from Perfections now on this Morgana. And I'm really glad that it wasn't Sharp. Of course, the last time these guys faced off against one another, it was just Swiffer owning the show because not a lot Morgana really does as far as impact in that lane. Just wants to farm it out, and Swiffer just had his way.
I would have been very surprised to see them pick Morgana into Swiffer a second time because, again, allowing a playmaking player, a playmaking champion, and the chance to really take over a game, it didn't work out for them. So I mean, seeing perfection on Morgana top is a big surprise, I guess. You know, see him go instead of being the Hecarim or the Aurelia, you know, those champions that can take over a game, going for the more passive option. It's so many eggs in King's basket. Can you really blame them, though, given he's top of the MVP ratings, I believe has the highest GPM, any of the kind of statistics, the outer game statistics, he's topping those lists, but you know, there's 2 threat comps and there's please Cogmore win us this game comps.
Yeah, exactly. But we've seen Cogmores be incredibly strong in the past, and it might be Direwolves' chance to sort of even the score here with the Chiefs, because of course 7-0, and if the Direwolves manage to win these next 2, they can make the Chiefs 7-1 and join them in that 7-1 point. But who do you think is going to win, ladies and gentlemen? Let us know via Twitter using the hashtag CHFWin or DWWin and send them on through. You can even pop in that hashtag IamOPL as well, if you like. I, of course, always do, even when I'm tweeting about dinner at my mum's or something like that. I just really like including that hashtag. So make sure you do that and let us know exactly who you think is going to take this game, because I personally don't know. Both of them with very clearly defined strategies going into this one, but we'll see who manages to get the tools to put it together.
And I really want all the viewers to, make their voice heard, because it's a massive game. This is 7-0 takes on 5-1, potentially even going to pick up a win later, the Direwolves. So they're definitely on a winning streak. It's only Chiefs that unsettled them previously. We saw a bit of the flavor of that game, that top lane camp that Perfection was under. Will it be the same story on Morgana? Probably not. You look at Morgana and you're like, all right, maybe another lane.
Yeah.
But you look at a lot of these Direwolves lane, they picked very strong laners. Like Morgana, okay, she can't put on so much pressure, but she can at least counter push quite well against this Maokai. Ganking a Lulu, that's frustrating, whether it's the laughs or just the speed, the whimsy walking away. It's not a lot of fun to do there. This Cogmore, though, I mean, it's shades of the GE Tigers in Korea. They love to run these Cogmore comps. This is basically Cogmore being completely enabled by his team. Let's talk about the kind of supportive abilities that will be available to put on this Cogmore in the late game. We're talking about the Morgana Black Shield. We're talking about the whimsy potential to speed him up if he's at the front line. Yeah, exactly. Check your watch. There's more to go. We're only talking about the second champion here. We've got the second shield coming through. I mean, triple shield we're talking about between Janna.
Most of his health bar can be shield by the end of it. I mean, he builds a Bloodthirster. That might be overkill.
He can have some extra effective health with the Wild Growth. He can have some healing from Janna. Jarvan can throw down a flag. We're on 5.3, so that still gives him attack speed.
Yep.
So,
well, it only had the armor removed.
Okay,
absolutely.
So
it's still fine.
So Jarvan's at full power, I guess, can put down the attack speed. So many innate. I mean, his buff bar on his.
It's going to be overflowing.
It's going to be overflowing. Like they might have to
that might be how the Chiefs win. Just his whole screen is buff.
Is there a limit to how many buffs you can give someone? Like if they pick up Zeke's, will just not go through because he's already so well
You're too
looked
strong,
after.
Man. Yeah, maybe. But
it's all.
Be able to buy
but
an
it's all in on King. And let's track back King. Like we've been super impressed with his performance. One thing you can say about him: super aggressive player. So he's on Cogmore, a champion that at least until the grouping phase has to play pretty passively. At level 6, you can start harassing with your ultimate and do some good trading in lane. But especially early, he doesn't have the same outplaying potential as some of those escape carries we've seen. He's not going to be the Graves we saw last time out where he could flash shockwaves and be really aggressive. That's not what we're expecting from King. So he's going to have a different string to his bow. And I'm not saying he can't do it. He's been wonderful so far this season. But anything goes wrong in laning phase. He's against Radio. We're talking about the established veteran of the AD carry position, maybe the most well-known Oceanic player, against this young upstart who's, people, when they're doing those ratings, those rankings, people are talking about King versus Radia. It's a toss-up. You either look at you either look at history or look at current performance, and King's been really impressing us. Still, they're fully committing to him.
Oh, they most certainly are. And the interesting thing here as well about this AD carry matchup, just before we hop into the game, is Radia had his opportunity to pick up that hyper carry. He went for the Jinx, sort of the long range, a lot more AoE potential in this Cogmore, and now it's King's turn to try his hand at this sort of ultimate hyper carry champion in Cogmore. A little bit more single target, but massive tank bust potential. And you have to think that with a Maokai there who was... He tends to become immortal, let's be honest, in the late game. We saw Swiper on him in the last game, and that was just terrifying. And if that happens again, it might be good night here for the Direwolves. But we are onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with the Chiefs taking on Direwolves. The Chiefs are going to be on our blue side for this matchup, of course. The second time we've seen them, and now switching sides. And we'll see whether that side is going to change anything here as the Direwolves try and answer back for their early loss.
Yeah, what a tasty reverse matchup to kick off the OPL second round, you could say, between these two top teams. Super exciting stuff. You look at Chiefs lineup, it's much similar to the lineup we saw last game. Of course, Maokai and Lee Sin, that hasn't changed at all in terms of the top side of the map. What you can confirm, though, is the Chiefs' same sort of plan. They want to pick up the early dragons. They want to pick up the early turrets and rotate. They do have a bit more late-game hyper carry, as we see them invading. But in the late game, so much available to the King. If he can get a certain item threshold, the amount of shield is going to be insane for Chiefs to kill him.
Yeah, and beautiful warding here from the Direwolves. They spot all the members of the Chiefs out as they're walking through their jungle. The dive probably not going to be looked for here onto Perfections because, of course, if that Dark Binding lands, there's going to be a very uncomfortable member of the Chiefs getting killed by a tower, you have to think.
Worth noting, he has not skilled an ability yet. Smartly, of course, waiting till the laning phase starts. Black Shield might be a saver, but Chiefs, they've got all the vision down. Doesn't look like they're going to go for anything too crazy, but maybe even the 4-man proxy. Who's to say that they've forgotten about Perfection? Maybe this is still their big plan.
Oh my goodness. If this happens, I'm going to be very, very confused. But it looks like a lane swap is most definitely what is in the minds of the Chiefs. As Radier is going to be here on the top side. Has actually forged a pact here with Rosie as well. But Rosie, of course, not going to be in that lane. Just going to be helping with this red steal. And that is going to be Soul Strikes immediately moving over and trying to start off at the red buff on the opposite side. So smart pathing here, making sure that Soul Strikes doesn't get himself too buffed.
So let's dissect what's happened. We haven't seen a lot of lane swaps in the OPL, but we see Radier's 1v1 against Morgana. That's what we've ended up with. And again, what have we said about Morgana consistently? Low pressure in lane, low kill potential. So the hyper carry is going to farm very happily in a 1v1 lane. It's going to be over-leveled in terms of experience. It's basically nothing Perfection can do. It feels a lot like the Hecarim versus Morgana matchup, but with the range and the Chiefs. I mean, they're juggling the turret. They're going in.
Yeah, there's actually the flash twisted events come through. First blood almost instantly as Swiper happily tanks it up. And we were talking about whether or not he was going to get camped. Of course he is.
Wonderful play from the Chiefs. This is such a different feel than the OPL has shown us so far. They're not stopping with Perfection. They want to run him down.
They certainly do, and it's the fast push strategy on here as well. It's been a long time since we've seen this here in the OPL, but it's going to be happening once again, and the Chiefs going to continue with that gold lead and maybe just trying to accelerate this game to the point where King never going to have that opportunity to be that hyper carry for his team that they need.
And when we ever talk about these kind of late-game focus comps, whether it's a Jax top lane, whether it's a real hyper carry, there's always the potential that the game, as you say, is over before you can put into effect the grouping strategy. If you show up as a grouped 5 without enough items and levels to actually support this Kog'Maw, the whole comp falls apart. It's going to be a trade of turrets, you'd have to think. We see Kog'Maw's pushing very aggressively in the bottom lane. Of course, no teleports have come through. Maokai's never shown his face in the bottom lane. But the Morgana especially is going to be hugely smarting for items.
Oh, yeah, and you can see Raider actually farming a little bit more effectively here, unharassed in his lane, as opposed to King in the same position here on the bottom side. That is going to be able to catch right back up as Radiant maybe going to be moving towards a more standard laning situation now. And what do you sort of do? When you go for this fast push strategy, do you involve your whole team in the next tower push effort?
I mean, there's kind of different schools of thought. Like Direwolves, for example, when they saw 4 men revealed in the top, they could have gone for the early dragon. Of course, they have the Arcane Barrage from Kog'Maw. It does help them take the dragon. They could have trade tanked and picked it up knowing they committed 4 men to the top wave. You look down Chiefs' lineup, they do have 2 quite good ranged auto attackers, but not the best turret damage. Soul Strikes is in trouble.
Yeah, Spooks has caught him out here. Black Shield not going to be enough. Can't even go to a tower. Spooks just flashes after him. There's the sapling as well. Pounded into the ground with the Tempest. And Spooks with his second kill of the game.
And nothing Morgana can do. And that's what Direwolves hope is not repeated as we move into this game. As Morgana, a strong laner, a safe laner, her lane's basically been destroyed already. She has no turret to retreat to. As in the top, Spook's not had enough. He's going in again.
Oh my goodness, that juke into the Resonating Strike was beautiful as Perfections needs to wait for the Dark Binding cooldown, and Spook's just not letting Perfections have a good time, blowing the flash there to get out of the way of the Sonic Wave intelligently, because I think that would have been his life.
In the bottom lane, the King's taking a lot of damage. He might fall.
Yeah, the heal's going to be used there. That's going to save him. Right here. Oh my goodness, those couple of Rens might have been enough, but it was already on cooldown. As the Chiefs continue the pressure here on the bottom side. And Rosie, you have to think that could have been started by a Zenith Blade coming through from this Leona as well. It's a very scary combination if you want to be hard engaging onto your opponent's chuffer. That Howling Gale going to go wide. Oh, the arrow comes through as well. The slow is going to come down. That's a max range Zenith Blade, but Rosie just gets a flash for it.
You have to mention, this is Chuffer we're talking about. It's one thing we haven't talked about is this, the prototypical engage support, the mid laner, the AD carry who's now converted to support. He's on a disengaged champion. This is not something we'd usually expect out of Chuffer. He's been so much at home on Annie for more the engaged style of support. Struggling a bit in trades there. And coming back to your point about it being on cooldown, Radiant actually had Rend available. Wanted to secure that last auto attack to guarantee the Rend kill. Of course, so hard to estimate the amount of damage you put out. So it was a smart flash from King just out of range to get the execute. He'll be kicking himself for not maybe taking a risk, but the result, King lives.
He does 9 CS behind at this stage, though, and of course doesn't have that assist to his name. We've got Dragon being looked at here from Chuffer, just trying to get some wards down as Soul Strikes clears out this mid lane for Sharp as he comes back. Very even here in the middle of the map. But Swiffer with a slight item advantage coming back to base. Does have that Fiendish Codex as well. Going for the Merlinomicon in response to the Athene's Unholy Grail that does seem to be the pickup here for Sharp, although he might be going for a Mikhail's because, of course, they are very focused on keeping this Cogmore alive.
Spooks has actually snuck into the bottom lane.
Always going to find Chuffer, but doesn't have the kick. Just going to safeguard over the top of him just for style points. Doesn't land the Sonic Wave, though. Unfortunately, as Radiant makes his way back to the lane and says, Spooks, what are you doing here, buddy?
We're talking about advantage. Perfection actually only just dinged 4 in the top wave. Finally, the wave is pushing into him. Direwolves, the jungler in particular, Soul Strikes, needs to put up some green walls just to give some defensive cover to perfection. It's another first 10 minutes of camp coming out from the Chiefs. And Morgana, a safe laner, still with Black Shield to walk out of a lot of CC, is 13 CS behind a Maokai that just started laning about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, one thing I guess we could mention is the fact that Spook's behind a little bit in the farm just because Soul Strikes has been rushing towards that level 6, trying to get that Cataclysm as soon as possible. But First Dragon easily taken just right under the noses of Direwolves. They didn't even care. Chiefs just well in control of this game at this stage.
A kill is about 13 CS, so worth noting he's actually ahead in gold by about 400, so he's doing just fine as Spook. Doesn't have as much experience, but Lee Sin in the early levels does a lot of damage, so he's doing just fine. It's the Morgana that's smarting. It's Perfection again, who's kind of struggling for relevance, and the team needs to work together to help him. They tried leaving him to the Wolves. That's again a bad pun, but leaving him to the Wolves last time, and there's nothing he could do when on the Rumble against Aurelia. In this situation, it's not the matchup so much as the map movement coming out from the Chiefs. They need to give him some wards, just help him get to a relevant position by 20 minutes, not by 30 or 40.
Yeah, but at this stage, Swiffer have been very quiet. Do you think that it's going to be sort of when the Chiefs decide to move around this map, utilize their comp that is very strong towards this middle stage of the game, of course, before the Direwolves really start grouping up and utilizing King after he's got that Trinity Force, maybe even that Blade of the Ruin King in order to do some damage? Do they need to be utilizing this Ahri in that sort of mid-game that is approaching?
See, the issue with Ahri against Lulu is that Lulu is by far the best defensive laner. She does have offensive harassment. She has so much wave clear. She has so many ways to disengage and all in between the polymorph, the ultimate on herself to add health, the disengage coming out from the Q. Actually, we see the Fate's Calls used in the bottom lane, but just kind of zoning coming through onto King.
Yeah, King just going to take that Eye of the Storm and be A-OK. Radiant does have that Vampiric Scepter, looking for the dagger next item. We'll see whether he goes for the Hurricane after the Vamp Scepter or whether he's going to decide more of a C&J type play, go for that Blade of the Ruin King early on. We'll see, of course. A lot of schools of thought on this Kalista.
With the Lee Sin Ahri combination, to come back to your previous question, they want to be creating picks. They have some good offensive wards down. But Lulu, it's not just her kit, as I described, that's defensive, that keeps her alive and an all-in. She has so much wave clear that she really punishes you if you get a failed roam. If you fail roam on a Lulu, she's going to half-health your turret. So they're looking for their spots. They're waiting for maybe the laning phase in bottom lane to end before they get the real purchase out of this Swiffer Ahri.
Yeah, speaking of which, Swiffer actually taking the worst side of a trade there in the middle lane as Sharp, using his Whimsy very effectively, is still down by 2 CS, but that is nothing. Absolutely nothing. This mid lane is most definitely a wash. Just farming it out are these two champions. It's the top side of the map that we see the largest discrepancy. And the bottom side starting to catch up here as well. Zenith Blade lands here as King. He gets forced to use that flash yet again. The Ren comes in and Radier just bounces out of the way. Spooks, he isn't even finished yet as Chopper's taking a lot of damage under his tower. Sonic Wave, he tries to bait out the Juke but doesn't quite get there. Dragon Rage, of course, unavailable, and Spooks has to be a little bit careful.
And worth noting, at the same time in the mid lane, everything blown except Swiffer's flash. And again, very close health bars by both. But yes, we saw the Q come through from Spooks. He wanted to get that nice little exclamation point onto the trade. But more importantly, Kalista picks up the gold.
Yeah, that is a very big deal here as well. We'll see what Radier decides to put in his pocket as he heads back to base. 20 CS now the advantage, and with a kill on top of that one. That is a lot of work that he's done. Of course, Perfection's been left alone for the last few minutes, and of course, being Perfections, he's going to be completely caught back up in that farm.
And he's definitely not used to the lack of attention he's received for a few minutes this game. The first 5-6 minutes...
He's probably upset.
He was living up to the dream. Maybe he thinks that it's a bit of a conceit thing. It's like, oh, so much attention for me. Yeah. Maybe he looks at it that way, but I think he'll enjoy the downtime to be able to farm a bit.
Absolutely, and he's going to be doing just that, of course. That Tormented Soil almost maxed out. So he's going to be able to use that. Does have an extra point in that in the Dark Binding, just to make sure that it's going to be lowering its cooldown, doing a little bit more damage as he comes in. Does still have that teleport available, as do both of our top laners. Relic Shield going to be used to pick up that tank minion in the mid lane, and Trailblazer going to be used to try and clear out this wave. But, oh, looks like Soul Strike's in a lot of trouble. Going to flash very early as Swiper came round. Shuffer going to try and throw out a Howling Gale. Does try and keep this tower alive as Charm does go wide, but this is going to be the outer turret in the mid lane being brute forced here, but Vengeful Maelstrom going to be used by Swiper to keep himself out of trouble, and the Chiefs, they're going to be A-OK, just able to take down the last outer turret here in this game, and we know that they love to get tower pressure. They love to have control of the map by getting rid of those obstacles, so look to see them now put that pressure far forward in vision, most likely, as that is a max range charm that Swiffer landed beautifully onto Chopper.
The Chiefs are a naturally proactive team. That's just how they play. They're always, there's lots of teams that are trying to go for the late scaling and then getting punished by the Chiefs lineups. But this is to a different degree. This is lane swapping. This is a 4-man, 2-minute turret dive. This is them playing super aggressive, both respecting the potential of the Direwolves and respecting the comp they're against. This comp in the late game is an oppressive Kog'Maw comp, where Kog'Maw can even go to the front of a fight, basically eat damage, harass with his long range, potentially have the red buff, get a slow. It's almost Kog'Maw getting the picks, doing the damage, being the front line, because there's so many shields and inherent tankiness coming out from the support stats that there's just so little options to lock him down the late game. The best way, as you've discussed a few times this game, is to play around him and end the game before that happens. So just arcing up that natural playstyle, taking out the outer ring of turrets about 12 minutes into the game. They're probably going to be able to control the Dragon very comfortably. They definitely had a mid-game comp, but they've just doubled down on it in such an impressive fashion.
And Radier happily dancing around these minions here in the bottom side. But another thing that I want to mention is the fact that Kalista, she's no slouch in the late game as far as hypercarry potential. Has a lot more AoE coming through as well. So if Radier manages to get in amongst these fights, I mean, you get rid of Direwolves' augmentation on that Kog'Maw, it's going to be quite difficult for him, and it's going to be another dragon here taken for the Chiefs. There is a ward on it, so Direwolves do know that the second dragon was taken, but Chiefs going to get another one for free.
It's worth noting, though, that Kog'Maw does his damage not through skill shots, but through 800 range auto attacks. So even though Kalista has hyper mobility, she still can't win in a straight trade of damage in the late game with his Biocane Barrage steroid and just the amount of range he has. So even though she's a hyper carry, she's a different flavor of hyper carry, but to use her in a fast push comp, which is what this effectively has been, as we see, big damage coming onto the inner bot lane turret, is a different style of League of Legends, but it's just opened up by their strategic adaptations at level 1, something we haven't seen in the OPL so far.
And Swiper again he really likes this new Righteous Glory build. Picking up the Spectre's Cowl now, of course, building to match his lane opponent, and of course that double AP comp that's going to be coming out from the Direwolves. Of course, more of a triple AP comp because King's going to be doing a lot of magic damage as well with that Bioarcane Barrage, as Swiper going to make his way back here to the top side and eats a Dark Binding.
And the thing about the Righteous Glory builds, usually it's people completely rushing that item, just basically finishing it at the 14, 15-minute mark of the game. It's not an expensive item to build once you have the Catalyst completed. But Swiper, at least last game, Catalyst into Frozen Heart. Like, didn't even look to finish the Righteous Glory. Just wanted combat stats for the first fight. Realistically, Direwolves is basically 100% magic damage, especially early before we see, say, the Infinity Edge or the next big AD purchase come through from King. So it's smart to pick up magic resist early. Has the health and regen coming through from the Catalyst. It's a team fight build, and Swiper, he's given up on lane the last 2 games. He just wants to get team fight ready as soon as possible because his team is grouping at 15, 10. I mean, at this point, it was 2 minutes into the game they were grouping. They're just grouping so much that the other team just never gets time to settle.
Yeah, it's true, and you can see Spooks again putting the pressure on over by these Raptors. Swiffer, of course, very close by. Spooks and Swiffer spend a lot of time with one another, especially on the Rift. Direwolves going to try and sweep out and check for any wards. They do miss the one there in that Raptor camp. And Soul Strikes, you can see, he's terrified to enter his own jungle right now.
With a lot of reason. He does have the ranged ability to check brushes with the flag, so that will keep him alive for now. He's actually going for the Skirmisher's Saber. You have to mostly to negate the damage coming through from the Callista. Looks like he's taking it on his back to try and trivialize the Radier in team fights.
Yeah, but you can see Chiefs again with a beautiful rotation now to this topside inner turret. Perfection's trying to clear out the wave as desperately as he can, but the next one comes in. Dark Binding goes wide, and this inner turret, it's gone before the Direwolves even managed to react.
Yeah, they need some reactive shot calling here, Direwolves. They're letting these turrets fall without rotating any of their wave clear. Kog'Maw's wave clear, not wonderful, but they've got Morgana, Lulu. They've got a lot of ranged wave clear that can come through, and of course Lulu, not many champions, barring maybe Sivir, move between lanes as fast as a Lulu. They should be able to react to these pushes from Chiefs and at least hold off. And so much global gold going across. Of course, global gold, we'll look at the supports. 700 gold is the advantage for Leona. That's purely from global gold.
Yeah, and so that's just all of those turrets going down as well now, considering the change with that dragon, which Chiefs now have a monopoly over, you have to say.
Well, there's no room for Direwolves to get. At this point, an aggressive ward for the Direwolves will be at the Dragon. It'll be at the halfway mark of the map. They're never going to get anywhere near the enemy side of the base because this game is being completely played at their Raptors, at their red buff, at their inner turrets. And you're correct, the Chiefs, you can see Spooks happily farming away the enemy Raptors with no vision whatsoever required because he's got no pressure.
Now, the question is here, because there's a lot of standing gold, of course, it is a 4,000 gold lead at this stage approximately. But do the Direwolves sort of, is their mindset, okay, this is fine, we're at a deficit, but we've got the Kog'Maw, we've got the late game potential, just farm it out. You can see their lanes, they've all equalized. Apart from maybe that bottom side, because Radier just managed to do a whole lot of farming. But, you know, are they just more than happy to sit back and let their team scale?
I think realistically, they're talking loss minimization like you are. They're talking, all right, we've still got the comp. We've only put away 4 kills. It's not a huge gold lead. The turrets are not helping us. We've got this in the late game. But how many teams, I mean, even the first game of the OPL.
That crit was gigantic coming through onto Radier. He was almost 3-shot by King.
Yeah, you can see King does have that damage potential. It will come. But to answer your question again, it was Legacy on the first match of the OPL who picked a late game comp against the Chiefs, and they were punished for it. And so many teams have done the same thing and been punished. So how risky is it to choose that reactive option, to have that reactive shot calling when the Chiefs have answered all teams that have tried to do that so far?
Speaking of which, look at this catch onto Sharp. Wild Growth going to be used onto him as Soul Strikes comes in trying to get the catch. King, he gets knocked up, but Soul Strikes gets booted into his face. A double knock-up, though, to come through here on the backside. Perfections picking up Radier, though. That is catastrophic for the Chiefs, as a lot of their damage now missing from this fight. Chuffer so incredibly low. Rosie wants to get something done. The bloodthirsty support himself, but he takes a Dark Binding for it. Soul Strikes wants to come back, but Swiffer picks it up. King gets Rosie, and he manages to pick up Swiper as well. 1-1-2 now on this Kog'Maw. Of course, he didn't manage to pick up that last kill. It was Sharp, but the Direwolves answering back beautifully in that fight.
And Direwolves fans are hoping that's a preview for some of the subsequent fights in this game. If you hopefully we'll get the replay and be able to see just how aggressively Kog'Maw was able to position in that fight. Remember, this is the longest range AD carry. Usually he's fighting behind a whole load of tanks, but that's the difference. When you run all these supporty choices, Sharp eventually takes a big burst of damage, but King is able to position so aggressively because of the amount of peel options he has. He's completely the damage frontline for this team, and he does not need to hide behind his supports because of how much damage he's doing. This is a very, very long fight. King's low health, but the re-engage will be the big win here for the Direwolves. So we keep rolling. And so eventually the Dark Binding comes on to Rosie. But again, King, he's in front of 3 members of his team because that's how this Kog'Maw comp operates. It's Kog'Maw enabled by his team, not held back by the tanks or the divers of the enemy team.
Yeah, it was beautiful play. Perfection's about to have that Soul Shackles back up. Does have teleport here as well if the Direwolves want to start something. Is going to use it in order to join this fight. Dark Binding not going to find its mark, and Direwolves looking just to take over this dragon, and the Ren stacks actually run out here, so Soul Strike's able to pick up the first dragon for Direwolves, and we'll see where they start a fight. Swiper already at half health as he tries to engage. Soul Strike picks up the kill under Spooks here, and Swiper's dead as well. The whole front line has been destroyed as King is rocketing forward. Radiant trying the best that he can to get the heck out, and my goodness, the Direwolves, they know exactly when their power spikes are, and I think it's pretty soon.
Yeah, the grouping has started, and you can see just the amount of power from this comp. King is the front line, King is the damage. King isn't the tank, but he has so many different statistics coming through from this support.
Ho-ho!
Swiffer needs to watch himself, though.
Yeah, Swiffer, he does get caught on that Tormented Soil, uses that Spirit Rush in order to get himself the heck out of there, as Radiant going to be... Oh my gosh, was that the tower? As Kathy in Surprise not going to be able to finish off Radiant here as well, as manages to get their answering kill under Kog'Maw. Swiper's teleported in from the side. Perfection's going to use the Dark Binding, maybe not the choice that Swiper wanted there, as Morgana going to use that Black Shield, Dark Binding, sorry, in order to get himself back okay. But Rosie with the max range Zenith Blade. Wild Growth there, but it's not going to be enough. Radiant doesn't get the kill. It's going to be Swiper, but look at the Solar Flare and the layering of CC. We were just saying that the Direwolves were playing beautifully. Never count out the Chiefs.
So the thing about a Protect the Kog'Maw comp is that when you take a few too many turret hits and then don't respect the Ren stacks that are already on top of you and get bursted down, your team comp falls apart because everyone's already used a lot of their long cooldown supportive abilities on you, and your team comp literally completely revolves around you. So we've kind of seen the best of Direwolves comp and kind of where it falls apart. The Chiefs, they've done the first 15 minutes of this game to stop the grouping phase from ever happening. We've seen, even with the underdone items, even before the items are really overtuned for this Kog'Maw, Direwolves comp and their synergy around team fights is almost oppressive. So they need to be, both teams need to be so careful, because the next engage, if it goes landside in either advantage, probably sets the tone for the game.
Oh yeah, and we'll see whether the Direwolves can manage to actually pick up some objectives off their next fight, of course. Oh, Soul Strike's getting caught by a charm here, but does have a lot of friends around. Orbit Deception not going to find its mark, but they didn't manage to pick up any turrets here. They had a couple of outer turret options that they could have potentially rotated to. Of course, did get the dragon, but is that enough here? Do they need to be getting more from these one fights?
They just, I mean, to be honest, like, even though this is so risky against a proactive team like the Chiefs, they need to lose the minimum. You'd have to say with the picks, they've started to arrest the global gold lead that Chiefs had, but they need to actually answer with their own turrets, as you say, to start just evening it up. Because if this is even at 30 minutes, at 40 minutes, it's going to look great for Direwolves. But if the next big objective, whether that's the Baron or another round of outer turrets come through for the Chiefs, there is the potential that Radiant and his team get too big for even the amazing synergy between champions and the Direwolves to come together.
But if we have a look here back to the farm, as Perfections, he's now ahead by 23 after that horrible time that he had earlier on, and he's evened up the scoreline here as well. 1, 2, and 3 now on this Morgana. Hasn't been getting nearly the attention that he wanted, but he was the one that managed to get Radiant out of the fight. Followed him with that Soul Shackles in that Dragon Pit and managed to pick that one up. Sharp going to get caught by the Solar Flare, though. Beautiful catch from Rosie. The Wild Growth is available. Sharp tries to escape, but doesn't make it out, as 3 men, probably enough to get rid of a Lulu.
It looks so easy and so effective, this comp, when they're grouped, but when not grouped, and especially we'd already talked about the fact that Direwolves have never been able to get the awards in. Soul Strikes, though, is caught. He's dead as well.
Yeah, Spook's sort of kicking him out just for the fun of it, because the charm was perfect from Swiffer. And the inner turret, it's going to fall down now as well, as Direwolves, you have to say, they were just caught with their pants down there a little bit.
Well, Direwolves recognized they needed to group earlier than expected, even before the big power spikes were done, because their strength is as a 5. Their strength is not as a 4, certainly not in a skirmish as 2s. They're against strong skirmish champs, Ahri, Leona, Lee Sin, some of the strongest skirmish champs in the game. And we saw how powerful they are grouped. I don't know why they're going solo farming the side waves, 1-1-1 across the map. They don't have the ward coverage to be able to do that safely, and there's so much pick potential on the Chiefs. They need to respect that. They need to be 5-man grouped, because that's the only way they're going to win this game.
The Chiefs, though, not now with the aggressive warding we were quite expecting. Direwolves managing to clear those out deep in their jungle. You can see there is a row of pinks very defensively placed here from the Direwolves, but you can see that Baron side very much in the hands of the Chiefs. As Radiant now trying to clear out this Raptor camp. Does have that Blade of the Ruin King. You have to think that the Bloodthirst are going to be coming through second. Very, very helpful having a lot of lifesteal on this Kalista. Make sure you can stay up in the face of your opponents and just get all of that lifesteal happening and keep yourself alive.
You have to remember, though, that the front line of this Direwolves comp is Kog'Maw. It sounds so counterintuitive, but because you can empower that Kog'Maw so much, because he has some self-peel and then has so many supportive items, he's going to be the one at the front. He's the one Radia kind of has to break through, and he cannot stand up to all the support items and just the amount of trade damage Kog'Maw does. He's so strong from level 9 onwards once you pick up some attack speed to support that Biocane Barrage. I mean, the Infinity Edge and any big items that complement the Blade of the Ruin King is just completed will be kind of the death knell for Radiant trying to deal with that Kog'Maw. So again, grouped, I have to give it to Direwolves, but I mean, Chiefs have come back from big disadvantages. There's 7k gold ahead, we have to remember. And the Direwolves, they've already made some poor executions on their team comp already. They cannot afford another one.
Oh yeah, we'll see whether the Chiefs manage to get the gank situation that they're looking for, as the Direwolves just going to try and clear out vision here as well. Blade of the Ruin King, as you mentioned, going to be completed from Kog'Maw. So that's the 2-item spike here for this Voidling, as Soul Strikes gets caught by the charm. There's the Twisted Advance as well. He gets Wild Growth, but it's not going to be enough. Unstoppable Swiffer. There's the Fate's Call into Sharp here in the front line as Swiffer, another charm in this fight, picks up another kill for his team. And Radiant, he secures that one. Dark Binding going to go wide, and the Chiefs just look so good in a team fight.
The Chiefs are by far the best Oceanic team at running these pick comps, but Direwolves, why is Soul Strikes there? Why is Soul Strikes so aggressively positioned when they don't have the ward coverage to support where he's at? They're not respecting all the lines he see coming through from Chiefs. And again, they had to use the Wild Growth. So many defensive abilities on this Jarvan. There was nothing left for the Kog'Maw. Their comp fell apart. They need to, again, double down, group, only move where they have vision, maybe even exclusive vision and pink wards. Okay, you give away dragons in that strategy, but this comp, it keeps falling apart because they haven't been able to get the correct ability usage so far.
It's been a little bit unfortunate. The Chiefs now able to pick up, I believe, their 3rd dragon of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe it is, yep.
And this outer turret in the mid lane going to be the focus from Direwolves in response, as all the Chiefs were back in base. So going to be able to pick up a consolation prize here in the mid lane. And with that extra movement speed, the Chiefs going to be very happy. This dragon stacking up quite nicely for them. Direwolves now aggressively positioned in the enemy jungle, just trying to get some vision through. Flag and drag for Soul Strike's just going to help him on his way out. And outer turret might be picked up here on the top side as well. So proactive play coming through from the Direwolves, and this is exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be moving around as a team and forcing the Chiefs' hand, but if you force the Chiefs' hand, they're probably going to take your middle inhibitor.
And that's kind of the issue, is that committing 5 members to take an outer top turret that was full health is a false choice left for the Direwolves now. Either they can base quickly and hopefully keep up the turret, or the Chiefs can be smart, bluff going mid, and try and pick up an uncontested Baron. Only Morgana contest. She has the... Oh, well, she's in trouble.
Oh my goodness, and beautiful use of that Orb of Deception to get rid of the Black Shield as well. Perfections is dead, and so is the Baron. Of course, that Rend just did probably a potential of 7,000 damage, something stupid like that. As Radiant now 3-1-4 on this Kalista, playing fantastically, you have to say, as Swiffer going to clear out this top wave, congratulate himself by getting a little bit more gold. 6-0-2. And look, I know this is 5.3, Ari, but Swiffer is just so impressive on this champion.
Absolutely. She's still very strong. She's still such a great blind pick, because at the end of the day, skill matchup, it comes back in our vocabulary. That's what Ari excels in. When you pick the Lulu, you're only looking to split the lane and amp up a Kog'Maw, but they've never got the fights they've wanted to, barring those 2 very early in the game. And the rotations, you know, we're saying rotations so often you might think this is an LCK stream, but they've been really on point from level 1, holding down the Morgana so that she wasn't the level 6-4. She couldn't port in at the early dragons and, you know, be a pseudo Gnar and have a really devastating soul shackles. And then just the bluff in terms of going mid and then rotating straight to the Baron was genius from Chiefs. They're so good at this proactive shot calling. It's not just the pre-game plans, it's the experienced heads calling on the fly the objectives they're looking for, and they're getting everything they want, whereas Direwolves, they're left with tatters.
Certainly seems so thus far. They do have, you know, King with a lot of long-range wave clear with the living artillery and the Bioarcane Barrage, just the fact that he can shoot stuff from a long way away. That may help him out. The Glitterlance also there from Sharp. So is their stall potential going to be enough coming into this situation, or is it just going to be the Chiefs popping the Righteous Glory and just running straight in and saying, I don't care about a turret?
I mean, Maokai can potentially reach an item threshold where they can do that. It's not yet. He doesn't actually have a lot of health. He does have a lot of resists, but doesn't really have a health pool. He's only got the Righteous Glory, I believe it's the 300 health from that item. So tanking turrets, he'll be good at it, but it's not the massive 4,000 health Maokai we've seen in other games. So they're not really looking for the outright turret dive, and there's still, again, you have to respect the wave clear, disengage, and shields coming out from this Direwolves comp.
Yeah.
They're very hard comp to dive. I mean, you can get a pick, you get a Swiffer Charm on, for some reason, an overextended King. Sure, you can take down anything, but for now, the stall will be pretty real from the Direwolves.
They're going to try the best they can, of course. With Baron buff, things are going to be a little bit more difficult as that little pool going to be helping Perfections out clearing this wave, and you can see, pretty difficult.
Yeah, full health turret still, of course, with the Janna shield riding on top of it. Pushing mid, not a realistic option here for the Chiefs, and to be honest, they've actually taken every easy objective on the map. They've taken the Baron, there was no contest through for Direwolves. They've taken all the outer turrets. It's breaking this base, that's the kind of the big thing for Chiefs.
Yeah, Dark Binding actually going to find Swiffer here as well. Safeguard comes through. Soul Strike, though, is just going to get destroyed as Swiffer is quite low, as the turret is now going to be the focus from the Chiefs. They've got the pick that they want, as Swiffer going to use the last of his Spirit Rush in order to get the heck to safety, but everything's still on a knife edge here for both of these teams, as even with Soul Strikes dead, the Chiefs unable to make a decisive play.
It's only 32 minutes. It's actually only 15 seconds left on the death timer, so not a lot of time to capitalize. If we look in the bot lane, massive minion wave pushing out for the Direwolves, arresting the pressure of the big minion wave from the Chiefs up the top lane. So in terms of global pressure from the 6th man, pretty even across the board, and it's not the 60-second death timer to really capitalize on a 5v4. Swiffer was low, he had to back away. They can breathe and they can continue to farm, but the Dragons, they're at 3. Another one comes in a minute. You don't really see how Direwolves are going to get to that in the next minute. That's when the timer really starts in this game. The 5th Dragon could be the big turning point.
Oh, yeah, and you have to think that with that minion wave now having to be cleared out by a radio, gave Perfections the opportunity to stop that slow push from coming through in that top side of the map, and Chiefs losing an opportunity there to potentially push something through.
Cockmore's finished the last Whisper. He's actually gone for Alacrity Boot, so you can see he needs that flat movement speed. You'd think he had enough support from his good friends at Morgana, Lulu, and Janna. All of them not pretty familiar to the bot lane, but today being played across the map. But he just needs anything to be able to get those extra hits in. Again, if he's trading with Kalista, he'll win the trade sheerly because she'll get 1 or 2 or 3 auto attacks in, while he can get so many at such a long range that she can never disengage the fight because of the amount of speed and the range coming out from the Bioarcane Barrage. We haven't seen that 5-man team fight because the picks have been so effective from the Chiefs. They're starting to get defensive wards in, though being cleared by Spooks as well. They just really need to stay in their base because, oh my goodness, Swiffer, those going in.
Oh, he misses the charm though. Spirit Rush out of the way of the Cataclysm, and Swiffer's going to be okay, but so is King, and that's the main thing for the Direwolves. That was almost the catch of a lifetime.
But that's the catch that the Direwolves want. They want people to aggress on King when they have all their abilities ready to be layered on top of him. It's fine, because even though he'll fall low, there's so much healing, the wild growth, so many options, that he needs to be the one eating the picks, not Soul Strikes. They don't want to use any of their utility on their tank.
They are going to have to give up the 4th Dragon here, though, as the Chiefs going to prepare for their 5th one coming through in the next 6 minutes, and that might be when the Chiefs can actually break the base. I mean, we're talking about this quite a lot, but Direwolves doing a fantastic job making sure their turrets stay standing next to their inhibitors.
It's just such a counterintuitive comp. The GE Tigers have been showing the way with this Cogmore comp in the LCK. It's all about Cogmore doing everything, being at the front, in the aggression. It's the reason why they've been falling down is because the picks have come onto Soul Strikes twice, once in the mid lane and then once close to the base. They don't want to use any cooldowns on that person. They need their Cogmore to be their frontline and have a decent item timing. Okay, he doesn't have the Infinity Edge they were hoping for, but he will be shredding any members of the Chiefs if he lasts long enough. So they just have to watch their positioning, get the defensive wards down, pinks if preferable, and ensure that any team fight happens on their terms, i.e. with the Cogmore, and just layering all their support on top of that cute little Void monster.
Speaking of the cute little Void monster, he is on his own here just a little bit. Not a lot of vision extended forward here for the Direwolves, so King has to be a little bit careful.
Lucky for him, no lane ward behind him, so they have to at least respect the potential of there being a load of supports in his pocket.
Yeah, but now they have finally made their way around, but Perfections might be caught out just a little bit. Doesn't have that Zhonya's Hourglass, and yeah, Perfections, you're dead, and Swiffer, you're legendary.
Again, every time they don't group, every time they disperse, picks come through and the Chiefs win a fight. And it might continue here. 35 seconds available. Chiefs, I don't think they can brute force down a big objective, but damned if they're not going to try.
And look at the decorations that have been set up here in the red side jungle of the Direwolves. Oh, there's the flash just an event. Sharp gets exploded. Two-man knockout going to come through from Soul Strikes, but the fight is on for the Chiefs, and the Direwolves are running for their lives. The inhibitor goes down, and my goodness, they get the pick and they get the fight, and all over.
The flash twisted advance completely took Sharp off guard. They're not respecting ranges. They're not obviously timing that flash and knowing to respect the 900 range engage, not the 400 range engage from that twisted advance. They're going to pick up a second Baron from this. And again, this comp is so good because it stalls so well. But when you lose top inhibitor, a lot of that stall potential goes, and King, he's face checking perhaps too much.
You got to be very, very careful. But as you mentioned, he's got a lot of support, and Swiffer in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have that Zhonya's Hourglass available. Orb of Deception going to be thrown over to the Baron, and is going to be able to secure the Baron for his team, but has to think twice before going that aggressive on the King.
Every time it works for the Chiefs is when they pick someone that's not King. Every time they pick King, the trade damage probably surprises them a little bit, but the question is, why is Perfection overextended in farming with no defensive wards to protect him? Why is Lulu too close to a Maokai? Like, they need to respect ranges and understand that their crown jewel, everything about their comp is King. But both kills happened with King not grouped.
Yep, that is the thing. As Void Staff going to be completed here from Swiffer as well. He has 4 huge items. Going for that Zhonya's is his next one, you have to think. And he is over 100 CS in the lead on his lane opponent, because of course Direwolves, they have to funnel all of the possible resources onto King.
Yeah, we shouldn't talk about gold. It's 5,800 gold advantage just for Swiffer.
Okay.
So that's 14,000 gold. A third of that goes to Swiffer's pocket. The Ahri is very strong. You have to wonder if there's enough support, even in abilities, to protect from the charm that's coming through. But the stall is back on. But Chiefs, they're very aggressively positioned.
They are. That top wave has been dealt with mildly from Perfections here on the top side. Eye of the Storm not going to be quite enough here, as this tower is starting to take a lot of damage. Last Whisper was completed from Radier here as well. This is 4 items on top of this Kalista, who's doing a lot of work. Has to go very deep, but there's the Solar Flare only getting the slow onto Sharp as Sonic Wave finds its mark as well. Charm not going to find its way in, but you can see still getting damage on this tower. Radier able to get it down very, very low, and you have to think this next push could spell its end as Swiper. He's just going to pop the ult and go straight forward. The inhibitor's just going to be taken, and the Chiefs, this is the time when they can just brute force, because of course those super creeps, they'd entered the base.
Yeah, absolutely. When this comp by the Direwolves is undone when they lose that first inhibitor, because they don't have the same stall potential. They have to eventually respect the super minions pushing into top. We saw the engage. The engage potential came through from Rosie. Who was it on? Was it on that Cogmore? That's clearly protected the Cogmore comp, but no, they respect the comp they're against. They try to keep picking off Lulu to force the ult on herself or kill her during that stun duration. The Chiefs, they're practiced even against this kind of off-the-ball comp.
Oh, most definitely. And Baron now going to buff up that siege minion. Radier, of course, going to be the one to tank the tower, and they're just going to protect this guy. Living Artillery is going to try and clear it out as quickly as they can, but a secondary wave going to be coming through, and the Chiefs have all of the power. Soul Strikes comes through, trying to force the engage, but he's immediately removed. Perfection's right up in that front line, trying to get the Soul Shackles, but he gets exhausted down. Radier dances around the fight, and Swiffer gets monsooned out. There's the... Oh my goodness, King, you're so dead. and Choffa has to run back to the fountain. The last inhibitor, the teleport to come through from Swiper here as well, and you have to think this is now game over in favor of the Chiefs. A beautiful performance, knowing exactly what they had to do.
This was absolutely the best strategic performance of any team so far in the OPL. Unsettling this comp that the GE Tigers has popularized in such dramatic fashion from the level 1, from their rotation, from their insistence on looking on that pick on anyone except King. They were outthought by the Chiefs here, were the Direwolves.
Oh, it was just beautiful play, and making sure that they got all the picks that they needed, and Swiffer not playing overly aggressive in lane. He waited until he had an opportunity to make things happen, and then just did awesomely. Oh my goodness, his play was amazing that game. We've got a replay just to show you exactly how the Chiefs did it.
So we're going to see the replay. We'll roll the tape. Again, this is at the mid inhibitor. Again, it needs to be the engagements coming onto King, but King's at the back. Soul Strikes tries something, is dead instantly. There's no support ults to be used on him. That's not what they want to do. That's what they had to do, but Perfection, basically the three front lines are all already dead. King, he finally dies after living so long, but again, they unsettled this comp through strategic play. It was picking up that top inhibitor was such a big boon to them because we saw how good the stall was, but you know, with Perfection overextending, getting picked, that top inhibitor going down, the stall wasn't an option, and the Direwolves fell down.
Yeah, and yet again, the Chiefs just deciding to go for the Let's Camp Perfection strategy, and it's working out beautifully. This time, Let's Camp Perfections get his tower and then force him to be behind in farm for an incredibly long time. But ladies and gentlemen, we're only halfway through for our first day of the OPL, and of course, coming up, it's going to be Sudden Fear taking on Immunity, and we'll see whether Immunity can bounce back from a difficult first game. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceanic Pro League. I am, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined this time by Julian Pastry Time Carr. And let's just go back to that last match, Chiefs versus the Direwolves, and talk about the MVP. And who would be surprised? It's Swiffer yet again.
Yep, Swiffer doing it once again. A fantastic performance on another signature champion, this time on Ari. I mean, what more can we say about Swiffer? We don't want to give him MVP all the time, but he just plays so damn well.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit frustrated because, of course, the fact that he got Ari in the first place, I believe, is just a little bit silly. But look, he used it very, very well. Actually, back-to-back charms, almost 3 in a row in some of those fights. Just beautiful to watch. And speaking of watching, ladies and gentlemen, let us know exactly how you're watching the OPL. Of course, take a photo of your face. Show us how you experience this beautiful occasion that is the OPL. And tweet us your game face. So use the hashtag OPL Game Face and take a photo of it. Send it in via Instagram or, of course, via Twitter.
Yeah, so use the hashtag OPL Game Face. Make sure you use that to get into it. Actually, it's a competition, so 3 winners, the 3 most creative entries into the Game Face competition, will win Arclight Velcros, and if you don't have the champion, you'll get him as well. Winners we're going to show on Monday's broadcast, so get your Game Faces in and see if you can win some sweet, sweet swag.
Yeah, put on your game face and send it to us. Of course, I managed to take a long time to explain some very, very simple facts, but ladies and gentlemen, it's pretty easy. Take a photo of yourself, show us it.
Yeah, it's
pretty good.
Got to be important as well. You do want to win some Arclight Velcros. The skin's really sweet.
It's super sweet, and Velcros is super cool. Geometry, ladies and gentlemen, is cool. Make sure you play Velcros. That's pretty much the rule.
Yeah, I think so as well. Coming into this match now as well. Bit of a different one here. Immunity versus Sudden Fear. So Immunity had a decent showing to start their night, but obviously want to pick up a win here.
And the thing that I'm frightened of here in terms of Immunity is the last time we saw this, it was against the Chiefs. They lost a game that they sort of had no right in losing. They had an advantage at about 30 minutes. They had this comp that was going to scale beautifully into the late game, apart from maybe a Renekton, and then it all fell apart. And we saw this happen, and then they lost to sort of an upstart, new up-and-coming Direwolves at EB Expo.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting for Immunity. They always seem to play well when they've got a game plan and they execute well. And they had a good Immunity-style comp. We call them a comfort team, and I would call that team comp a comfort one for them. But Immunity have honestly had the most success on Siva and Swain. Cheese has really been the big one to bring up all of his team's comp, and that Malphite, Siva, Swain awesomeness that they love to play. They've had so much success already. So when they're playing what they want to play, they look like a very good team. And they looked comfortable up until the point where they just made a few key mistakes against the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think face-checking a brush full of enemy team members, probably not something that you want to do in League of Legends, just in general. But it's a little bit unfortunate for the Immunity members, and we'll see whether they can actually bounce back here against Sudden Fear, who have looked great. They had a brilliant matchup against the Rich Gang. A little bit of an unfortunate one to follow against Avant-Garde, but they've shown these flashes of brilliance on that team.
Yeah, they really have. And Sudden Fear are kind of slowly adjusting to the OPL, it seems. They were one of the qualified teams, kind of came in towards the lower end of that Oceanic Challenger Series qualifier that we had, but they've gone from strength to strength.
Yeah.
Top lane looks very strong for them most of the time. Christmas Trees have been playing quite well. Apaps in the mid lanes consistently shown up, actually, even against top opposition like Swiffer from the Chiefs. So Sudden Fear have a very good shot here of beating Immunity. Immunity, they're a veteran team. They're absolutely bouncing back here as well.
Oh, yeah, Immunity, absolutely incredible. And you have to mention the Swain here coming through from Little Cutie Cheese, as I fondly remember him when he was on your Soul Shell Chuffer, but now, of course, Cheese here for Immunity, and played their first game using that Swain against Sudden Fear.
Yeah, so we'll see what they want to go with here. We are now into Champ Select.
Yeah, and Nidalee going to be the first ban away. And do you think that we're going to see a Swain ban here? Because, of course, if I was Sudden Fear, I would still be having nightmares.
Yeah, I mean, they, of course, were the first people to feel the Cheese Swain in the OPL.
The Swain.
So they might ban it out here. I mean, it depends what they want to go with. We saw the Cassidin from Paps, and that just kind of walked into a very unfortunate matchup. So I think respectfully it would make sense, but they're going to take a different mid laner instead.
Yeah, and Sudden Fear going to ban away the Ahri here. Of course, Cheese not quite having the success of the likes of Chenny Boy or Swiffer on that champion, but it is going to be respect banned away. Cheese still practicing that champion a lot, you have to think. And we'll see what Immunity decide to do next, and what kind of comp they're going to go for here as well, because I'd like to see them back on those comfort picks, back on the Swain, the Siva, of course. And Energizer now against Uberbro, and this is the Siva player of Sudden Fear.
Yeah, I mean, Energizer's been subbed in recently. been playing quite well, actually, on Sivir especially. Obviously, Sudden Fear haven't had that much time to play with him yet in the OPL, but in the games he has played, he's looked quite good. So, I mean, Sivir's a big pick for both these teams. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see it contested somewhere in the picks. But Immunity, they look comfortable on the last drive. I think just strategically misplayed slightly against the Chiefs. They'll play that again if they have it, but if they get Sivir, they're absolutely playing it.
Yeah, and the fact that Uberbro looks so fantastic in lane as well on that Jinx means that the Sivir pick a little bit more difficult to make comfortably, you have to think. But Energizer, I mean, he played with Sudden Fear during the OCS. He played a lot of Ezreal, actually, during that particular tournament, so managed to pick up a couple of victories on that one and see whether that could be an option as well. But you have to think that if the Sivir is available, they're going to go for it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We're pretty deep in the draft. Sudden Fear have one more ban left, so we'll see what Immunity want to take for their first pick.
Yeah, and Lysandra being taken away, and there is the respect, Swain. Always have to respect the Birdman. This is the first time we've seen it banned away from Cheese thus far in the OPL.
Yeah, I mean, he's drawn bans classically in tournaments for quite a while, but yeah, finally, especially Sudden Fear, like you mentioned, don't want to have flashbacks of their last game here. And this is a rematch. That's probably the other important thing. We're starting to see teams play each other multiple times. They play each other twice in a best of one, so this is the second one here, and I'm curious to see how Sudden Fear have adjusted between the last game.
And they've adjusted by leaving Kassadin open.
I mean, banning Swain makes sense, though. I mean, Kassadin's a great pick here. I was actually a big fan of Cheese's Kassadin in the last game.
It was very strong. Just unfortunately out-rotated, as you mentioned, but you have to think that the laning phase was fantastic, and I mean, Apaps, we've seen him on a lot of these mages that he's very comfortable on, but how do you think about Kassadin versus the Xerath here, which could be possibly coming through?
I actually quite like the matchup for Xerath. It's fairly safe. Kassadin, again, is a surprisingly safe laner in the mid just because of how his Q works against mages. A little more awkward against ADs, but most of the ADs are melee, so you can push them out with Force Pulse. So you get a lot of good push and pull in most of your lanes. Xerath will be a fine pick here for Paps, but Kassadin, that's sort of the thing. He's safe, but he's not oppressive. You can pick almost anything into him.
And Christmas Trees, of course, being Christmas Trees, going to lock away that Gnar. This guy is probably one of the scariest Gnars in solo queue, just in general, but him in a team fight is just beautiful to watch, despite the fact that he's been a little bit nerfed here, and they are going to get the Sivir as well. So we might just see Sudden Fear saying, all right, it worked that time, let's just do it every single time.
And that makes sense. I mean, we almost criticized Immunity for doing that before because they always love to play these Sivir-based comps. Sudden Fear, why not play what you're comfortable with? I mean, it's not like it's bad. Sivir's a really good champion, and so is Gnar. And Christmas Trees is a great Gnar player, so I like these first two pickups here, but I am got plenty of space now.
So many options, and Zahi going to just hop on his very comfortable J4. Take that one into the jungle, of course. Can be in the top lane, JK Smithy, of course, with a huge, gigantic champion pool, able to play that one if he feels like it, but you have to think that Zahi, more than comfortable on that one, actually has picked up 2 of their 3 victories on that champion.
Yeah, I mean, just such a strong Jarvan player. It's funny that Lee Sin feels like it's dropped off a little, but I guess Jarvan just has much more to offer from the jungle, even though they're relatively similar champions. So I like that here for Zahi and Immunity. They've done it before, and they're going to do it again. T-Gun, not going to go for the engaged support this time.
Nope, and again, you know, the Sudden Fear trash talk over Twitter from a few weeks ago is once again going to be answered by T-Gun. Just say, I can just do this all day. Back it up.
In Sudden Fear's defense, after that game, they kind of retracted some of those statements. Like, oh, sorry, T-Gun, you are good at Janna.
Yes,
we bow down.
before your lord. Yes, indeed. But Apap's looking at a Riven, probably not going to come through. And you mentioned Lee Sin. A Pink Bomey could be picking that one up. And that in Italy is actually banned towards a Pink Bomey almost 100%. Actually, Christmas Trees plays that a lot in the top lane, but Pink Bomey also been picking that one up a lot as well. So they're not going to be seeing that on the Rift, and we'll see whether his Lee Sin can stand up to it.
Yeah, it's actually an APAP champion as well, so across the board for Sudden Fear boys. So they got lots of options here. I would love, and we do see a Brawler. That's a big statement against a player like T-Gun.
And this is how Brawler managed to pick up their victory in their last matchup. They were using this Sivir Blitzcrank lane and getting the hooks and capitalizing on beautiful play. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, Brawler's a great Blitzcrank player. It's hilarious to me that he's doing this against T-Gun, who is possibly
who's now playing Janna.
Who's the Blitzcrank player as far as Oceanic players go. He's renowned for that play. He used to hover it every single game, and hasn't done it so this time, so maybe he's like, man, am I getting talented here? Are they picking Blitz against me, really?
I actually find it hilarious because you've got just T-Gun in general. He epitomizes these engaged supports. Even his Morgana, he picks it as an engaged champion. His Thresh as well is fantastic. Brawler, he's known for playing Lulu he's that disengage heavy. Lulu, Nami, Janna, like they're his champions, and now he's like, not playing Blitzcrank, don't even worry.
Yeah, I think he must have a soft spot for the champion there as well. Because this is a second outing, and you said it, they got a win on it. Why not play it again?
Yeah. It's true, and J.K. Smithy looking at picking up the Renekton once more. Did fantastically in lane, you have to say, but just wasn't quite the late game force that I guess you don't expect really from a Renekton just in general anyway. And Uber Bro, his first outing on Kalista.
Yeah, I'm sure he's played it. I don't think he's played it in the OPL. So
Not yet in the OPL, no.
Not yet, but I mean, it's a great champion here. It's funny to me that they pick Renekton when they have the Kalista, because you often take Renekton against her because she can't tank blast very well. Sivir, by the same token, also can't, so that does make some sense. But J.K. Smithy's Renekton's still a very good laner, and as long as he goes tanky, he's such a good one-man frontline.
Oh yeah, that as well as the fact that the gank squad to come through from Zahi and J.K. Smithy, especially in that top side. I mean, Christmas Trees, I know he's got the bounce available that is a fantastic escape tool, but he may not be able to go far enough.
Yeah, and Apaps taunting us a little bit there perhaps with some others,
but perhaps
is going to take the matchup he thought he would.
He's got it, and the Xerath going to be taken into the shorter range Kassadin here, and you have to think that Chi's going to be in a little bit of trouble as far as the first few levels are concerned, but he might have an easier lane because, of course, Xerath just sits back and throws out Arcano Pulses and says, I just want to kill minions.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just a farm fest, right? Yeah. You don't really want to do anything else. That's fine for Cheese, but I think Paps will take it as well. It actually fits fairly well with the way their comp works out.
Yeah.
Sivir's really good with Xerath, and if you're trying to find picks, Xerath is surprisingly good in those situations, because either you have a great stun you can follow up with on your E, or you can zone everybody out with your W and E and make sure you ensure the pick and then move in 5v4. So I like it in the comp that they've built. Little low on damage potentially, so Sudden Fear have a lot riding on Blitzcrank picking people off, or really good flanks from Lee Sin and Na.
Yeah, well, that's right. And, you know, Ride of the Arcane does have a huge range as well, so I guess if anything started sort of across the map, but is there sort of too much displacement to come through as well? Because you have to think that the members of Sudden Fear could sort of get in the way of Apaps here, because they could be narrowing people away, they could be grabbing them out of the way, they can be kicking them out of the way. Like, it's going to be players flying everywhere.
I mean, yeah, absolutely, but they kind of need it, honestly. They can't realistically fight big 5v5 team fights with this comp. We often see Sivir paired with big high damage mages. Hi, Cheese, how are you? How's your swing? Banned this game, apparently.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's clearly not something that Sudden Fear plays, so they go with the comfort for Apex on Xerath. So they have to play differently. They have to split fights up, pick people off with all of their good CC, because if they ever fight 5v5, especially against Renekton, Jarvan, just Renekton, Jarvan, Kalista, Kassadin is pretty gross.
Yeah, it's just a little bit dangerous to deal with. And we're talking about the likes of Swain. I mean, there are statistics out there that state that if Cheese isn't on Swain, things get a little bit more difficult for Team Immunity because, of course, his stats on that champion are fantastic, but if he's on anything else, it goes down drastically. Yeah,
his KDA is actually pretty radically different. I mean, Immunity right now, but coming into this week, they were even as far as the record goes. So 50% win rate, not bad, but Cheese's KDA, on Swain versus not Swain was something like 5-ish.
Yeah, 5.3 versus 2.8 or something like that.
Yeah, there was almost a 50% drop in his KDA. So he's clearly very comfortable on the champion. It is a pick he's known for. It is a pocket pick for him. He's on a different champion this time, but I was very impressed with his Kassadin versus Chiefs.
Yeah, and his Kassadin has sort of always been very strong here as well. I mean, one of those comfort picks that we talk about, there is sort of that 1-4 with Xerath, only sort of recently coming through at the end of last year, but it was always sort of Kassadin, Orianna, and, of course, that Swain that came through for Cheese. But this was back when Kassadin was just exceptionally broken, and you're going to pick it up at any point anyway.
I mean, Kassadin's really good right now as well. It's funny. Yeah. We're not going to see that much more Kassadin once the patch changes over, because players might still play him, but 450 is not a big Riftwalk range. No. But right now, Kassadin's still at full power. Makes sense that Immunity have a lot invested in it as far as first picks goes. They've first picked it twice now in 2 different games. If anyone's going to come up big here, it is going to be Cheese, but I'm quite excited for Uber Bros Kalista as well.
I'm excited for Uber Bros Kalista, and didn't play it once in the OCS, hasn't played it yet in the OPL, has played it a bit in the solo queue, but that's, neither here nor there, because of course you can't judge it off that, and we'll see how he does bringing Kalista into competitive play. And the thing that I love about this, right, Fate's Call means that T-Gun can be an engaged support on any support that he's on.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned it. I'm sure that will happen every now and then. I think Uber Bros may be sad that the pop-out portion of Fate's Call is not up to him, it's up to T-Gun. So,
yeah.
You could.
I'm saving you, Tiga. I'm back in, buddy.
Exactly. But you can actually save supports with it. It's one of those things where everyone saw Callisto, like, that's a really cool ability. What can I do with it? And a lot of Annie, Morgana, and even Leona and Thresh to some extent as well. These were the sort of champions that people were playing with Callisto's ulti. But if you just take a big peel support like Janna and just give her a free reposition tool with your ulti, you can make sure you're always standing in the right spot to peel for your team.
Not to mention they can now Fates Call Monsoon someone back into the team. So theoretically he can be brawler as well. As he can sort of move someone into his team like a hook. I don't know. I'm trying to work out how he can get back.
To be fair, Tegan is one of the better Jannas at aggressively using his ultimate. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see him do that. I mean, it's funny that we joke about Tegan being an aggressive support. You know, he loves his blitz, loves his thresh, but he's a fine Janna player, but he's definitely a bit more aggressive on the champion than some other support players.
Oh, yeah, he's incredibly aggressive. It works out so beautifully here for Immunity. And thus far, I mean, it was paired with Little Cutie Cheese, or with Cheese, on his Swain. And now that he doesn't have it, is it going to be sort of as important to have that Janna in this particular team comp?
I actually really like Janna, just in general, when you're protecting big carry champions. Kassadin is a hyper carry as far as mid lane mages or mages go, whether they're top or mid. So actually being able to peel for your Kassadin sounds kind of weird. But if he gets in, force pulses, hits his Zhonya's, then goes back in, you want to make sure he can keep jumping on people. Because the longer he's alive, the more damage he does, right? Especially as he builds up stacks of his ulti. So I do like it here. It feels a bit wonky, but it does work. And Tegan basically protects two very good mobile hyper carries in this comp.
Yeah, and of course, Callista as well, just so huge in these fights if he manages to get, especially that shield coming through, but the movement speed as well, and having Janna there with that Monsoon available just to keep him healthy. What with Monsoon and having double lifesteal items, I mean, that Callista's just going to have so much regen.
Yeah, and that's why we've started seeing more Janna Callista. We used to see, again, aggressive supports paired with Callista, but if you can keep Callista alive, she does so much work, and Janna is probably the single best support at keeping a hyper carry alive.
Oh, most definitely. But let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as Immunity take on Sudden Fear yet again on the Rift. And Immunity will see whether they can do it again or whether Sudden Fear can answer back this time.
Yeah, Sudden Fear definitely have a bit of momentum. They've started winning games here in the OPL. They've looked stronger. Brawler, I love this comfort pick for him as well. And if we were going to highlight a matchup, it actually might be the bottom lane here. Brawler going in.
Oh, jeez. Didn't see it, didn't juke it, but Brawler didn't hit it.
Yeah, I mean, just maybe even just out of range there as well on the Blitz. But I like it from Sudden Fear. They have a Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank really only does one thing, so you better get aggressive at level 1.
Oh, most definitely. But Zahi going to pop a ward down, spot Christmas trees out, being a little dinosaur.
And I think Christmas trees now actually is one of the more important things to highlight in this team comp. Meganar is an unbelievably good champion. But, of course, the drawback is that you can't be Meganar all the time. That would be very silly. So Sudden Fear really have to time their engages properly with Gnar, because if Christmas Trees isn't Mega Gnar, or if he times it incorrectly and they can't get a good fight off, Callisto will run wild in this team comp, because there are no other tanks on Sudden Fear's side.
Oh, yeah, unless a Pink Bomi can pick up like 17 kills in the first 7 minutes or something like that and build a Warmog upright. I don't know. Not entirely sure what he can do, but it is going to be the Cloth 5-star coming through from Christmas Trees, really respecting JK Smithy's early pressure.
Yeah, and you have to respect Renekton. We already saw him really walk over Swiper's Maokai in the laning phase at least here. And Gnar, for all of his strength as a laner, can't really stand up to a classic bully like Renekton.
Yeah, despite that hyper giving him the movement speed around, but it's going to be a Pink Bomi starting on his Gromp here. It's going to be Gromp start here on the opposite side of the map as well. So jungle is going to be appearing out of this jungle on opposite sides, and we'll see whether this is because a Pink Bomi wants to really try and keep down JK Smithy in this top side of the map.
It's not a bad spot to look for your first gank as well. Zahi also has options, but in general, Immunity really want to play their lanes fairly safe. Both Uberbro and Cheese have to just take their time in their lanes and make sure they stay alive and take their farm. JK Smithy can get creative, but he's kind of just looking to split his lane, and once Immunity get to the first and second dragon fights, that's when they really want to start putting pressure on.
Yeah, and Sudden Fear, I mean, I think they're probably almost all in on that first one. As soon as Sivir gets her ultimate, I mean, they want to be hunting for champions and getting Christmas Trees right into this fight exactly where he wants to be. And the fact that you can time the On the Hunt with the fact that Christmas Trees is getting that evolution very soon, and he's so good at making sure he has it at the right times, things could work out very, very well here for Sudden Fear, and we'll see whether they can orchestrate it correctly, because we know that when they do manage to get it right, it looks beautiful.
And it's funny that I talk about Meganar being such a good champion, and he is, but one of the disadvantages about always being Meganar, if that theoretically was the thing, is that Mininar bouncing into Meganar form actually gets a massive gap closer. So if you're able to combo that with Siva's ulti, you can do insanely long distance engages with a great teamfight ulti and good follow-up CC. So again, it's a lot on Brawler getting picks or Energizer and Christmas Trees keeping all their abilities together so they can make sure they win the teamfights.
Yeah, but Uberbro on this Kalista going to be able to dance out of the way of some of these hooks, you have to think, keep himself in the positions that he wants to be, and we'll see whether Brawler can manage to get those picks, because of course, yeah, sort of across the board, everyone having options in order to save themselves from potential hook situations.
I think Kalista is really interesting against Skillshot champions. I think I'm going to give full credit to Rosie here. Playing Leona against Kalista had a fantastic showing, but actually Christmas Trees and Pink Bomey going in.
Yeah, we mentioned he might be up here, but Slice and Dice going to come through, and JK Smithy more than safe. Minion
Wave arriving very fortunately there for JK Smithy, able to not only slice and dice through it, but defend himself from the queue there. So good pressure by Pink Bomey, but no summoners, unfortunately, they're gotten.
Yeah, not going to happen, but Pink Bomey has made his way through this jungle very effectively at 11 to 8 in the farm as well, so not going to cost him too much here appearing in the top side of the map, and going to relieve Christmas Trees just a little bit.
Yeah, we pop in. Actually, never mind.
Zahi on the bottom side does make his way through, gets rocket grabbed, but Brawler maybe shouldn't have done that because it put him a little bit further in range of Energizer. But Immunity not going to pick up anything here on the bottom side, so two sort of failed ganks here on either side of the map, and it was actually a flash picked up there on the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, flash forced out there. Good pressure by Zahi, but smart hook actually by Brawler. Basically just saying, I have to CC Jarvan. This is the one thing that people forget about Jarvan. For all the things he does, one of the things he does do is damage.
Yeah.
So you can't afford Jarvan to free hit your in a 3v2 situation. So a smart play by Brawler just to get Jarvan off.
JK Smithy going to use that full rage bar in order to get a whole bunch of his health back, but Hyper going to be used from Christmas Trees, and he's now a big dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, this is a kind of an interesting battle. Meganar versus Renekton. I'm not too sure who wins, but Renekton is just so good at fighting, especially in creep waves, like you just saw with the Calder-Meek, that JK Smithy just feels so comfortable pretty much in any current top lane matchup, it seems.
Oh, yeah. Just Renekton in general is just so awful to deal with if you're there on the top side of the map. But Christmas Trees, a very, very practiced Gnar player, and he's only down a few CS, so still able to put the pressure on. Trailblazer is going to be picked up by both of our junglers. Of course, you can still switch them over for nothing, so we'll see whether they go into a potential Skirmisher's Saber, as we've been seeing picked up by a lot of Jarvans, or maybe even that Chilling Smite option for a Pink Bomey.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to not see Bomey pick it up, actually. I feel like he does want to try and get more aggressive, but maybe he just, thinks the same thing. My team's going to mostly win around early mid-game fights, so I'm going to prepare and make sure I get there so that when we fight, it's 3v3, 4v4, maybe even 5v5, I'm the most prepared to make that situation work.
And actually, Brawler not playing up very far here. They're just more than happy to sit and wait for this creep wave. Is this how you should be utilizing this this Blitzcrank comp?
I mean, this is one of the annoying things about Kalista. Oh, good cook, though.
Oh my goodness, that hook was incredible. Uberbro takes a hit for it. The boomerang to come through as well. But able to get out using that auto attack in order to displace his range enough. And let's have a look at that sweet hook. That was beautiful. Thank you very much for the replay.
That was really sweet. I mean, you can tell that Brawler's played Blitzcrank a few times, it seems like. Used the edge of that hitbox just beautifully. And this is, again, something I was crediting Rosie from the Chiefs for earlier. He hit skill shots so well from Leona onto Kalista. And the thing is, Martial Poise locks you into your auto attack. So if you either guess correctly or you're very fast as far as your skill shots go, Kalista's movement, despite being rapid, is very predictable.
Oh, yeah. So he's managed to land his first hook. We'll see whether he can land it the next time and get the knockup maybe even before she can dance her way out. Zahi looking for Apaps here, is coming around, does get a ward in. Zahi's jig is going to be up as he just retreats from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, he did get Uberbro's flash there to sort of answer your earlier question. So that was what I got at. But Blitzcrank's sort of in this unfortunate zone where the time where you're able to flash out of hook is nowhere close to Blitzcrank's auto attack range. So you can you can't naturally complete that combo very easily, and probably for the best because it's really good.
Oh yeah, and if you can. Although, if you manage to get the silence early enough,
so your ulti
hit 6.
So your ulti allows you to combo it, so you can make sure to lock it down. Blitzcrank is, a train of CC. You won't see him that much, so people forget. But
he kind of looks like a train.
He
too.
does. Not quite Nautilus tier, but he does have a lot of CC.
Yeah, Pink Bomi is going to spot the fact that a cheeky dragon was attempted here from Immunity. They are going to lose their pink ward here by the pit as well, you have to think, as Brawler hanging around as well. Allengale just going to wake the dragon up again. He gets a little bit annoyed at Pink Bomi, but he's going to be able to get out of here just fine. And the battle for vision now won fairly effectively.
Good wall cleared out there as well, but it looks like Energizer might be in trouble. Ubero getting so aggressive on this Kalista.
Yeah, he's going down quite low, but Energizer is definitely lower. They managed to get the heal out of him as well as Uberbro manages to hold on to his. And despite the BF sword in comparison to the dagger Vampiric Scepter, Energizer still forced out.
Yeah, and this is part of the issue, really. Like, what is Uberbro realistically afraid of here? Because if Blitz doesn't land a hook, he has nothing to worry about in this lane. And we see this a lot, actually, in Kalista Sivir lanes, where, yes, Sivir is very good at free pushing you, but if you ever go into an actual fight, either 1v1 or 2v2, you're both short-range AD carry, but Kalista just does so much damage with Ren that Sivir can never commit to that. So this is what happens. You have to play back.
Yeah, and he certainly is at this stage. 62 to 68, though, so still staying up in that farm quite well. And with the extra utility that you do get out of a Sivir, can't be too bad here for Sudden Fear. But are they going to try and accelerate the teamfight phase of this game?
I mean, Sudden Fear are pretty comfy right now. Brawl, though, looking to go in.
Yeah, he's looking for it. A Pink Bomi is coming around, gets spotted by a Sentinel, but Christmas Trees comes in, and first blood goes down. Uber Bro's dead. Sudden Fear have 4 members, more than happily pick up that kill.
And you ask me, does Sudden Fear want to accelerate the pace of the game? Answer is yes.
Yeah. Look at that. There it is. The teleport coming in. Easily pick up a kill. There is a ward in the back of this Dragon Pit. Sudden Fear not looking to pick that one up. And actually, Christmas Tree is going to head back to base. Do you think they had an opportunity, or are they trying to protect that outer turret in the top lane? But Cheese does die, but manages to pick up the kill into Apaps.
You know what? It's funny that you mentioned, although actually Brawler going into Zahi now.
Yeah, he's going to get kicked in the head. There's the safeguard to a minion. Zahi gets slowed by the red buff, and a Pink Bomi just waits and waits and waits and takes his time, picks up the kill.
And you know what? If Sudden Fear don't get the dragon here, as silly as Immunity might look, getting maybe a bit too aggressive in the jungle and mid, Sudden Fear have wasted so much time that Kallista's back now after getting first blooded, and Sudden Fear moved Christmas Trees down to take the dragon, and then just walked back to top lane.
Yeah. Didn't lose the top outer turret though, but now starting up the dragon seems very, very dangerous. Christmas Trees has found his way back around, and it might have been due to the fact that they wanted to wait for that Mega Gnar time, and now they can use the dragon, build up that rage. They've got level 6 on this Sivir, as well as JK Smithy's coming in. They do manage to secure the dragon. T-Gun's here as well, looking for that Monsoon. He does split up a few members. Cheese finds his way back in. A Pink Bomi is so low, but somehow survives. Apaps comes in, gets the stun here as well as JK Smithy loses half his health. And the disengage is successful almost here by Sudden Fear. But Zahi, look at the Cataclysm onto 2 members. Both of them are going to die. A double kill for Cheese's Cassidon. And Christmas Tree is forced to get out. They didn't have to do that. It looked like they were sort of waiting to re-engage or something on the side of Sudden Fear.
I mean, that was the problem. When Sudden Fear didn't take the dragon immediately after getting first blood, Immunity had so much time to line up a contest, and sure, they lost the first dragon, but they'll take it. They had plenty of time to get everyone back together, hit their ultis, and then Sudden Fear just couldn't afford to wait as long as they did for that dragon. So they either get the kill and go for it, or get the rest of the kills and leave.
Yeah, and it's now 11.5 minutes into this game, and Cheese has 3 kills, 1 death, and almost a completed Rod of Ages here as well. So things looking really, really scary. He's also got a gigantic CS lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cheese's Cassidon, again, has been so impressive so far. He actually does have enough to go get his Rod of Ages, and he's had stellar Rod of Ages timing throughout this through the entire day, both in the first game against Chiefs and this one now. He's going to stay for a little while longer because he's not delaying it too much by waiting a minute or two from this point, but that's what happens when Cassidon gets involved like that. Immunity have so many good ways to enable their carries, and Cheese just ran over that fight at Dragon.
Oh, yeah, he did. Now at 12 minutes, he's actually 1,200 gold in the lead. So with the clock on that one, as it were. There's the Gnar into the wall, though. JK Smithy gets kicked back towards the enemy tower. The slice and dice not going to cover quite enough distance, but Mega Gnar just trying to get there, doesn't quite do it, and my gosh, the second time that's happened with a minion.
Yeah, so smart. Flashes past his minion wave knowing that the queue's coming, and unfortunately for Sudden Fear, it was a great CC chain that had Christmas Trees gnaw him, then a wallop, and then he got kicked out back away from the minion line that was unfortunately a little too close to let him slice and dice out.
So still manages to use his Renekton slipperiness in order to get out, but You have to think Christmas Trees does have an opportunity to get back in this lane, although he's just gone back to base, and JK Smithy's still hanging around, so not even going to happen. Just that lead probably going to extend here from JK Smithy.
I mean, Nas fine with what's happening now. It's not a massive lead. Christmas Trees has almost got his Randuin, so he's comfortable at this point, but the fact that Pink Bummy visited that lane twice, and neither time they couldn't quite get a kill, Christmas Trees probably feels a bit robbed after that, because they played that last engage perfectly, and it still wasn't enough to kill Renekton.
Yeah, Uberbro not able to finish off his Hurricane just yet. Does have that CS advantage, but now with Sivir having an extra kill, you have to think going to be in the lead by just a little bit. Doesn't have the Infinity Edge yet, and is that Hurricane spike with the Vampiric Scepter a little bit larger than just the Infinity Edge?
As far as pure Infinity Edge goes, that's actually an interesting question. For me, I feel like Kallista's first item, Hurricane, is all about transitioning to your second item. That's when you're really strong as Kallista. Kallista's in a duel, no, because Kallista's going to beat Sivir anyway in a duel, although Brawler's going to try and make it a bit uneven.
He is. He's just powering through here. T-Gun looking to come through and make everything okay. Energizer getting caught up. There's the exhaust coming through as well. Monsoon just to disengage, but T-Gun taking so much damage. Energizer, oh my gosh, the Fates call. This is what we were talking about. Just save him. Oh, is the Rite of the Arcane going to be enough? Definitely not. He actually gives up on it.
Yeah, I mean, T-Gun had a shield there for himself as well, so it would have taken 2 bolts minimum to kill him there, and Apex unfortunately missed the first 2, so couldn't get the kill into T-Gun. Smart bait almost by T-Gun, I think, knowing the ulti was there, wanted them to go a little closer, but you can see 1v1 without Hurricane especially. Energizer does very good in a 2v2 here.
Yeah, looking fantastic. Brawler didn't even quite manage to close the distance that he wanted to. Of course, T-Gun sort of turning up at the nick of time in that bottom side, and Uberbro now just going to clear out this wave. That Vamp Scepter doing a lot of work, helping keep him safe, but Energizer is still doing absolutely fine in this lane. It's very, very even across the board.
Yeah, smart clearing of the ward there as well by T-Gun, protecting his pink. And I guess thinking about your last question, but as Hurricane bursts Infinity Edge a little more, I think it actually does favor Sivir at that point in time, just because the raw damage output between short range AD carries is so much. Sure, if the fight goes on too long, you'll die to Rend eventually, but kind of the whole point with critting them is that they die very quickly.
Yeah. But see whether it does come through.
But as far as 2 items go, no. Then that's awful. Callista with 2 items is really scary. And
I think almost for anyone.
Yeah.
That's just awful.
And it only gets better from there. And actually, Uberbro's going to take a different tactic. This is much more duelist-oriented.
Yeah, Uberbro going for something very strange. This is what we saw from C&J, actually, on the side of Fortnite, but not going for sort of the extra AoE potential, but going for that single-target dueling potential.
So I called Hurricane a transition item, and this build weirdly kind of accomplishes the same thing. Blade of the Ruined King is just much safer as a first item. Hurricane is a good item to speed you to your next item, but it's kind of risky. So Blade of the Ruined King Hurricane is very safe, but you don't do nearly as much damage with a 2-item power spike. So Uberbro is basically saying, I like where our team's sitting at right now. I'm probably happy with my Cassidans especially. I feel like Cheese can carry me through the mid-game, so I'm going to go a little bit later game in my build.
Yeah, we'll see whether it works, as Sudden Fear looking to set up some vision around this dragon that they did manage to take the first time, but 14 seconds to go and Immunity are all in position. Teleports available for both of our top laners. Christmas Trees is hanging around. Sudden Fear looking to have a little bit of control. Christmas Trees finds his way in. Brawler looking to threaten with that rocket grab. Does throw it out, but doesn't quite make it. Actually, the top lane turret going to fall here as JK Smithy puts on a lot of pressure. Christmas Trees building rage on the dragon yet again. You can see that bar filling up and filling up. We'll see whether he can actually land some of these boomerangs, make sure that he gets the evolution at the right time. And Immunity, they're respecting it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to as well. Sudden Fear's time is now as far as their comp goes. They've got decent damage from Realnomicon with APAP. Infinity had just got completed, and Christmas Trees is very strong right now. So no one can get picked off. And honestly, JK Smith is teleporting, but I don't know if they should contest here.
Yeah, they are coming through. The stun lands immediately. There's the hook onto JK Smithy. The dominance has been popped. Christmas Trees right in amongst it, trying to get it down. The damage coming through. Fate's calling to T-Gun, gets him out of trouble. Uberbro coming through, trying to get something to happen, but no one's dead quite yet, and so much has happened.
I mean, lots of cooldowns traded back and forth, but Immunity have no tank left here with Renekton getting low, but Sudden Fear have to be careful of Castan as well. For Immunity, just going to counter push instead.
Yeah, they're going for the flank, but you can see Christmas Tree so low. Cheese just kills him outright with a Rift Walk. Beautifully played 4-1 now on this Castan, who has a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, Minina just caught out of position against the Castan with no magic resist. Kassadin's going to kill you every single time. So Immunity, very patient there. Sudden Fear took, at least Christmas Trees took maybe the lazy way across back to his mid lane turret, and he got punished for it.
Yeah, I think we call that a see you later, see you bye, see ya.
I think so too.
Yeah, here around the office. But Cutie Cheese, all the kills for his team now stacked up. And if you're Immunity, I mean, normally in a game like this, you're like, oh man, I wish the kills were distributed differently. But putting them all on a Kassadin, oh, heck yeah, you take that every day of the week.
I mean, yeah, Immunity have a 2-threat comp here, so they're fine if the Kassadin's the one holding all the kills. Again, a great Rod of Aegis timing and a very quick Rod here as well to move in for what I assume is going to be a fast Zhonya's. And again, it's reflected in the way Uber Bro's building. He's going to be a bit more patient. And Cheese can do all the carrying for this mid game especially.
In fact, I think that Cheese just likes to build those two items on every champion that he plays.
I think you're right.
That's his standard Swain build and his standard Kassadin build coming through. Really, really nicely done. Of course, doesn't build it on his Xerath, so that sort of breaks my entire theory, but it is going to be the blue buff going over to Apaps here in the mid lane as he still tries to defend that outer turret. Has kept that CS advantage here at about the same point moving forward, so now has sort of enough in order to just remove these waves as they come towards his turret.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent wave clear over on the IM side here as well. I mean, Xerath as well is no slouch there, so it's fine. Immunity wave clear is a lot better going forward than backwards, so if they can keep being aggressive and get deep vision down, that's sort of where they want to be. And I'm curious to see that JK Smithy has gone for the Ghost Blade yet again here. If he's doing this, I imagine he's confident that Cheese is able to really control space in this game because of how big he is right now on Kassadin, but I assume he's going to stay in his lane for a bit longer. Just try and tie Christmas trees up.
Pink Bomi may have been caught out just a little bit as T-Gun tries to protect his ward. Does dodge out of the way of that Sonic Wave, so he's going to be A-OK. Brawler threatening, though, in this Boom Boom Blitzcrank. Not quite finding it. Scrying Orb does spot him out, though, and Immunity are doing really, really well playing around this Blitzcrank. And you have to think that has a lot to do with T-Gun knowing almost everything about that champion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they need to practice, Immunity have plenty of time to practice playing against Blitzcrank if T-Gun maybe threatened to 1v1 them or something in the team speak. But I mean, they're respecting ranges, but JK Smith is going to get caught out here.
Yeah, and it's actually Christmas Tree's about to evolve. There's the Gnar into the wall to wallop. Going to stun him up here as well as JK Smithy slices and dices, but a Pink Bomi, he's going to get it. No, he's not! Not this time. The flash held onto for so long. A Pink Bomi looking for it. And no, it doesn't quite land. And JK Smithy, I think he's immortal.
He might be. I mean, that's, how many times that they've gone in? And a great combo here again. I think he actually, he did. He got kicked out of, he got hooked out of the wallop there. Which didn't complete the CC chain. I thought they'd put it together perfectly.
I thought he hit it, yeah, but no. Oh, dear.
And unfortunately for Sudden Fear, the last time they went there, they comboed beautifully and couldn't kill Renekton. Pink Bomi just a little hesitant to pull the trigger on the flash Q, and it cost him that kill against Renekton.
Yeah, Apaps did manage to land a slow here in the mid side, so I mean they get at least something for it. His Cheese looking very tanky now that he's finished that Zhonya's Hourglass. He's just going to Rift Walk right on top of Energizer. It's a nice spell shield. Zhonya's going to be used just to dodge out of the way of the extra damage. Narconopol's going to find T-Gun here as well. They clear out the ward. And Immunity going to be okay, but I think they took the worst side of that trade.
I mean, this is the great thing about Zhonya's Kassadin, is that you can just initiate with impunity by aggressive rift locking Brawler, though.
Speaking of initiating, Zahi goes so aggressive onto Brawler, gets grabbed, and he is dead. T-Gun now going to come in. Force Pulse is going to be enough to get rid of that annoying Blitzcrank. Christmas Trees is very low. A Pink Bomi, he's okay, though. And Sudden Fear, they'll take the 1-for-1.
Yeah, I mean, they'll collect the gold here, but Immunity are just really strong-arming Sudden Fear here. They're going to take another turret now 3-1, and Callisto is roaming across the map with their team, so we'll see again. Zahi does go in, and that's almost getting a kill into Brawler, but just gets CC'd to death here. T-Gun tries to flash ult in to save him. Cheese, very cute. They'd managed to get the kill on the low health support, but this is the thing, like, Sudden Fear have so much CC, it's just a matter of using it correctly.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why a Pink Bomi is up here on the top side, because we know now, JK Smithy is impossible to kill. Stop trying. There is no point. Cheese, here on the bottom side, just going to be split pushing the... Now that he can, because of course, so strong on this Kassadin at this stage. That Force Pulse going to be able to clear out these waves as well. Boomerang's just trying to come through from Energizer just to clear this one out, make sure that they can't get too much damage down on this tower. There's not a lot of siege coming through from Immunity, so if they can use this Sivir effectively, they can extend this game for a long time.
They can, but you made the best possible point there about Immunity. They don't have good siege, so what they're doing is actually what Papa Smithy mentioned in their last game today against Chiefs. They had the option of split pushing and didn't take it against the Chiefs. Now, with the way J.K. Smith is building, they're actually committing to 1-1-3 and pushing every single laner because they know they're strong enough. Cassidy can be practically anywhere on the map, and Kalista's really good at any sort of small skirmish or duel. So if they keep splitting Sudden Fear up, all of the CC that they have between Blitz, Lee Sin, and Gnar just never gets used the way they want it to.
Yeah, and they've got incredibly high tower damage as well, what with, you know, Ghost Blade Renekton and Kassadin. He's no slouch. He does a lot of damage with that Q reset. I mean, with the W reset.
Jeez, maybe looking to go in again, but again, just going to kind of love tap Pink Bomi there. And Dragon is going to be up soon. I imagine that's why Immunity are grouping up. But even J.K. Smithy, going for Sunfire Cape this time, he kind of recognized that the Ghost Blade, maybe not what he, like, when he didn't push wasn't that good. So he's fully committing to split pushing now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting sort of second buy to come through. You have to think that a Randuin's might be a little bit better, but just wants his power now as Cheese going to find Brawler. There's the flash flag and drag, but doesn't get the knock up. The Cataclysm immediately kicked out of it as Cheese is going to kill Brawler, then use the Zhonyas, and he is still at full health. The Pink Bomi has the option of coming back in. Christmas Tree's about to evolve, but not going to take the opportunity as Dragon up in 1 second and Brawler just died.
And so much credit to Zahi there as well. He's done so much work for this team. He's basically the only real person that can effectively pick someone off in this team, with maybe Cheese with a Riftwalk slow being an exception there. But he's the hard engage. Zahi, with his sight turns getting so much vision, he's made so many picks happen already.
Yeah, and Immunity waiting out that Mega Gnar as well as Apap's going down so incredibly low. Uber Bro picks up the kill with a Ren set. And Immunity continue the chase. The inner turret is there. Sudden Fear going to be okay, but that's another Dragon now for Immunity. They are taking control of the objectives and getting the picks when they want to. Speaking of picks, not going to happen.
Yeah, Tegan a little too fast there on the Janna, so we'll dodge the Blitz hook there. And Immunity again, I assume they're going to go back in and start split pushing. J.K. Smithy already moving in towards the top lane. She's actually might 1v1 Christmas trees here.
Looking for it. Brawler's coming around, wants some revenge on this Kassadin, but doesn't quite get it before the Rift Walk's there. Rocket Grab not going to find him either, or a Scuttle Crab, which is a little bit unfortunate because it's always funny grabbing those Scuttle Crabs from across the wall, but not going to find it. Sudden Fear, they're still looking for that fight, that wonder fight that they want.
And Immunity aren't going to give it to them. They just grouped for the Dragon, but got a pick to make sure they secured it. And to be honest, if they'd lost it, they probably wouldn't be too upset about it. Instead, J.K. Smithy back to pushing. Uberbro just dodges that hook.
That was almost like he was groping Uberbro there a little bit, but doesn't quite grab him. And Uberbro and T-Gun going to continue to go aggressively forward just because they know that they're so safe.
I mean, you can see how much work this Hurricane's doing now as well with the Blade. Pretty much any major lifesteal item in Hurricane's good on Kalista. Blade, again, the less safe and aggressive choice, but just is a lot smoother as far as item builds go. But that was basically 2v4 between T-Gun and Uberbro. They were happy to take on Sudden Fear.
More than happy. And as soon as Brawler misses that hook as well, I mean, they sort of lose a lot of their options as far as getting these fights started in the way that they want to. As Zaki going to take down the Scuttle Crab. Cheese just coming through. They're trying to clear out all of these wards. And now just Immunity with so much control over this game. And it's just so methodical as well. And you have to think Immunity, this emotional team, this team that runs a lot on momentum. This isn't necessarily their style, but it's looking fantastic.
Yeah, and we could have said that about the game against Chiefs as well. And for the first 20 minutes, they were playing to the comp strength.
Yeah.
Immunity this time really committing to their win conditions properly this time. And, you know, they're just going to take things slow. They don't want what happened against the Chiefs to happen again here. And they've got so much control of this game. And you mentioned Blitzcrank here. Who is Brawler realistically going to hook in this game? Tanky Renekton, Tanky Jarvan, Kassadin that can get out, Janna can get Fates called, or the Kalista and then Janna peels for her. There are no good targets here for Brawler's Blitz.
Yeah, it's awful. And I think it has to be Uberbro. But you're right. I mean, then they're inviting themselves to get force-pulsed all to death almost instantly by Cheese with impunity.
I mean, T-Gun can peel off there if that happens as well, and then he can pull T-Gun out with Fate's Call. Like, Kalista is good because she's bonded with her support. So when you have a high, heavy disengage and peel support bonded to your Kalista, she just stays alive forever.
Oh, yeah. But Immunity now, they're going to start the Baron. Of course, Uberbro with a lot of damage with that Blade of the Ruin King and the Hurricane shredding through the health bar. Look at the amount of spears stuck in the head of this big serpent man as a Pink Bomi is going to come round. They're looking for the Engager Sudden Fear, but look at the Baron. It's down to 2,000 health. He's not going to be able to steal that because Kalista does so much damage to Baron, and Sudden Fear, they just have to watch the Baron die.
Yeah, Zahi actually didn't even have smite. Oh, no, he did, sorry. It was a smite charge there, but yeah, about 2,500.
Didn't need to use it.
About 2,500 health with a secure there on that Baron. So pretty insane stuff from Kalista.
Not bad at all. There's a Rift Walk to come through, gets a Force Pulse onto a couple of members, does Cheese. There's Sudden Fear now. They're going to probably respect exactly what's going on. Is a Pink Foamy going to take away the Raptor, though? Of course, wants to get at least a little bit out of this one. They're going to be able to clear out some wards, but Sudden Fear now have to contend with a barrened up immunity, trying to sort of help out the fact that their siege pretty non-existent.
I mean, immunity, though, if they're going forward, especially with the Baron buff, it doesn't really matter that their siege is pretty bad, like you mentioned. They're just happy to keep going in and being aggressive. And this is one of the things about Blitzcrank that's really interesting. For how good his hook is as a pick tool, Blitzcrank is really bad when your team's behind because you can't get vision to let him aggressively hook people.
Yeah, Chi's actually going to halve Brawler's health here as well by coming through with an aggressive Rift Walk. Of course, knowing the fact that that hook is on a very low cooldown. In fact, you could probably hear T-Gun in their team speak now, sort of saying something like, and it's got about 7 seconds to go, 6, 5, and now we have to respect it again. Because, of course, he knows it so incredibly well. This inner turret's going down incredibly quickly, though, in the mid lane. There's Christmas trees. He might get engaged on Zahi, just looking to secure the turret. Sudden Fear now forced under their inhibitor turret. We'll see if they can turtle this one out, but at this stage, you have to think with the likes of Callista, with the Kassadin as well, things are only going to get worse for Sudden Fear.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned Callista. I actually love Uberbro's build here. It might look weird to see him going for, I assume that's a Phantom Dancer with what he's got currently, but again, it's all about smoothing out your power curve. And with how the game's going for Uberbro, he doesn't need a big power spike right now. He's keeping up already just on base stats and levels and ranks in Rend that he doesn't need an Infinity Edge. He'll get it probably as his 4th item here, and he'll go off when he gets it. But this is all about getting to your strong item build in the smoothest way possible. And Phantom Dancer does a good job, especially at dodging stuff like Blitzcrank hooks.
Yeah, and when you've got Janna as well, I mean, she's lacking a lot of flat damage. So with the Eye of the Storm, he's going to have the flat damage that he needs.
That's a great point. We see this a lot on champions like Twitch, and anyone's like strong on hit effect, right? Vayne as well. You just want to maximize your attack speed and mobility because the damage part isn't really what does all the damage. It's the on-hit effect that you provide from your champion.
Oh, yeah, and the fact that just Uberbro's been so safe throughout this game, he sort of doesn't need to worry. He just wants to be stacking Rend as much as possible, using that Hurricane, and then, you know, JK Smithy's doing heaps of work. Cheese is doing heaps of work. I mean, Uberbro just needs to press E at the right times, basically. Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, Cheeser at this point is probably the best janitor immunity you could ask for as far as team fights going. He's kind of slowed down a little bit here on Kassadin. I mean, hasn't finished his next major item, which might even be a death cap, which would be absolutely insane as far as burst damage goes. But Sudden Fear, they had the comp that needed to get on the front foot early, and right now Immunity have complete control of the map.
Yeah, this is going to be the 3rd dragon going down very easily. A little bit more movement speed, which is going to make them very happy. And T-Gun just going to be a rocket around this map. He already has the Talisman of Ascension. He's building a Righteous Glory as well.
Yeah, why not? Just have all the movement speed. Make sure you can get to the fight first here, because that's what IAM's comp is all about. It is just mobility everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Now you've got Phantom Dancer as well as Boots, too, coming through from Uberbro. I mean, this guy's going to be moving super fast. And he's already Callista. And you were right. I was saying it'd be ludicrous if he was to pick up a Death Cap instead of a Void Staff. But no, Cheese picks it up.
Why? What do you really need Void Staff for at this point? There's one Magic Resist item that I can see. I guess there's an Aegis there as well, so that does actually make some difference. But Cheese is so far ahead at this point on Kassadin that he just wants to do enough damage. And the thing is, he wants to chunk whatever the furthest forward target is that it can get to. So if that's a tank, fine, it's a tank. They don't have that much MR anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. And of course, it actually augments his auto attacks against turrets as well. So for the split push, which as he mentioned is a thing that they're going to be looking for, going to be helping that all the more. But JK Smithy here on this top side. Sudden Fear have realized for the last little while that he's immortal, so they haven't been giving him too much trouble, but maybe have forgotten at this stage as there are 4 members up here. But I think they're just waiting for the immunity rotation, which is intelligent because it's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and again, with all the movement speed, Immunity will get anywhere first before Sudden Fear, even though Sudden Fear combined to a much smaller area on the map. And I'm pretty sure JK Smithy hasn't left.
Oh my gosh, the flash over the sun. Apex is ignited. The safeguard is going to be enough. Oh, the spear from Uberbro. Beautiful work. And Sudden Fear lose their mage. Uberbro now dancing, using the tower. Energizer's just going to die. Monsoon against the wall as Brawler gets caught up. A triple kill now. Could it be the penta for Uberbro? He picks up the Quadra. Christmas trees. It's a pentakill for Uberbro.
And probably the easiest pentakill that Uberbro will ever get in his life. His team handed that to him after such incredible initiation by Cheese and JK Smithy. And you know what? He'll take it, but to be honest, He did deserve it, but his team gave it to him.
Most definitely donated over there, but a beautiful rotational play by Immunity, and I just love it when pentakills happen, let's be honest.
I mean, we'll see it again here. Cheese
That's
just
just
goes
gone.
in, but this spear is amazing there by Kalista. So there's the first kill. Brawler misses his hook there as well, and Cheese just dives in, knows the target. He wants to go straight in onto Energizer. Uberbro just hops in. Cheese happily tanks the tower, and look at this. Java getting put down, JK Smithy going off, and it's just the easiest pentakill of Uberbro's life here. Good Fates call as well, actually knocks up Christmas trees to secure it, and again, his team happily gifted that over to Kalista, and that's what she does when she gets a snowballs a team fight. And Immunity didn't need much more than that, but he'll take the pentakill.
Yeah, that was beautiful to see. And that was a 1-1-0 Kalista as well. Just picking up a pentakill, no problem at all. And I think I'm going to be building a Phantom Dancer every time because that gets you a pentakill.
I'm thinking about it more as well. Remember that Kalista's passive does scale from movement speed as well.
Yeah.
So having more movement speed makes it easier for you to hop around these fights. And again, same sort of theory. As long as you're applying Rend on Kalista, you're probably doing enough damage. So the fact that crit's a semi-wasted stat in this build just doesn't matter as much because all you really want is to keep auto-attacking people.
Yeah, it gives you the opportunity to build a last item. Oh my gosh, Cheese is just going to destroy Apex. Energizer going to try and run. On the Hunt is named wrong because he's using it to get the hell out of here. Cheese has Zhonya's. He's going to be not safe. Although he didn't, there it is, to dodge the boomerang. That is just so cheeky, Cheese. But Immunity going to continue this one out. And they managed to get a couple of picks, but it looks like they are not going to be able to transition it into too much. Of course, the Wave's now pushing out here for Sudden Fear. And they're going to try and make something happen. Cheese now just going to back away, head back to base. And Immunity's just not going to be able to do too much with this.
Yeah, if we can maybe fault Immunity for something here in this game, it's kind of poor sidewave control, actually. It's funny that we'd mentioned that given how much 1-3-1 split pushing they've been doing, but JK Smithy decided to leave the top lane at some point in this game. I know,
ludicrous.
I'm just as surprised as you are, but when that happened, suddenly we actually pushed the wave back in, so Immunity can't get anything but at least take the Baron.
Yeah, but it's at half health at this stage. Uberbro, though, stabbing it with spears, going to be able to be very difficult to steal. Okay, that was about 4,000 health. That is disgusting. And the Scuttle Crab going to die as well. And then right as the Arcane came through, and I was like, oh, yeah, he's going to get... No, wait, hang on, Kalista.
No, yeah, you just can't really out-secure objectives like a Kalista can. Ren just does so much damage against monsters because you're able to stack up the Ren. And, you know, Zai was in there with his Smite as well. So a very smart Baron there. Immunity, even if they'd lost the Baron, would have at least loved to force a team fight. So they're fine with what's going on. They've got an unbelievably massive gold advantage at this point, and they're just going to finish the game at their own leisure at this point.
Yeah, it's true. And this Kalista now has 2.3 attack speed, so very, very close to that cap. Rocket Grab not going to find its markers, neither is that slow. Arcana Pulse going to find T-Gun. T-Gun just sort of doesn't really mind about taking damage because he's T-Gun.
I mean, again, he's safe. Kalista also will keep him there as well, and they're going to pop the Ascension.
Yeah, the Ascension to come through as Christmas Tree's getting caught up, and look at JK Smithy getting the damage onto Apaps. A double kill now for the Crocodile. Is it his turn for the Penta? I don't think so, because the Inhibitor turret, that's going to be the focus. Zahi tries to turn it around again. The Boomerang to come through. Energizer took half of his health from that Q. The Null Sphere from Cheese, that is just ridiculous. Zahi very, very low in health, tanking up the turret a little bit, unfortunately. Cheese gonna use the Zhonya's. Is Rift Walk gonna be there? I'm not sure. No, not gonna be enough. As it's going to be Energizer picking up that kill. One turret is dead, but two inhibitors down now as well, as Sudden Fear somehow managed to hold on to their base for this moment.
Yeah, just a bit too aggressive by Immunity, but look at the red minions down. Immunity have really not been trimming their garden as far as sidewaves go here, but they're going to take away the blue. They'll get the dragon that's up in a few seconds as well. Losing a tier 2, not great, but they'll take it at this point because they're just so far ahead.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure that Immunity have sort of messed up the resolution on their monitors at the moment because they haven't seen sort of the bottom to the right area of the map.
No, not yet. I mean, it's funny. They've just been stuck in mid lane for so long just trying to get kills. Again, it's arguably a little greedy. Maybe they got the first penta, like we need more pentakills.
Yeah.
Trying to set an OPL record for number of pentakills in one game, maybe. T-Gun, for some reason, has Magi's. I don't think it matters too much at this point. And Immunity, again, with a massive lead, Sunfear, you're going to have to dig very deep to try and defend from this one.
Yeah, I don't know why T-Gun's got a Magi's, because he only wants items that are giving him heaps and heaps of movement speed, and that doesn't give him heaps of movement speed.
Well, I think he maybe ran out of items in the shop to buy that give him more speed here.
Phantom Dancer?
You could have bought, Phantom
what
Dancer.
an idiot.
I would have loved a Ziggs, actually. That wouldn't have been the worst thing ever. Or even Banner of Command.
Yeah.
It's actually quite good, given that, again, they don't need to break the base anymore, I guess, given that they're kind of broken already, but Immunity feeling pretty good at this game. J.K. Smithy is unbelievably tanky. This is the Renekton that he missed in the Chiefs game.
Oh, yeah. Has got to that point where he's got Thornmail and the Sunfire Cape here as well. The inhibitor just going to be waited for as Immunity just going to destroy it as soon as it comes home. That was a really tough visit as here's the fight. The Cataclysm just started off. Only one Nexus turret fighting the members of Immunity because Sudden Fear are all back into the fountain. They turn around and turn it onto the inhibitor. Onto the Nexus turret. A nice knock up there from T-Gun, but J.K. Smithy taking a lot of damage. The Immortal God, is he going to fall? No, look at the dancing shoes on this Crocodile. He is incredible as Sudden Fear are starting to get low, but J.K. Smithy, what are you doing, buddy? Get out of there.
He really wants to get some more kills. I think he's jealous of Ubro's pentakill here. Ubro's taking his time killing this Nexus because he is Kalista, but Christmas Trees is going to get caught. Cheese will get the kill, and that should be enough for Immunity.
Yep, J.K. Smithy continuing to walk around the heal just to make sure that they're okay as the Nexus falls down. And GG, well played to Team Immunity. They looked fantastic in that game.
Yeah, hilariously, Kassadin actually had to kill the Nexus because as cool as Ubero's build was, it doesn't have any real flat AD, especially without Giant Shield. So he's kind of huffing speeds to the Nexus, and Cheese like, okay, I got this, buddy. Don't worry about it. Enjoy your pentakill, and I'll get the Nexus.
Yeah, he managed to take care of the actual business. You have to think that Cheese sort of hard carrying that game, especially early on. Having sort of going for that exchange, getting the 1-for-1 was like, oh, okay, we'll see whether he's going to be okay. And then just the double kill and the beautiful cleanup was great. So let's see a replay from this match just to see how Immunity did it.
Yeah, so we'll roll this out here. And Immunity at this point are really far ahead. But Cheese here catches Paps here, does so much damage. Ubero again comes in with the snipe. So watch how well Immunity set up the rest of this here. Cheese dives immediately onto the AD carry. Ubero is hopping around the turret, using his martial poise to get him deeper into the fight. And then it's all tanking here from the Renekton and Jarvan. Really, again, didn't need much more from this, but Ubero played that very well to make sure to secure the last few kills. I loved that he hopped around using structures to get closer and closer in, and Cheese set it up perfectly for him. And at that point, like you mentioned, just an unbelievably fed Kassadin.
Yeah, and it was only moments before that we were discussing the fact that he has this Phantom Dancer, and what is he going to do? He's just going to get E onto people and just rend them up. And what did he do? He pressed E at the right times in a team fight and got a pentakill. So that is just perfect.
Yeah, that's exactly how you play Kalista. You want to get into fights, you want to start snowballing them. Kassadin's a great champion to do that with because he does so much flat damage in an AoE. And Ubero, again, I said easiest pentakill of his life. He'll take it. He doesn't care.
Oh, absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we still have one more match coming up for you this evening. It's going to be Direwolves taking on Sudden Fear, and we'll see whether Sudden Fear can come back from this difficult one. We know they can do it. We'll see just after this.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the OPL. We're in round 4, day 1. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. We have one more game to bring you to close out another day of OPL.
Absolutely, but first we need to track back on one piece of information. The MVP for that game. You might think it was going to be the AD carry after his amazing pentakill, but we had other things in mind.
Yeah, I think for us it has to be Cheese on that cast in there as well. Going absolutely stupid at 9, 2, and 7 and setting up so much of the early mid-game for Immunity.
Yeah, big kill participation numbers as well for that cast and made a lot of the plays. And when you're that Callista, sometimes it all lines up and the pentakill's just pressing E a few times. It was really the big plays from Cheese. He played the Swain twice, the Kassadin twice today. Didn't work out the first time, but a big carry performance that time out.
Yeah, and seems to love someone more like hyper carry-esque mages, it seems like, in a comfy game there. Immunity will take it. Another 1-1, hilariously for them. And now we have a team that also wants to go 1-1 today. The Direwolves are taking on Sudden Fear here, and both of these teams, they want to pick up a win here because they'll be lossless on the day otherwise.
Yeah, so Direwolves, trying to get in there against the Chiefs. They tried something different, and both times against the Chiefs, against that top opposition, now undefeated at 8-0, they've tried something different. First of all, Sharp took the Morgana mid, and they really had to pay for it. They didn't have the carry potential mid. This time around, they went full support mode. They went the 3 support champions. And while King's been wonderful, King's definitely been one of the breakout stars of the OPL, putting Perfection and Sharp on support champions just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. They never... In these matches against the Chiefs, they've never gone for carry. They've never gone and trying to take it to the Chiefs. They've tried something out of the box both times and kind of paid for it. So I think they're going to return to their roots here. They're going to go more for those carry choices. I expect to see Perfection on something that can get a big CS lead and use his sharp mechanics to take the game to Sudden Fear. But Sudden Fear, they have got some wins on the board. They were definitely overpowered by Team Immunity last time out. But the Direwolves, I have to think they're going to be looking to play themselves back into form.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that specifically about the Wolves, that they do have a lot of very strong players on their team. It's almost 3 carries that this team is just blessed to have at this point. Is it actually the Chiefs manager, Sangi, on Twitter that made the comment before the game? It's curious that they're playing this team comp. I don't really get it because it's, yes, King's a great player, but Direwolves is full of great players.
Absolutely, but I think that G Tigers-esque Protect the Cogmore comp hasn't had a lot of established counters. If it's played ideally, if it's played optimally, I think no one really has had a true answer to it. So it had a lot of potential to carry. Their execution on it strikes me as maybe they hadn't scrimmed it enough, hadn't really thought it out enough. They didn't play around the limitations of the comp perfectly. Maybe just go back to kind of the standard hard carry mode, get Perfection on a big top lane carry, whether it's the Aurelia, whether it's even the Rumble that he's shown that he can carry on, and just take it to this Sudden Fear team.
Well, we'll have to see Sudden Fear on the blue side here for this game. Direwolves over on the red, and Sudden Fear, so much respect already, are going to immediately ban out Hecarim.
Yeah, the Hecarim top. It's definitely a top lane ban for Perfection. I mean, the things he did to that Morgana were just disgusting. So just a respect ban coming through. Sudden Fear, we have to give them some credit, because against those top opposition, specifically against Chiefs, you look at some of the results they were having in that game. In the mid game, I believe at one point, Paps in the mid lane was 3-0 against Swiffer. The team was actually 2,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes. Okay, Chiefs have had some rough early and mid games, but it was a significant advantage for them that they couldn't translate. They're picking these comps that have a lot of potential. They're picking teamfight comps, but they're kind of losing it early. So if they can keep it even or ahead like they did against the Chiefs, I think on any day with their teamfight mechanics, they do have a real chance.
Yeah, so the ban's continuing now as well. Sudden Fear ban out Scion as their second interstringly, so maybe something that we haven't seen yet from Perfection, but that he has been playing. We do have a Nidalee and a Lissandra ban. I believe those are both mid lane bans actually over on the Sudden Fear side. So lots of respect here being given, and Callista, pretty smart last ban there from Sudden Fear.
Yeah, after feeling the wrath of a Callista, maybe it makes sense to ban away that champion. Has so much reset and carry potential. Sudden Fear, they've played Lissandra in both the top and the mid lane. Christmas Trees and Apaps have both taken. One of their victories was Apaps on that Lissandra mid, so again, probably a flex ban coming through. The last ban is the Gnar. I was waiting to see this. Christmas Tree's Gnar has been very, very impressive in team fights. I was waiting to see a team pay respect to it, just to kind of see what other levels there are to this comp. We've seen Energizer on Sivir, and Christmas Trees on Gnar for, I believe, the last 3 outings from Sudden Fear. Now they're going to be forced to go deeper in that playbook and show us something different.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Christmas Trees had, I believe, played Aurelia also, at least in the OPL, so does have that option there if he wants it. Trying to think what else is open. Jarvan, obviously a strong jungler open there as well, but nothing super, obviously open at this point.
No, there's definitely some strong champions. Kassadin is one that we haven't mentioned. Still 5.3. Kassadin's still a relevant champion. Not sure that's going to be the case on 5.4, but still new on the live servers. Anything could come through. Maybe go to the jungle like Nidalee, you know?
It's funny because we used to call top lane, mid lane rejects. Now the mid lane rejects, what, go to the jungle?
It seems like it.
We'll have to see here, but Sudden Fear going to take a bit of a different turn, actually. LeBlanc first pick there for Apaps. That's very aggressive.
But the answering Kassadin couldn't have been faster from Perfection. It's probably going to be the mid lane matchup. We've already seen it tonight. There is a lot of potential to take that Kassadin to mid lane and spoil LeBlanc's party. But again, Apaps is LeBlanc. Just as impressive as Swiffers when we saw them in the last game day. Both of them receiving MVPs for their performance on that champion. So this is something actually to be feared. Apaps has shown a lot of carry potential on that champion. It feels like when he's playing the aggressive playmakers, the Lissandras, the LeBlancs of the world, the ones that can make picks and snowball in the mid lane, Paps looks really good. He's definitely the name that's stuck with me the most from this Sudden Fear lineup. It's a difficult matchup against Kassadin, but maybe he can do it.
Yeah, I like that it's a flex picture as well for Direwolves because I feel like in Immunity it was almost always going to be Cheese as champion, just not really something that JK Smithy wants. But we've got a few more choices here. Soul Strike's Jarvan, if he wants it, is open. He could take it to the jungle, and Direwolves have plenty of, not that much time actually, to make sure they get their second pick in as well.
I mean, Rek'Sai is also available, just as I mentioned, it comes through. I love the Rek'Sai. I mean, Soul Strike's Rek'Sai has been very, very impressive. Plus, it gives them split pushing options. They've already locked in the Kassadin, so let's assume that's a mid lane Kassadin just because of the matchup. Of course, it could go to top. The thing you note about Kassadin, very unreliable wave clear. Requires a high amount of AP, and of course those enemy spells or friendly spells coming through to use the force spells for wave clear. Not reliable. Having that split push pressure coming through from the global from Rek'Sai at least alleviates some of that mid lane pressure, although they need to pick up some wave clear somewhere else.
Yep, so we'll see what they do want to do, but Sudden Fear have a few more picks to make as well. Pink Bomi, I think, is now locked in the Lee Sin, but could be considering different champions here. And yeah, they're going to lock it in there. Lee Sin going to go for Pink Bomi, and Sivir back for Energizer.
Yeah, 4 performances from Energizer, 4 Sivir picks. His laning in general has been questionable. He hasn't really been able to push the laning phase. He's been, I believe, in every game behind in CS and exiting lane. Okay, teams have started to develop strategies to shut down that Sivir, whether it's the Jinx, whether it's other carries. They're even mousing over the Vayne here, which I haven't seen a lot of Vayne this season, but will be very exciting. Sivir's laning, it's strong. She's usually able to leave lane at least with a CS advantage. Been struggling to do that. Team fighting has been pretty good, especially in that big victory. Showed a lot of smart use of Sivir's abilities. But Energizer, I was really hoping we'd see something new from that player.
No, not yet. And remember, Christmas Tree is probably going to play a new champion here as well with Na getting banned out. So we'll see what he wants to go with. The Dial's got 10 more seconds to decide what they want to make for their next pick here. And King doesn't look like he's going to pull the trigger on Tristana just yet here. But the Dials could get very creative with some of their picks. We're going to have King's Corki. That's pretty normal. But someone is picking up Vega.
So it's 5.3 Vega. We don't know where it's going. Of course, we've seen a lot of Vega support coming out in other regions. Just the ability to use that cage as kind of a zoning tool. You try and poke down a turret, maybe with the Trinity Force power spike on Corki. You put down the cage. It's a very large AoE. There's not a lot of options or counterplay against it. It can be very, very strong. Of course, it could be a mid lane Vega. Against LeBlanc, I think it's biting off a bit too much. It's a very tough matchup. Probably going to be the mid lane Kassadin. Probably going to be a top laner locked in at last pick here for Perfection. And I'm guessing. I'm a betting man. I think it's going to be the Vega support.
All right, so you're not ready for Perfection Vega top lane?
I'm not ready for the Perfection Vega top lane.
All right, we'll have to see here. Sudden Fear, 15 seconds for them to round out their draft now as well.
Understandably taking a bit of time after the Vega luck, you know?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of flex picks potentially going on here in the draft, so we'll see what Sudden Fear do. I'm going to keep it pretty simple, though. This would be some very strong picks. Brawler, again, going to stick to more of the engaged style for his champion here on probably Leona. And Christmas Trees will take the other champion we've seen in play. It's Aurelia.
Surprisingly, I mean, the Blitzcrank would have been pretty effective against the at least three of the 4 members. Probably don't want to hook the Rek'Sai, but enough damage built on Rek'Sai. Blitzcrank engaged potential on any of the 4 members picked up in Direwolves. Leona's a similar flavor, obviously. Doesn't have the ability to pull, but it still has plenty of engage when going in.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Brawler wants. He wants to create picks for his team, and I love that it sets up Apex in the mid there as well. Again, if Sudden Fear are going to take matches here against a top team like Direwolves, and they've looked very competitive, don't get me wrong, but they are going to have to try and get ahead early, especially with this type of team comp, and just get Apex in, get the LeBlanc fled, get the Sivir around the map, moving in with the ulti, just make something happen soon.
It's worth noting that the Leona is a really punishing pick for the Vega support. If we are going to, again, we're waiting for the confirmation, but you know, Leona's always a champion to punish kind of those melee, sorry, those medium range AP supports like the Annie, just because she has such high base stats, has CC of her own, she can get in there, negate the engagement potential of the Annie, and really body her out as the Ahri pick. Does open up the fact that we're going to see a Kassadin top. Ahri mid.
There we go.
Veigar support.
Not perfection,
For a moment
Veigar
there, you were
top.
thinking about, you're like, yes, the Veigar top. No Master of Evil in the top lane.
Well, Perfection will take instead a champion that he does know very well there in Kassadin, and Sharp will actually take something he's been practicing a lot in solo queue especially. It's going to win that Ahri. Again, not classically an Ahri player, but he has certainly been training.
And not a wonderful matchup against the LeBlanc. LeBlanc usually wins this matchup, so it's maybe picking for comp more in the mid game, trying to get a bit more pick potential between the Ahri charm, the Veigar cage, a lot of potential CC coming through. There's a lot of play on this Direwolves side around the Trinity Force power spike. That's going to be the big thing here. I expect Trinity Force acquired, put that Corki in mid, move the Ahri to bottom lane. She does have good ranged wave clear, and try and snowball the mid game away from Sudden Fear. Sudden Fear's team fighting has been very good when they've been even. That just hasn't been the case a lot of this time. They've been sitting in holes and trying to catch up with strong team fighting. If you don't have the items to support a strong Gnar engage, for example, it just looks silly. It just looks like you've misjudged your engage, whereas the reality is if you'd kept up in the CS, if they'd kept up in the Global Gold, it'd be so different.
Yeah, it would, and I like the comp here from Direwolves. It's something a little different. I do like that Chuffer is on pretty aggressive support here in Veigar, and something a bit different for him as well. I like that you mentioned Ahri as far as split pushing goes as well, because you have multiple options in sieges, I feel like. You can, of course, rotate down the waves and clear them out very well, but in any sort of siege comp, having a really good skill shot CC is invaluable.
Absolutely. You have the cage potential for zoning, but definitely the pick potential coming out from the charm. Absolutely. The issue I have with Direwolves is, in almost any case, you should not be able to lane 2v2 as a Veigar support against a Leona. It's the Annie matchup amped up a few more levels, just because, again, you get the gap close through. The CC will register regardless of where the cage is put, and Veigar's base stats are very, very low. He should be able to be exploded. So Direwolves, I mean, we're going to get a bit of an insight into their mindset. If they're really cocky about this matchup and think they can just body out the Sudden Fear bot lane 2v2, they'll go for it. But if they're looking for perhaps the more balanced view, if they respect their opponent opposing bot lane, they probably should look for a lane swap.
Okay, and maybe in theory, if we were going to get that swap, how do you feel like the top lane is from either team sort of fair in a 1v2 situation?
I mean, you'd obviously take Aurelia over Kassadin, right? Aurelia, very prototypical 1v2 laner, has excellent ability to CS at turret, has sustain, has excellent soon depending on their level 1 warding pattern. It will be a massive advantage to them. But then again, they're a challenger team. They're new to the pro scene. Lane swaps and executing them takes a lot of scrim practice, a lot of communication. They've got an AD carry that's, again, only been with them for the 4 games now. So there's factors working against them. But if they can execute it perfectly, a lot of advantage is potentially coming from the lane swap.
Yeah, so we'll have to see here as well. I mean, Direwolves have just a lot of comfort for them. It's still aggressive for the most part. I mean, Sharp's kind of on a new champion. Sharp is going to take a new one here as well. But Perfection and Soul Strikes especially must be feeling very comfortable.
Absolutely. They're definitely on champions that they've played quite a few times already this season. And Sudden Fear, you look at it, it's kind of win-win both ways. Because if it's a lane swap, they can hold down Kassadin and they really can farm happily. If it's a 2v2, again, we've already talked about that Veigar versus Leona matchup. That should suit them as well. Impressive on the Blitzcrank. His engage mechanics are pretty spot on. He's been choosing the right engages. This is a great situation for him to flex his muscles and take it to this Direwolves bot lane that has that MVP trendsetter so far, King.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess for Sudden Fear, I feel like when they play Sivir so much, especially recently, that it feels like they can only really give themselves a good shot in either the early or the mid game, because Sivir comps don't really do that much once you get to mid-late.
But remember, this is Sivir versus Corki, so like they've picked Corki into Sivir, so they've picked into a matchup that at best you go even in. It's not a great matchup for Corki. Obviously, you can spell shield the Phosphorus Bomb, which is the main harassment tool in lane. So there's a lot of outplay potential. So they basically picked themselves for comp. You can tell they want the Corki for his Triforce Power Spike, and they're kind of willing to gamble on the lane. It's either going to go even or better, they're hoping. But there's a big window for Sudden Fear to take them out in lane and kind of out-rotate them in the mid-game.
Yeah, and I have a question. Before we do get into the game, it's not too far away now. I have a question near and dear to your heart, Papa Smithy.
I'm listening.
What support item do you think Truffle will start with?
See, the trend has been mostly... it's mostly been the AP option. It's definitely been moving towards the Spell Thieves. I'm partial to the Relic Shield. Like, it doesn't sound intuitive, but you can last hit with your Q, get AP, and then get sustain for both yourself and your laner. Like, I love the little synergy there. Kind of the issue there is if you're lane swapped, especially if you're forced to roam. You can pick up those Moby boots early. Want to put on map pressure, and we're expecting the Triforce rotation to come in early. Maybe your gold generation will go down, so I can understand moving away from it. And you probably want to finish off the ancient coin upgrade and go for the movement speed in the mid game. But again, I wish it was the relic shit. That would be wonderful, but I don't think it's going to be it.
We'll see. I mean, I think it'll make more sense in a 2v2 especially. So if Direwolves do want to break into standard lanes, that'll be sort of interesting. But I guess we'll find out very soon what Truff is going to do on that support Vega. And I think we're going to get the bad news. He does have the spell piece. But we do have our last game of the evening here for the OPL round for day 1. Sudden Fear on the left. They'd love a win this evening. And so are Direwolves over on the red side. Both teams have played tonight. Neither of them picked up a win yet. And someone's going to pick one up here.
So Direwolves so far have only lost to the Chiefs. They definitely want to keep that going if they want to secure second space. Legacy are definitely going to be chomping at the bit to get on the Rift in the next game day and start to bring back the one-game lead that Direwolves have over them. We'll see that reverse matchup, which will obviously inform the standings sometime later in the season. But for now, Direwolves, they need to win every game they get a hands on.
Yeah, I mean, losing on to the Chiefs is probably pretty good as far as records in the OPL go, but Sudden Fear definitely have the potential to upset here, and I do like that they've got Apaps especially on a very heavy playmaking champion.
Yeah, he's got a lot of confidence on this champion playing with his heals. I believe it was 10-0-9 in that matchup the last time out, so his LeBlanc should be feared much along the lines of Swiffers, which we've already seen tonight. So another double dose of assassin mechanics from Chuffer really offers very, very little in the early levels.
Yeah, instead though, Soul Strike's just going to get a bit of help from his bottom lane to start his own Grump up and move into the blue buff. And Pink Boom, we're going to go Krogs into red. So pretty standard stuff. Both junglers will start on the same side, but like we mentioned, we are going to break out the standard lanes.
I mean, the Aurelia versus Kassadin matchup also does favor the Aurelia. Kassadin, he deals with magic damage so well. That's why in the mid lane against LeBlanc, of course, he can trade Qs, and the magic damage shield is so useful. Christmas Trees, he can just elect to max the hit end style instead of the more popular Equilibrium Strike, which does do magic damage, and trade up with that Kassadin. He doesn't have many options to react to perfection.
Yeah, and everyone sort of forgets, I feel like, with Kassadin, he has melee. Like, you have to actually get in there and last hit the creeps in melee range. So Christmas Tree's going to feel pretty happy here. But Perfection, he's done this a lot.
Well, I mean, the moment that, as we see in the bottom lane, the first engage already comes on to Chuffer. You can see for the amount of health that he's already lost, that he's not having the most fun in the bottom lane. Again, not respecting level 2, and suddenly going to eat most of his potions to stay in the lane.
Yeah, just like you mentioned, Vega, low base stats, good engage there available from the owner. Everything worked out well there for Sudden Fear. They're getting ahead, and almost all of the lanes, it feels like they have some sort of advantage in them.
Absolutely. I mean, on paper, Sudden Fear are very, very happy with this draft. LeBlanc has significant outplay and assassination potential on Ahri. In the top lane, Aurelia, especially if he can get a very early Phage, she really wants to chop with that 1465 gold and pick up a Phage, just because if you surf correctly with the Q mechanic and the burst of movement speed you can get a really good trade in. But man, Christmas Trees went so aggressive to pick up first blood.
Yeah, tried to bet him in. Perfection, though, is not going to get another kill, though, so Pink Boomy will secure that one, but amazing 1v1 there by Perfection. Just a little too aggressive by Aurelia.
At the end of the day, Aurelia was really trying to bait and went far too far in and actually gave up first blood. Perfection, he wasn't expecting that, but he gets a little bonus.
No, instead just baited herself, but Perfection, he'll take it at this point at least. Chuffer will throw the event horizon on, actually gets onto Brawler, but Leona not particularly worried about that turn of events. Very tanky early on this Leona.
Absolutely. Base stats, magic resist, very, very high for the Leona. It's not a good place for the Vega. And of course, the moment he uses that ability, it's on a very long cooldown before he's able to use it again. I believe 14 to 16 seconds at level 1.
Yeah, good stun there coming through. Brawler just kind of navigate around it. King actually could be in trouble. The Energizer going to look to go in, but has to trim the Mending Wave instead. King doing a good job actually keeping the Mending Wave pushed in aggressively, but Sivir, just going to push it back in pretty easily with the Ricochet.
And the reason why I mentioned the Phage pickup is we see, again, another aggressive trade coming top, and Bomey's back.
Yeah, Bomey, he's going to go in for the gank. Perfection does not like getting camped, but Sudden Fear seem to have learnt the strat. Perfection going to try and dodge a dive. Cannot do it though. Christmas Trees gets a clean 2v1 kill that time.
Keep trying to talk about Phage, and they keep ganking the top lane. The Phage will be really interesting, though, because you can use the burst of movement speed with a last hit to actually close the distance on him, even when he rift walks. So even though level 6 is usually a safe spot for the Kassadin in a melee versus melee matchup, Aurelia should be able to chase him down. But if the item advantage and the ganks keep coming, it's going to be an irrelevant point.
Yeah, I think Perfection must be thinking, not again. He's seen this story a few too many times, even just today as well against the Chiefs. But Pink Bomey finally getting some pressure going. He's such a aggressive early game jungler, but we haven't seen him go for a few games. But this time, he's really sticking it to the top lane.
It's ironic that you're talking about aggressive early game jungling as Soulstrike tries to solo down the dragon. We do see King and Chuffer grouping. We don't have any wards down from Leona, but you'd think she'd want to react. It's going to take a long time to get down this dragon.
Yeah, Brawler, doesn't quite check it. Maybe a little too afraid to go too far forward. Doesn't want to get stunned up by Chuffer's Vega, so Direwolves will secure the dragon. King actually last hits it. A bit of a miss-smite there by Soul Strikes, but, you know, they'll take a couple kills on Perfection for at least the first dragon.
And credit to Sharp. He actually controlled the minion wave very well in the mid lane. You would have seen, was able to push LeBlanc under turret just as they were trying to take the dragon. That lane control was so helpful as Bomi, third time's a charm in top lane.
I mean, ganking top lane Kassadin pre-6 is very important because in a long lane, when he doesn't have Rift Walk, he's just so vulnerable.
I mean, look, it's a 9 CS advantage, 10 CS advantage. The gold should be further in the advantage of Christmas trees, if not for the failed attempt to get the first blood earlier in the game. So Kassadin's maybe a little bit more overtuned than the amount of attention that's been sent to him should perhaps have gotten. But down the bottom lane, this damage continues on Chuffer.
Yeah, Chuffer in trouble. Actually, Brawler ignited him, looking maybe to go in. King, though, has to now be peeled off as well. And Brawler might just try and get Chuffer, but doesn't have that much damage. And Energizer got so low up against King's Corky.
Yeah, they're playing this lane surprisingly well, are the Direwolves. Looking at the max, it is going to be the max E, so the stun duration's very long.
Really nice stun there. Brawler is going to peel off King. Good Boomerang Blade going to come in as well, but not that much damage here. I mean, Chuffer can't really do anything after the stun, so he'll get the double stun and walk out. But King staying competitive as he almost always does.
It's amusing that you don't get a lot of lane control out of maxing stun. Obviously, when you hit it, a big stun duration. But the scaling cooldown makes a lot of sense against Sivir because she has a very high cooldown on that spell shield. So if he ever tries to step through the event horizon to pick up mana, you know that your cooldown for event horizon is that much shorter than the spell shield.
Yeah, there you go again. I mean, he did stun a Brawler, but Energizer did use the spell shield, but Chuffer just going to go in again. I have to say, credit to Chuffer. His event horizon mechanics are on point.
Yeah, and King has been able to cause enough pressure that having no harassment tools are not that important to Chuffer, but they're going in.
Yeah, good tag there by Pink Bomi. King is forced to flash and does do so, but great Lysian pressure to Chuffer. Just throws a stun in onto Brawler to send a message, but Sudden Fear retake control of the bottom lane.
Yeah, 3 summoners used, but mostly on the side of Direwolves. They're going to have to be a little bit safer as in the top lane Perfection. Not having a lot of fun trading with this Aurelia.
No, not right now. That CS lead's grown very swiftly there as well. 52 to 26. Basically double there in the top for Christmas trees right now. So we talked about it. He's had good Nagans, but hasn't laned that well. Sudden Fear right now landing exceptionally against Direwolves.
Yeah, you compare the CS values, you'd have to say Sivir's a little bit behind given the support Vega kind of weight that he's carrying during the laning phase. So the fact that King's doing well is, again, a big credit to King, who's been very on form this season. But a decent advantage in mid and a huge advantage in top, as expected in this Aurelia vs. Kassadin matchup.
And that's exactly what Sudden Fear won. They didn't get the first dragon. That's probably a big miss for them, unfortunately, in the early game. But it was a good steal off for Soul Strikes. But Sudden Fear going to line up for the next few objectives. They haven't quite taken some turrets yet. They are getting aggressive in a lot of their lanes, but they need to get ahead in the mid game and really press once they have a good lead.
Absolutely. The mid game is Sudden Fear, so to be behind a dragon, it's a hole to work out of, but the gold lead and growing that gold lead is the big important factor.
It really is. There is Sharp. We'll clear out some minions there with his Orb of Deception. LeBlanc will continue last hitting it, perhaps doing a good job there, going to get those minions under turret. And without a blue buff, though, he'll just go get one. A little tricky against Sharp, but should even things back up pretty swiftly here.
Sharp's been doing excellent in terms of controlling this wave. It's consistently been under Pap's turret, and that Paps has to use both the Mimic and the Distortion in order to clear those waves. Doesn't have the same harassment options. And Ahri in a matchup where she can definitely be killed around a level 6. The assassination potential is so much lower when you have to kill all those minions.
Yeah, as we see on the top lane, Christmas Tree is just getting aggressive, happily going to fight Perfection here. He just really can't afford to fight at all. Does get Transcendent Blade. Actually going to go back in, maybe even try and think about a dive, but instead just forces Perfection back. But Soul Strikes is up here now as well. A good smite lands in there. Good knock up there as well. Perfection, he wants to go in, but he can't be too aggressive here. But Christmas Tree has to run away. The damage does come down to Perfection. Finally gets a kill back.
Surprised Christmas Tree didn't try and re-engage on Cass and go for the Traker. There was no way for him to open up enough space, even with the flash. Went for the defensive option and paid for it with his life.
Pink Bomi has to be careful. Perfection going to get kicked, but Pink Bomi will follow in. Great trade kill coming out there. Soul Strikes will get the knockup. Does a lot of damage on the Rek'Sai. Sharp up here as well. Great roam by Ahri, and she's going to get double buff.
Beautiful roam timing coming through, but the action doesn't stop in but.
Energizer in trouble. They're taking a lot of damage. The exhaust enough, actually. Energizer gets the first kill onto King. Now Chuffer going to get chased down. There was a trade kill that happened here, but Chuffer probably going to get locked up. Brawler's movement speed actually wears off, and Rek'Sai comes in. Christmas Trees maybe wants to fight, but Paps around here as well. They're going to try and cut him off for perfection. Going to come down now as well. Chuffer, a great double stun. Now Brawler going to move in, and Christmas Trees just taking so much damage, and Chuffer gets the spare AP.
The event horizon was wonderfully on point. Does pick up a bit of AP with that kill, so feel good. Maybe not for stealing the 300 gold, but it'll have to do. Ari's already rotated top and is pushing that wave in very aggressively, so it's worth noting that Christmas Trees dies, doesn't get a kill involvement, and will lose a lot of CS to this top turret.
Yeah, just excellent rotation there from Sharp, especially really coming up strong from the mid lane there, and Paps actually could be in trouble. Perfection goes in. Paps, that was aggressive, but backs off there as well. Perfection will stay in the mid lane. Guess a mid-game lane swap has happened.
I'm thinking that eventually he'll rotate top, although he won't be too fast to do. He's not really enjoying this game and this lane too much against the Aurelia. But with top turret down, Aurelia might be able to get on the freeze, and it'll be up to Direwolves to be aggressive around the map to make up for Cassin's lack of trying to be able to go to that top lane.
So first turret did go down. Massive wave clear there for Paps, who hasn't quite finished a Morello. Nomicon Sharp has finished his, though, so bit of an item edge there. Brawler now could be in trouble, but we'll just move the pink ward away. King actually going to get aggressive. More wards being thrown down, but Direwolves will clear out what they can. The Dragon back in 8 seconds now as well, so the Wolves going to look for their second Dragon now.
Yeah, Christmas Trees doesn't have teleport up and just backed. Went back to just pick up a pink ward, but given the timer, maybe they didn't communicate it enough, but it doesn't seem like Sudden Fear, with both their big top and mid lane carries at the base, will be able to contest the second Dragon.
Not in position. Pink Bromie could maybe try and steal. He's going to find a wall with the Raptor Sense, but he does want to try and get the Dragon Wall land the first Q. Boomerang Blade comes in. He wants to steal, but he can't get it. Pink Bromie going to get locked up by all the CC, and Corky will claim the kill, and Direwolves get the Dragon.
Yeah, both pick comp CCs come through. About 3.5 seconds worth of CC being stacked upon the Lee Sin. No Dragon to show for it. 2 Dragons down for the Direwolves. You'd have to think Sudden Fear's comp was looking to control that main objective this game with what they've picked. And Direwolves, they've just been too fast and too on point with that objective.
Yeah, and impressive that the Wolves have started rotating now as well. Again, so much credit to Sharp, who started getting aggressive with his Ari, who's controlled the wave, like you've mentioned so many times, just exceptionally well in that matchup.
Absolutely. Paps has really had to play on the back foot. We've already seen Paps on a huge carry performance on the LeBlanc, but nothing much has been able to do this game.
Sharp actually might even look for a dive here. Oh, actually already used his ulti, never mind. We'll just back off there instead, but did do good damage there to LeBlanc. Morello Nomicon's done for both of them, so the item edge will even out just a little bit here. Warrior and Chat's both done for the jungle as well. I guess we should check in on the Trinity Forces then. We've got a Phage up for Aurelia and a Phage plus a Shane there for King.
Yeah, it's been very well held, Christmas Trees, after getting a nice little advantage in the top lane. Only sitting on about 1,000 golds, not even enough for the Zeal just yet. But over on the side of King, he's very close to that Trinity Force, about 500-600 gold away from finishing it.
Yeah, and Perfection after that start, getting ganked twice in about as many minutes here. He's got enough gold for his Rod of Ages now as well, so going to push out the wave, probably go back and buy that now, and the Cassidy, who was being held down a little bit, is really flourishing at this point.
Well, that's the thing about Perfection. He's a good enough player that you know that this linear strategy teams might think, you know, watching those 2 Chiefs games, all right, hold down Perfection and we'll hold down the Direwolves. It's games like this where he's going to be able to come back from an early deficit and really become a strong carry Cassin if he keeps up his current momentum that will kind of question that common ideology and give Direwolves another boom in the mid lane.
Really good all in there as well, but Brawler actually going to come back in. Not enough here from Sudden Fear on the damage front though, so Paps will just back off after almost going down Sharp. Going to come in, just a little bit of poke damage there onto Brawler as Chuffer. Pretty much just walking around stunning people at his pleasure.
Yeah, the laning phase is definitely over for Chuffer. The painful laning phase against Leona lasted about 10 minutes. Now he can just run around, throw his really big AoE stun, and rack up the assists.
Does look so silly as well, but Vega support, very effective stun they're coming through. And Chuffer going to waddle back down here. Actually, maybe look for a stun, but instead, just some pressure here. And even without the Trinity Force, King pressuring charts fairly heavily.
I mean, Corky's laning phase is so strong. The moment he gets close to that Trinity Force, so much burst damage, a very long-range escape. He has so many different options that even with his support leaving lane, with all the map pressure that Direwolves have been able to put on, even against a pick comp like Sudden Fears, it's just, you know, he's relieving pressure and he's actually creating it himself, roaming around the map.
Yeah, nice stuff here. Brawler going to try and create some pressure as well. Dust on onto Chuffer. Good follow-up. Energizer going to pop the ulti. Chuffer, great flash, but a good follow there from Brawler. And Energizer nails the Boomerang Blade.
The max range Zenith Blade into the max range Boomerang Blade. Very nice from Sudden Fear. That's what they hope to be doing at the 2-minute stage where they almost managed to DPS down Chuffer with a quick level 2. It's taken a while, but Chuffer's probably going to double down now and just stay away from that bottom lane.
Sharp Sharp actually does get spotted there. Pink Bomey going to come in. Sharp does have his ulti. Good charm though landing in. They're going to try and move in for it, but they can't now. Soul Strike's going to knock out Christmas Tree's Perfection. Able to chase down the Aurelia and gets another kill for himself.
Soul Strikes has been so good on this Rek'Sai multiple times now. 5 out of 6 kill participation. No kills to show for it selfishly, but handing over kills to that hyper carry Kassadin. No worries.
Yeah, Perfection again. After a very rocky start, it's looking so good. Pap's still going to go back in. Sharp has to be very careful. Good Ari ultimate. Shuffer down here as well. Pap's going to try and juke it. A great flash gets him out from under it, but that minion might just troll him. He does distort out again, and Paps didn't get the kill, but he played that amazing.
Paps was doing so well, but not quite level 11. That's the big thing to discuss. Didn't have quite that extra burst of damage that probably would have taken it down. But this fight's still going.
Good kick. Pink Bomey Sharp, though, coming in. Lee Sin forced to flash out and will get away. Perfection, though, is looking very aggressive. It goes on to Pink Bomey, gets the damage down, just takes a bit of hits himself, but it's without Sivir here, there's just not that much damage.
You can see how much zone control Chuffer already puts out. All he needs is that event horizon, and it stops engages, it slows down pushes. Veigar support, maybe roam Veigar is perhaps the better way to look at it. It's not much in the lane, but so strong in the team fights.
Yeah, really good stuff here. And Chuffer only level 7, like you mentioned, but giving King plenty of extra experience, who now has his Trinity Force on Corki as well. So strong at this point in the game. Wouldn't be too surprised to see King, especially after he pressures out the bottom tower, just start to group with his team and push down some.
And that's kind of the strategy we discussed. Is again, another event horizon comes down. It's very tanky Brawler. Doesn't have flash available, might be in trouble.
Great charm there as well. Brawler is in trouble here, but might get away. No Perfection. Gonna get 1 kill. Paps might make it 2, but there's no Ignite ticking there away. LeBlanc will just get away. Perfection, he's racking up the kills now.
Just a Morellonomicon tick, not quite the Ignite tick coming on, so will survive. But yeah, Perfection, after that laning phase, almost even CS. Racking up the kills around the map. With the Trinity Force completed, as we discussed before, Ari's got enough flat AP now. You could rotate it to the bottom lane just to clear waves against Sivir and really use this Trinity Force power spike.
We'll have to see here. Direwolves going to set up for their next dragon now as well. It's up in 35 seconds. King here just going to clear his wave out with the help of Chuffer, who at this point going to pick up a little bit of extra experience for himself as he's lacking slightly in that department. And Direwolves going to keep pushing in until the dragon comes up and then rotate in and try and take their third.
Absolutely. They've stolen away the 2, you'd have to say, given the comps, but the third should be confirmed. They already have the 2 outer turrets, don't have the bottom one, as of course pushing against Sivir can be an exercise in frustration sometimes, and Chuffer's had enough of the bottom lane, has been roaming most of this game. But in terms of global gold, they're looking good, they're 3,000 ahead. And look at Chuffer, just trying to open up a bit more space as they clear wards.
I mean, just so much zoning coming through. Good patience so by Sudden Fear to clear the Direwolves pink ward away. So Dragon has respawned. Tower actually going down in the bottom lane. Finally, King able to pick that one up. So 3 outer turrets all down now for Direwolves. They're going to look for their third Dragon.
Yeah, unfortunately, Energizer was in a bad spot where he kind of had to spend his gold. He was sitting on about 2,000 gold on completing the Infinity Edge and picking up the Zeal if they wanted to compete for this Dragon. But unfortunately, the reverse point is they lose their turret for it.
Yeah, I mean, Energizer not even moving right now. The rest of the Direwolves already on top of the Dragon. Pink Bomey might look for a steal once again here. But actually, Direwolves going to reset the Dragon a little bit here. Pink Bomey, though, very patient on the Lee Sin. But Direwolves are being very patient with the Dragon of the road. Now Pink Bomey going to go and does actually get the Dragon, but will pay for it with his life. But that's probably worth it.
A complete repeat of the last 6 minutes. He tried it then time, couldn't quite get it. But credit to Bomey, he gets it the second time through. The 6% stats, given the strangulation on the map movement so far, might mean so much for the Sudden Fear 10 minutes time from now.
Yeah, and importantly, worth to deny the third there from Direwolves as well. We've seen teams start to get better at contesting that third Dragon. Now Brawler going to look for King. Can he find him? Great flash there from Corki, and King will walk away in style.
Yeah, used his Valkyrie towards the Veigar support. Veigar didn't even have to come close. Had to use his Summoner, but given the situation, minimum used for King to stay alive.
Yeah, and the teleport actually going to come in. The red buff did get stolen away, but great stun there from Chuffer. And Sudden Fear just faceplant to the event horizon. Paps, though, will look in, but can't find anyone here.
And Kassadin doesn't have his teleport available, so there's no big objectives to compete for. Perfection doesn't feel the heat. Wants to farm up his Zhonya's. It's probably about 600 gold away from completing that item. And it's just going to cause map pressure across the top.
And I think one of the best things to highlight here, just look at the top lane there at Aurelia. So far behind when it comes to finishing at Trinity Force. Doesn't even have the Zeal done yet. We expect Trinity Force to get finished, what, 15 minutes is probably your general time. Any later than that, you're probably not feeling too good about your build. And Aurelia, after such a great start, just not being able to get any additional fun.
And has already had to commit to the Merc Treads to kind of deal with Chuffer's CC. Of course, in a team fight, would basically have the same 35% tenacity with the passive. So perhaps looking for it for lane, which again, I think delaying a Trinity Force power spike is probably a more significant problem than dealing with that Vega CC. But again, he's gone that way. It's delayed the power spike, like you're saying. That's kind of the issue with Aurelia, is that she has a very expensive ramp up. Between the Merc Treads and the Trinity Force, we're talking, what, about 5,000 gold for just 2 items? And they need to move towards the next phase where Aurelia gets tanky in the front line. She's the real frontliner. King's overextended, though, in the bottom lane. You can just feel Brawler wants to go in.
He really does. The King, though, will back out once again, and Direwolves just, Sudden Fear just can't really close the gap. But it costs him so many resources.
Yeah, 400 move speed and a gap closer means that he gets away just fine.
Christmas Tree's now going to get slowed up. Soul Strike Splash unborrowed there. Good knock up there by Pink Bomey, though. Kicks them both back with perfection. Can I come in? Flashes forward there. Doesn't quite land the slow there, so can't get Christmas Trees, but Chuffer lands a stun there. Pink Bomey nowhere to go. And perfection on a killing spree now. 5-3-3.
Can't help but smile as the little master of evil waddles around the map, throws down Event Horizon, walks away. He knows his job is done.
Yeah, I mean, Chuffer's, I don't know if he put points in any other skills at this point. He does have his ulti, it seems like, but doesn't need to do anything other than be an Event Horizon bot. Just such an effective stun.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's coming into competitive play. Of course, with the changes in 5.4 and the delay on the stun, people are saying that perhaps the days of Vega support are very short-lived. And given just how strong that ability is, you'd have to say maybe one of the strongest non-ultimate abilities in the game. Maybe it's for the best.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but Chuffer going to get full value out of it now. I guess Perfection maybe feeling the same way about Kassadin at this point as well, but they'll take it here, and Soul Strikes will get Zenith bladed up by Brawler, but the rest of Direwolves are here. A knockup there does come through, and Sharp just going to run in a good ultimate there coming through, but Pink Bomey just gets destroyed by all the Direwolves damage, and King going to get a kill there. Brawler going to go down to Sharp, and Direwolves get 2 clean kills in the mid lane.
Still have a lot of wave clear coming through from Energizers. They're going to maybe delay the push, but 5 members strong and all the zoning potential. Not much Sudden Fear can do.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't walk towards Chuffer's Vega.
I mean, the Vega, let alone the Ari charm. We don't even mention that because it requires just a little bit more precision to be able to hit. Sudden Fear, they're looking to engage with Christmas Trees. The Merc Treads will help him that time. He might live.
Yeah, good work there. Chuffer with another great stun there to help out King. And Soul Strike's even taking away the Wolf Camp there as well. So much pressure being put on this map here by Wolves. And you can see that, the massive 7,000 gold that they've got for themselves translates into so many strong items. Zoni's pretty much done for perfection just to go back and buy it. A Brutalizer here as well for Soul Strike's very aggressive, but he even have a Giant Spell and now a Warden's Mail for a lot of tankiness. Deathcap's done here for Sharp in the mid lane on Ari, and Bloodthirster, no, actually Infinity Edge is on the way now for King as well.
Yeah, Infinity Edge, even with the 5% crit removal, you have such burst potential. And if you can get it at a fast clip, and you know that right now he's only about 2,000 gold away from finishing it, it can still be a very, very strong choice. There's no armor built up on this Aurelia yet, so why not go for the sheer damage? It's not like you need the defensive choices. There's very, very squishy members across the lineup of Sudden Fear. Maybe only Leona, with her innate tankiness, can take an Infinity Edge Corki in the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and King's just had so much space in this game here with Chuffer, even leaving lane pretty early just to make sure he could, help the other lanes as well. And King, very self-sufficient sort of carry player, but he's not even the star of this game. He's had a great Corki game.
Choosing one star is going to be very difficult. I think Soul Strikes has been perhaps the most ever-present across the maps. Both his counter ganks and his true ganks have been very strong. His kill participation is high. He's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Pink Bomey in trouble. Just look at the damage coming in there from King. Soul Strike's going to get low, but Brawler going to give the double over to Corki. Now Rek'Sai, no, that's Perfection actually teleporting to a tunnel. Never mind. But King now going to get aggressive here. Wants Energizer. Sharp going to move in as well. The ulti there popped by Sivir, and Direwolves going to take 2 kills and a turret.
Yeah, they take the turret. They always get the objective when they pick up because it's 8,500 gold the advantage. You can see King dancing a little bit because he knows just how good his Direwolves team is looking. And you have to ask the question, where was this team against the Chiefs either of the times? They always try and throw a curveball against that other top team. If they just play to their strengths, if they just play champions they're strong at, it feels like they'll be so much more set up to succeed than going for kind of those strategies that are a little bit maybe out of their comfort zone, and they just don't look convincing on them.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Dragon is back up soon now as well. Pink Bomey did steal the last one as well, so that is good news at least for Sudden Fear, but Direwolves going to get their 3rd Dragon pretty swiftly here. And look to see what they can do from there.
Oh, but Bomey's in the area. He's already stolen one. There's still a chance.
We've seen this story before here, and Direwolves again going to try and pull it out as far as they can. Sharp even, I think, going to try and body block it. That's good move that time. Even Chuffer throwing in with the stun. Although Bomey, he really wants to steal it. He's actually in the backline. Pat blows up Soul Strike. That's a great pick. And Lee Sin does get the 2nd Dragon. So Sudden Fear Down but not out.
Yeah, even with the gold event showing so much respect to the Leona flank potential coming through, Bomi is the god of stealing things, and right now he goes for king.
Yeah, he's actually looking to move in here. Good stun there for Juffa. Looks like a flash was forced out there as well. And the side waves, though, for Direwolves are pushing in very well. So they've managed that those flanks of the map exceptionally.
Yeah, I mean, saying very well is an understatement. Christmas Trees has to back immediately because there's going to be 4 or 5 minion waves crashing in on the top turret very shortly, and in bottom lane, much the same story.
We'll have to see now. Sharp going to clear out some waves there as well. Pink Bomi actually doing a little bit of counter jungling as Rek'Sai is going to move in towards maybe even the Baron now. King, though, forced to back off potentially on the Corki. I do like the Alacrity enchantment there as well. Just noticed that one on Corki.
He actually picked up very early. It must have been an awkward gold value where he just wanted to pick it up. He finishes the Infinity Edge. That's going to be a massive amount of potential burst with the, I believe, 30%, maybe 35% crit between those two items. Across the map, you can say one thing you can say for Sudden Fear, their defensive wards are actually excellent throughout both their sides of the jungle. Whether it's their pinks towards the top or the nice little triangle wards in the bottom, they're actually setting up very well defensively. But again, can they really afford to be spending that gold on wards given just how far they're falling behind?
Yeah, it seems like almost a weird trend of Sudden Fear where, you know, they kind of pick early mid-game and struggle a little bit sometimes to get ahead in the stages of the game, but they play the mid to late very well, so maybe they should just be picking more for that.
Well, the funny thing is, they do a lot of things really well. Like their warding seems pretty on point. The team fighting when they're ahead is excellent. Their issue seems to be just that, again, their early game needs shoring up. So maybe they need to focus on the lane dominating champions. They need to focus on really getting ahead in the early game. Because whenever they've looked competitive, whether it's PAPs going off, whether it's early team fights and early grouping really working in their favor, they've looked wonderful.
Yeah, they really have. And, I mean, strong performance here. We do have a quick pause, of course, which is why we're back here. But a bit of a lull here to kind of talk about what's going on. I mean, Bomi having a much stronger showing here. Just today in general, I feel like he's really stepped up to look more like he was in the Challenger Series when this team qualified into the OPL. 2 steals so far in a row on Lee Sin. I mean, Sudden Fear do have a bit of a hill to climb back up, but they are starting to climb now.
I think Bomi's steals have been excellent. His map movement has been impressive, but his gank timings definitely haven't been on Soul Strike's level. Soul Strike, it's one of those kind of intangible things about a jungler is being in the right place at the right time. It's so easy to say, oh, it's luck of the draw. But again, the best junglers, they know how the game flows. They know how people move around the map, and they're always there in position. On the Rek'Sai has been wonderful. It hasn't been the globals necessarily to close that distance. It's just been the map rotations. I mean, budding junglers should definitely watch some of the pathing decisions that the Rek'Sai has made during this game because they've been super on point. And 1-1-9 and 13 kill game is excellent for the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Strikes have just gotten significantly more impressive, I feel like, as the Wolves have played more games. I mean, it's kind of hard when you've got players like Sharp, who's played very solid last year and looked strong coming into this one. Perfection is just unbelievable. And King, this upstart, this new player that's just basically taking over all of the top, charts and stats that we can possibly throw at him as a player goes. But slowly but surely, Soul Strikes as the jungler are looking very competitive here in the
And that's
OPL.
the thing about the Direwolves. There are members on the team that are very new to competitive. Obviously, this lineup is not a settled lineup compared to the Chiefs. I think this team will only go from strength to strength. Maybe when they start to trust their guns and stick to them when they face the top teams. I mean, they beat Legacy convincingly. That's worth noting. It's just against the Chiefs, whether it was the Morgana middle or in the previous game going for the kind of overreaching on the GE Tigers Cogmore comp. I want to see them just go straight up, fight punch for punch, and just see how a real slugfest between those two teams. Maybe we'll have to wait to the playoffs till we actually get that.
I don't know if Perfection's heart can take that, though, because I
That's
imagine
true.
if it's anything like what we've seen already, there's a lot of camping going on there in the top side of the map. I mean, Perfection, though, to his credit, it's not just like he's one player on his team that has to carry. Like, if he's getting attention, sure. I mean, he's not happy about it, and he's a good player to shut down, but there are plenty of other threats on this team.
I mean, to me, the thing that actually sticks out is why not focus on the bottom lane? Why not focus on Kings? The one thing you can say as we sit here during this pause is that he plays very aggressively. He likes to flash in. He likes to, quick draw over skill shots. He likes to get in your face and do damage and get solo kills or duo kills in the bottom lane. He hasn't been preyed upon much. It's been a lot of focus on perfection. It's worked for the Chiefs, and they do have a very experienced AD carry and experienced duo, but I think trying to prey upon King's aggressiveness, the things that get him those MVP votes, the things that kind of his mindset that gets those big highlight plays is the same thing that can be preyed upon. If it's really microanalyzed, he does have some weaknesses in the game, just in terms of how aggressive he is. It reminds me of Pinoy when he was playing for Gambit at IEM earlier this year, and it was just flashing in for the melee range quick Q damage, and you're just like, all right, that works really well. But when people will figure you out, it'll be a bit difficult. So I'm not saying the King's a one-note player. I'm saying so much attention to a top laner, especially someone like Kassadin, might not be as valuable as trying to maybe take advantage of the over-aggression of their bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. It's interesting that we talk about carries who've seen a lot of great AD carries today in the OPL, but there's no Vi being played today. Has it been looked at in drafts?
I mean, Morgana's definitely been almost ever-present, so that has shut down some of the Vi picks. But you're right, there hasn't been a lot of Vi. Vi's been very successful for a lot of junglers. Huey, for example, from Rich Gang, found a lot of success on that Vi. I think it's going to be sticking around. I mean, especially with the 5.4 changes, a lot of junglers, unfortunately, have been crowded out a little bit, like Lee Sin and Vi is going to be the order of the day, I think, mostly on the next patch. I guess not a big surprise on the Lee Sin. It's been stuck around since about Season 2, but I mean, the Vi will kind of go through peaks and troughs. We talked about the circular picks of the Morganas because of the Vi's and the Vi's because of the hyper carries. It's a cyclical game, so we'll wait and see. It'll come back.
Yeah, I mean, again, we even had a little shift here. We're already starting to see some changes develop in the OPL. And as we do sit here in this pause again, just sorting a few things out, but shouldn't be too much longer before we pop back into the game. Kind of looking down and seeing what we do have available here as far as current information for the game goes. I have to say, Chuffer's just looked wonderful on Vega.
And Chuffer's not going for any sort of AP build. He's got the finished Mikhail, so he's got the defensive option. He's got probably the item they won against the Vega, ironically, with the Mikhails. So he's going full utility, and he's just, as you say, an Event Horizon.
Yeah, we actually can see the inventories on screen. So this is the game currently as we're waiting through the pause, so we can kind of see what's going on here again. CS lead's actually pretty even as far as that all goes, so no massive leads in any lanes here. I mean, Perfection still playing catch-up, interestingly, after all the pressure on the top side of the map. King looking strong, but not a massive lead like we've seen him develop. And even Sharp actually slightly behind here. So Sudden Fear, it's all global gold, it feels like, and just skirmishes that haven't been able to win. It's kind of gotten to this point where they're at 7,000 gold behind.
It's worth noting, this is about 27 minutes into the game. You consult Aurelia's items. She's probably, I mean, at that bare minimum, in a bad lane, you'd want at least a Warden's Mail on top of what she has, if not a completed Randuin. So she's definitely the one with the very delayed item timings, and this is not a very tanky Lee Sin. He's got a Giant Spell, again, for a bit of innate tankiness. He's got the Hex String to deal with some magic damage. But the front line is very, very weak coming out of Sudden Fear at this present point in the game. They need to extend it to the point where those two guys can actually be a realistic front line before they can really look to take a fight. And you kind of worry, barring some more heroics from Bomi, how they can not give away too many objectives.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's sort of mid-game focused here for Sudden Fear. Trying to think what a winning team fight for them looks like. I mean, they have some pick potential, I guess, with the LeBlanc, so that is an option there if Paps can get aggressive and really blow someone up. I think you're right with Christmas Trees. He just needs to find space to farm, and whether or not he can stick in an empty lane, whether Direwolves will stop applying pressure and give him space is unlikely, but possible, I guess. And Energizer, for me, a very strong Sivir player. I actually really like what he's done with his build as well, as he's going for kind of the standard. He actually doesn't have boots, interestingly enough. That's a bit weird.
Yeah, his Merc treads. On my screen, at least. But he's getting there. He's
there.
working out his build. But
spoiler alert, he has boots.
Sorry
He'll buy
about
boots
that one. You think? You sure?
Well, that'd be quite interesting if he never bought them. But yeah, I mean, kind of moving through there as well. A good showing so far, but Sudden Fear seems like the early game where they have to work out some of the kinks. And we are back in the game, so Direwolves going to keep the pressure on.
Again, but you look at the mini-map, they do have the wards to support a pick play coming through from LeBlanc. She has the death cap. She's not overtuned Nimes, but she has assassination potential. Use the death cap. Use the advantage you have.
Yeah, we'll see now as well. So you do pop back into the game. You're a Prophet, Papa Smoothie. Shiva
just
does
a
have the
Prophet.
Mercury treads. So well done there. I don't know how you did it, but you are a wizard. And Dial's going to continue pressuring now as well. They've got the very strong Corki. They've got a great Kassadin who still doesn't have his Zonyas yet, but will get it soon as he returns back into the game. And King just going to keep pressuring. Just not a care in the world here for this Corki.
Seems to be some connection issues with Perfection, but I'm sure they're all being ironed out.
I imagine they're resolved now as well. So Direwolves going to continue pushing down here now as well. And again, that'll keep the pressure up. Good warding here as well, on at least the bottom half of the map. I do like the very aggressive pink ward that's been placed down there by the Wolves. And no objectives to take yet. Bomi, of course, just stole the last dragon. And now the team's really started to look at Baron yet.
Yeah, again, Sudden Fear, we talk about what they do well. It's the team fighting, and at this point, at least, the warding. They know what's happening, and they've got timers, at least, that if there's a shift in the game, they know when their red buff's up. They've lost the minimum in terms of big objectives. In fact, they're actually in with a shout in terms of dragons, which is very, very surprising. It's the global gold that's kind of oppressing them, though. With the 6 turrets to 2, that's about 4,000 or 5,000 gold in the pockets of Direwolves that the Sudden Fear just can't hope to wrestle back.
And it's like you mentioned, every time Dials have gotten a pick, they've managed to wrestle it back and get themselves an objective. And that's why so much of this global gold lead has been developed here by the Wolves. And now Cassian going to be back. He's got a blasting one, and his Zonia is now finally completed as well. Pretty much everyone's ready to rock here in Dials, and Sudden Fear still need to find some time to farm.
That's the issue. Again, when you have an expensive power spike like Aurelia does with the Trinity Force and Merc Treads, you just don't have the items to show for it. I mean, you look between the two carries in the top lane. It's only 1,000 gold, but it feels like so much more when we're talking a completed Rod of Ages at a very good time, as Zonia's, the Boots 2 completion, and of course the Blasting one. Perfection feels overtuned in items. It's just instead a very expensive build coming through from an Aurelia.
Yeah, and Perfection, especially given all the pressure that was thrown at him in the first 10 minutes, once again here has done very well here on the Cassian. So continuing to push the top lane well as well. Christmas Trees will actually get some farm as a result, but has to play pretty carefully with no tier 2 turret in the top side either. Perhaps actually wants to go in. Good pressure on the King, and Sharp can't quite find the charm. King does get chunked out a bit.
Yeah, the safe places for Christmas Trees to farm have been few and far between during this game, which is kind of ironic given how much pressure was put on Perfection pre-6. But he's been preyed upon after those initial skirmishes. He's going to go back, probably complete his Warden Smell to start working towards Aranduin, but definitely undertuned in terms of items.
And King here has all got a Zeal now in his inventory, so really pushing kind of the Infinity Edge part of his build at this point. Probably a Phantom Dancer actually going to come in, and that is a lot of crit with those procs.
Absolutely, it's looking very, very strong. Just sitting on a Zeal. Usually you don't see the Zeal on top of the Trinity Force. Again, he's going to have so much move speed at this point, just tabbing over to him. Sitting already on 445 move speed, moves up to 463 when he gets a Phage proc. A very, very slippery Corki coming through.
Yeah, and that's what King wants. You mentioned he likes being aggressive. Pap's in trouble though. Charm does not land, but the rest of the damage does. And King now unstoppable. Gets another kill. Energizer gets blown to pieces. King flashes so aggressively forward, but only the one kill for the Wolves.
Yeah, Sudden Fear's front line is all completely split away from their carries. One of them already dead. Unfortunately, the position didn't work for them that fight, and that was 4v5.
And again, you talked about King being an aggressive player. Can kind of see that here as well as Bomi, who will get the knock up there as well. Soul Strikes going in very aggressive. A good, decent ulti there coming in, but Brawler now going to be the next victim to get caught out. Just not enough here, and King dominating now on the Corki. 6, 1, and 2. And this mid lane turret, actually good wave clear from Siva. Sudden Fear going to keep up here, but Perfection is still pushing.
And the next minion wave's coming through, but Direwolves back off. They see they're going to have 3 or 4 minion waves crashing the bottom lane. They can steal away the red buff. And this, again, is all without Perfection grouping. Perfection just picking up his items, maybe working towards a Void Staff. He'd be 300 gold away from completing that. Everything's looking great for Direwolves. They just want to finally pick up that 3rd dragon. They've already had it stolen away twice. It could have been a 5th dragon, which would have meant the end game for Sudden Fear. But Soul Strikes, he's not going to let that still happen again.
Really smart stuff here. King will kill him instead, and no jungler can smite it away now. Direwolves sick of getting it stolen away. Do set quite the trap there, and King low on health, but collects another kill.
After two steals, you don't mess with Fate once again. Just get the pick with the vision control you've been able to put down. Everything's coming up Direwolves.
Like comically speedy Vega here as well. Just running in. I mean, Chuffer, again, it might look silly, but he's been so effective on the support Vega. Just running in with the Moby Boots and Event Horizon people. And we talked about King's movement speed, Chuffer as well that we looked at. The movement speed is so good because it's such a hard stat to get, and that's why the 3rd dragon's so important.
You'd think it would be a hard stat to get, but look at this Corki. He's just building Zeal after Zeal. It's all good. He finishes the Phantom Dancer, got Alacrity boots. Turbo Corki is definitely on the map. I mean, for once validating the plane that he's riding in. Sometimes that guy is comically slow.
That's true. And King, I mean, it makes so much sense with how forward King loves to go. I can tell you right now, that is not runaway movement speed. That is all-in movement speed.
Well, from the lore, didn't Heimerdinger create? Maybe he's been tuning up the boosters on Corki's flying apparatus today because he's moving very, very fast around the map.
He's pimped his ride. Now just going at supersonic speeds across the rift.
Sounds like a feature that Riot hasn't explored. Pimp My Ride starring Corki.
Well, Direwolves instead will look to Baron as their next feature in this game, and they're going to put down some wards. Good Rek'Sai tunnel pressure here as well. And King on the very speedy Corki, and with plenty of damage to back it up. Direwolves are going to try and take an even bigger objective. And if Bomi steals this one, Sudden Fury are going to keep themselves in this game, but that gold lead is getting dangerously close to 10,000 ahead for the Wolves.
And Castan's not grouped yet, so they have to buy a bit of time. You can see Sudden Fury getting a couple of defensive wards, and they know exactly what's going on, so credit to them at least for being up to speed. Corki's not grouped. This might be a good time to fight.
Yeah, Perfection actually going to pour it in there. Christmas Trees now could be in trouble. A lot of damage going to move in now as well, but a great move there from Chopper. Actually doesn't even get the Aurelia, never mind, she walks through, but King, now Legendary gets the first kill. Pink Bomi going to be in trouble, and Corki just going in. That's an amazing kick, but Chopper wants it. He doesn't even get the kill. It goes to Corki once again. There's the double. 9-1-2 on this Corki.
9-1-2. No need to share down any assists. Chuffer's not interested in picking up kills. We'll feel a bit bad that he's picked up one, given that he keeps doing a fadeaway event horizon and not putting in any damage. King's doing so much damage with his auto attacks. It's just much more critical strike than you'd expect from a Corki. The right-click damage, not the spells, is where the damage comes from. And of course, it's the Berserker Greaves, not the Sorcerer's Shoes. It's not really AD caster Corki. This is right-click Corki.
Yeah, this is hard carry Corki for sure. And King playing with fire a little bit, but I think representing himself as a player well without a Vampire Acceptor at this point. Just so aggressive. Feels like his positioning and play can put him through. Now Perfection gonna dive in onto Paps. A good Zonies comes in. Soul Strike wants to go in, but King is so low, and Christmas Tree's doing work here. Now Chopper in trouble. He's gonna go down to Energizer, and Direwolves may have bit a little too much there with that Baron.
Yeah, Chuffer definitely got bodied for only one of the first few times this game. Just died for free. Direwolves leave him in their dust, back away. The Baron was too much to bite off. But the minion waves, they're pushing very strongly for the Direwolves.
Yeah, again, the side waves in the top side for the Wolves have been strong. Sudden Fear done a great job on the bottom side, though, so King will rotate in towards the bottom side of the map to clear that out for his team. But Sudden Fear, again, keeping in this game, that is all they really need to do.
Absolutely. They just want to buy as much time as possible. But remember, they're buying time against the Kassadin. The Kassadin is quite overtuned. In terms of the late game, it's pretty even across the board. I'd probably just about tip it towards Direwolves, just given how much damage late game Corki can do with this item build. Of course, you have to kind of take away your AD carry matchups when they go more towards the AD carry focus. This is definitely a right-click Corki, so we have to remember that. He will be not necessarily a tank buster, but he'll do a lot of damage, especially to the low armor values on Sudden Fear.
Trying to think of the last time King bought a Vampire Acceptor, by the way. Not interested at this point. Just wants all of the flat damage.
He'll get the Bloodthirster later. Don't worry about it.
It's coming with a BF sword now in his inventory. For that probable Bloodthirster coming in next year as well. Energizer, 3 items now for the Civ. It does have the Last Whisper going, so things looking decent here. 3 items actually done for Paps there as well. I mean, if Sudden Fear can find a pick, they have the damage, but the Wolves just so much stronger still at this point.
It's quite an intelligent build, just because, again, it was going to be basically almost a quadra AP if you count AD caster Corki as mostly magic damage. So just going full-on AD carry build, there's not a lot of armor at all on Sudden Fear's side.
Papsto going in, really wants to kill on the King, but he Volks out there. Now Brawler diving in and just gets shredded to pieces. Perfection gets that first kill. Now King going in so aggressive. Bomi actually kicks him back. Corki out under the turret now, but Chopper gets in there with the Mikhail's double kill to Kassadin.
Yeah, double kill. There's 2 already have fallen. There's no minion wave to take down this turret, but you know that's what they're looking for. They always try and translate it into the big objective.
And King has used his flash on cooldown pretty much at this point. Just never ever wants it to be up. Always wants to use it aggressively, and aggressive he has played here in this last few minutes.
My flash is a gap closer sometimes, space through time.
I think for King it always is a gap closer here, as Direwolves are going to knock down their first inhibitor turret and the inhibitor there of the game in the bottom side of the map. Dragon back in a minute. King in a bucket back. He turns and fights Christmas Trees. Has to be careful, and King still legendary now, 10-1-4.
The advantages of going for the full carry Corki build is that if you get aggressed on and they get stunned, you do a lot of damage.
I don't want to see what happens when this Bloodthirst gets completed. No, King finally gets killed. A beautiful sneak in there by Paps to get the Mimic. Just enough for the Corki. LeBlanc will cash in that goal.
Yeah, LeBlanc's KDA and Paps' KDA on that LeBlanc is staying intact this game, but unfortunately the game is very much being played around him. The next Dragon's in 30 seconds. If Sudden Fear manage to actually secure this, they'll be even in Dragons at 3 apiece. That will be a massive win for them, but every other metric landslide in the advantage of the Direwolves.
And they have to be careful. They're going to have minions pushing down the bottom with that inhibitor gone as well. Perfection's very scary on this castle, though. He's actually in the top side of the map right now. Sudden Fear might be able to do it. Corki's still dead for 12 seconds as well. So if there was ever a time for a third dragon, Sudden Fear going to be pretty happy to get this one.
Yeah, so much of the damage comes onto Corki. So much of the gold as well, with 10 out of the team's 21 kills. Still a risk with all the CC and lockup available from Direwolves. Their pick potential, even without Corki, is super high.
Yeah, Leonor's going to move in there. Chuffer actually could be the target, but Sudden Fear will back off, use it to zone them out and take their third dragon. Very strong play there. King not quite far enough. Pink Bomi going to safeguard his way out as well, and Sudden Fear get a third dragon.
A surprising stat page time is that throughout the OPL, Direwolves, despite all their victories, have been traditionally very poor at controlling dragons. Not been an objective they've really stuck their necks out to pick up. They've often been behind or giving away 2 or 3 dragons. The Baron, though, will be a wonderful trade for them, but they definitely don't value dragons as much as teams like the Chiefs.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Direwolves will get the Baron now as well. That's their second of the game, I believe. So going to make it strong and help the pushing that they've already sort of started with the bottom side of the map here. And Direwolves still very strong. 10, 12,000 gold, it looks like, in the lead. Chuff are going to force a flash there with the event horizon. And Direwolves still have plenty of room on this map.
And they have 2 potential split pushes in terms of Kassadin having teleport and Rek'Sai having the global ultimate with the tunnel network. I mean, at this point, the Rek'Sai, she can teleport right into the bottom side of the map. There's aggressive tunnels right next to the entrance, the bottom entrance to the Sudden Fear base. So they have so many split push options. And even all this hard work in creating the sideway pushes, it just means nothing when the Baron buff is riding on you.
Yeah, we'll have to see now as well. Pink Boomie going to scout some things out on his Lee Sin. Check for jungle camps, and unfortunately for him are not there. We're going to have Sivir down the bottom side as well. The Energizer actually will push out the Super Minions, and Sharp with now a Rylai's Crystal Scepter is going to ride the Baron Minions up towards the top.
But worth noting, finally that Bloodthirst is completed. You wondered where the Vamp Scepter was. It was never created, but it is actually formed inside that Bloodthirst.
Yeah, I think he had it briefly, but Corki is just doing unbelievable amounts of damage at this point. Doesn't even need the last Whisper, really. Even Aurelia's melting to all of the damage here coming through for the Wolves. And poor Minion just got crit for 1,000 gold. Sudden Fear do want to steer clear of the Corki.
Absolutely, the Corki's doing so much right-click damage. It's so hard to adjust your playstyle when AD caster Corki has been by far the more common build for a very long time now. But here comes Direwolves, and they want to finish this game.
Pink Boom is taking a lot of damage here. King just going in, going to go in 1v2 and get a solo kill practically. Now going to dive back in. Energizer in a whole host of trouble, but Pap's going to dive in. Does get the kill onto Vega, but King not stopping at all here. Just going to keep going. Gets the double. Someone running at the back. No, triple there for Corki coming in and said Perfection. Going to get out. King did dive into the fountain, I believe. So he did get himself killed. But the Direwolves, they'll take the 3 for 2.
Absolutely. They're very bloodthirsty for kills. They do take the inhibitor, but Paps, he's looking for the answering kill on Sharp.
Mike going to try and get the outplay there as well. Paps did dodge out from the charm. Rek'Sai going to move in now as well. And that's going to move LeBlanc away here. Perfection's joined the fight here as well. And the Baron Minions are even doing a lot of damage. So much damage coming through from the Ahri there as well. And the shutdown comes in for Sharp.
You can see the solo Q practice is helping, very on point with his charm. Direwolves, they're going to push into the base. Not sure if they can finish just yet, but they're going to get close.
Yep, another Direwolves going to certainly knock down some turrets if they can here. The first one does go down. The Minions helping out as well. Christmas Tree's trying to go in, but gets knocked up and killed there. So, the death time is still quite long here, and the Direwolves will finish this game without their AD carry. No, maybe not. Pink Bomi going to dive back in. Perfection should be able to finish it here. Does it in style with the Zonies, and the Wolves take another game here against Sudden Fear.
Something fitting about a Cast and Rift walking in and getting the last auto attack to backdoor and Nexus. It's the Direwolves. This is the Direwolves we're expecting against Chiefs. We've said that twice now, and twice they've thrown a curveball that they've kind of paid for. So it's, again, I want to see this Direwolves every time. I don't need to see the innovative. I don't need to see cribbing strategies from the LCK. When they just go straight up, when they play to their strengths, they are a wonderfully strong team in Oceania.
Yeah, and credit to Sudden Fear there as well. Had some very strong moments throughout that game. It's just maybe staying consistent and tightening some of the knobs there and the levers and tweaking a couple of things. Going to really push Sudden Fear up towards, maybe the top 4 of the OPL.
Absolutely. They want to hit that 5th spot. Of course, 5th spot is where you're move away from the relegation places. You're guaranteed your spot in the next split of the OPL. That's probably their goal at this point. I imagine top 4 is maybe a little bit too far for them. Top 3, especially given how good Direwolves, Legacy, and Chiefs have been on their day. But just keep improving, keep living up, living the dream, moving to the professional stage, and really getting up there.
Yeah, and so with that, we're going to have the results of our day now. So let's just recap what we have seen so far in round 4, day 1 of the OPL. Iron versus Chiefs was a win there for Chiefs, and that continued there as well. Still undefeated are the Chiefs.
We saw that wonderful game, the Chiefs versus Direwolves. It was so much strategy, so much high-level play. It was great to see between the 2 top teams in the region. The day finished off with Immunity beating Sudden Fear, and Sudden Fear, they couldn't get a win on the board. Direwolves were no pushover, and they finally get their answering win after falling to the Chiefs.
Yeah, and the Direwolves, like you said, lose only to the Chiefs so far in the OPL, and that's not the worst record at all. So Legacy really want to make sure they have a good day 2, and they get here for their round 4 as well. A lot riding in the table right now, and it's very tight towards the top.
Absolutely. Legacy need to win every game and then mark on the calendars that big rematch against the Direwolves. They'll want to come back, pick that one up, and then it's going to be just points. It's going to be all sorts of stat breakers to get to the second place if they can show up those victories against the other teams.
Yeah, but before we get those all, of course, we have a day 2 coming up here for round 4 in the OPLs. So let's have a look at the schedule that's coming up. Next Monday, the Rich Gang takes on a Legacy, which should be a very fun opening match. And then Legacy still trying to get wins, take on Avant.
Speaking of trying to get wins, Fortnite, they haven't got one on the board. 2 more chances for them as they take on the Rich Gang. And finally, Fortnite take on Avant to finish off the day.
Yeah, and again, sort of a lot of movers and shakers there in the bottom-ish half of the standings as well, but should be another great day of OPL. And we're starting to get almost halfway through now as well. Lots of games being played, some trends starting to emerge, some star players here as well. It's been a very fun time so far.
We still see new things. We still see wonderful things. And if you consult the VODs for today, in fact, if you want to find out any information about the schedule, the results, all those VODs, please head over to oce.lolesports.com for all your information on the OPL. I mean, just from today, we've seen a pentakill. We've seen some wonderful play coming out from the Chiefs to counter the GE Tigers inspired strategy coming out from the Direwolves. That was an excellent game there. All your information available on that website.
Yeah, so go watch your favorite teams, check the standings, or just make sure you know when the next games are coming through. It's been a lot of fun here in the OPL, but we are going to sign up for today. Don't forget to join us next Monday for the next day of play. But for myself, Papa Smithy, Atlas, and our entire live production crew, we will see you next Monday.